So the mountain range here this is called a GDR. This is the Great Dividing Range. This is a erstwhile pole mountain. Once upon a time, it was cold, and now it is residual mountain. And here you have the Kimberley Plateau. This is made up of basalt. It is similar to the Deccan Plateau in India, made up of basaltic eruptions. And this entire this part of Australia. So this is all shield region. Entire region is shield region. And you know the importance of shield region. It is rich in metalliferous minerals. Also, this is the desert part. We also have a desert here. So in the south, you see extensive plain area over here. It's extremely smooth. This is called as Nullarbor plain. This is made up of calcium carbonate, or it's made up of limestone. And this region of Australia is also called as the Great Artesian Basin. And these are the plain regions. It's also called as Murray-Darling Basin. These are the two rivers. Murray-Darling Basin. This is also where you have the downs of Australia. Downs. That is the temperate grasslands. So these are the broad physiographic divisions. And other details we'll see. Ron, write down some of the features of Australia. It is the world's largest island. With a population of around 2.5 crore. 2.5 crore. But 2.5 times, I mean, approximating the figures here, but 2.5 times the size of India. 2.5 times the size of India. Right, entire continent has just 2.5 crore population, and Delhi NCR population itself is 3.2 crore. Right? Okay. Now that's very such a large land with too many resources. In fact, Australia is favoring the problem of underpopulation. Means the population is not sufficient enough to exploit the resources of the continent. This concept is called as underpopulation. But do you think these countries are favoring any kind of immigration? No, right. Even though they're lacking population, they're not favoring immigration. Okay. Because nowadays, related to immigration, okay, there have been a lot of issues. Okay, in the entire Europe. Okay, there is a move towards more conservatism. Because in 90s, okay, these people talked about what open trade, people come and go, what LPG, liberation, privatization, globalization, they talked about all these things. But nowadays, these countries, the Western countries are moving towards conservatism. And since from the history, if you look, okay, the rate of immigration, okay, the rate of what do you call migration with respect to world population has almost remained the same. Okay, it has never changed. But despite better travel avenues, despite better infrastructure, despite reducing population in the West, the migration rate has always remained the same. So this means these countries are crooks, right? Correct. Because regarding migration, also you can have questions. Yeah? Throughout the history, the migration rate with respect to world population has remained almost at 3%. 3%. Despite globalization, better technology, okay, communication infrastructure, the migration hasn't changed. Hasn't changed much. The percentage of migration hasn't changed much. In a para, especially after 2008. The West started moving towards protectionism. That is, it took a U-turn from the ideas which they propagated, like globalization, liberal trade, etc. in the context of Australia, it becomes even more important. Okay, next, change the paragraph. Australia is suffering from underpopulation. That is, too many resources and extremely low population. Hmm? See, had they had more population, they would have become more prosperous. They have less population to exploit the resource. The concept of population is divided into three. One is overpopulation, okay? One is underpopulation, one is optimum population. Optimum population is, okay, you have the resources is equal to the human resource which will be having. Overpopulation, too many resources, too less resources, but overpopulation. Bangladesh is a very classic example of that. Okay? लेकिन ऑस्ट्रेलिया में अब और ज्यादा पॉपुलेशन होता तो अच्छी तरह रिसोर्सेज एक्सप्लॉइट होते. Okay? So that doesn't seem to be a problem, but Australia would have become more prosperous. It could have been equivalent to US. I've never seen that. So this concept is called as underpopulation. You've written that? Okay.
But isn't the population of Australia concentrated in the west of Australia?
So
and
go.
the mainland
Indians,
Australia is inhabitable.
Indians go and occupy here, na?
It's inhabitable and very difficult to live in. And
Inhabitable.
whoever migrants go in the Australian region, they just settle in the cities and all.
So you're
So
saying
there
it's
is the population density.
inhabitable. Dubai is habitable, right? Saudi Arabia is habitable, right? Kuwait is habitable, right? What is inhabitable? If you have
So the
money,
migrants.
huh? What? Even Dubai has so many migrants, right? Kuwait, Qatar, all have migrants. So any kind of inhospitable climate can be made hospitable if you have money and you have resources here. Exploit the resources, you make money, make it hospitable, right? People are surviving, okay, in the Sahel region also of Africa, desert regions also. And people in Madagascar are eating mud and living. Send them here, no? It is economical, but they are not encouraging any kind of immigration. That's the only point. Okay. See, basically, here India has too much of population. You have to send all these people somewhere, right? So that's why even last time also when I discussed about Europe, I talked about Germany, Japan. Okay, they're having less population. They require human labor force. So basically, we should be fighting our own cause, right? Itna population, do you think India will sustain? India is overpopulated. This is underpopulated. Send them from here. That's it. That is the whole idea. Okay. So whenever you make negotiations, you should be making a pact that allow Indian immigrants. And there have been various incidences of Indians being beaten over there. Because they have this, this what homophobia has been increasing in the West. Okay, they start hating the foreigner. And it happens, why I told 2008? Whenever there's an economic crisis, okay, they start seeing the differences. You are African, you are Asian. Till the time you're getting money, doesn't matter. There's only one race, green. Till the time you're getting dollars, it's fine. But once, there are economic disparities, or differences. That is when you start seeing the differences. You are a Muslim, you are a Christian, you are this, that. Okay. So economic, struggles are the major reason for all the kinds of this, homophobias. Okay. This will study later somewhere in different parts. Okay. मैं मैपिंग पढ़ा रहा हूँ प्लीज. ओके. हाँ. अच्छा. अभी China and India are competing again. Depends on which country. Generally we take US as a parameter. Okay. Yes. Now Canada is also becoming a parameter. If you see Canada, okay, the historically Chinese have migrated more, but if you see the recent migration, migrants, Indians are going more. The past 10 years record, you say more Indians are going abroad. But again, we can't count all the countries, right? Take some parameter over US.
But aren't the Australians themselves migrants?
What?
Aren't the Australian whites themselves migrants? It's not their own land. They have occupied
They themselves are migrants. Okay. Even entire America. Okay, 300 years ago it was empty. EMPTY, empty. Right. So whosoever is there in North America, okay, is a migrant from Europe. 60,000 years ago, India was empty. Indian subcontinent was empty 60,000 years ago. So we are all migrants. Understood? 2 lakh years ago, there were no Homo sapiens. So we are all aliens. So there is no border which we can draw. Right? Understood? Okay, next. We'll talk about certain animals which you find in this region. Okay. See, you might not be familiar with this, but you might be familiar with this kangaroo. Okay. These are called as marsupials. Means they'll be having a pouch, okay, to carry the baby. And 2/3 of the marsupials are found in Australia, and 1/3 is found in South America, not in other planets. And these are egg-laying mammals. Okay. For example, okay, this platypus. It's an egg-laying mammal. It's found only in Australia. There are certain animals which are found only in the certain continents. So what explains such kind of a phenomenon? No, you guys know that is South America, Africa, okay, this okay, Indian subcontinent, Australia, and Antarctica. They're all part of one continent. The Australia was separated earlier. So the evolution took place in a different path over there. That's why certain species which you find in Australia will not be finding elsewhere in the world. For example, eucalyptus tree is there. It is native to Australia, and such kind of tree is not found anywhere. So this is as a part of the continental drift, okay, and because of specific climatic conditions, and there are no land bridges also. Okay, these animals could not have possibly come to the other continents because there's no land bridge. It's an ocean, and these animals cannot swim in seawater. Some can swim in fresh water, but not in seawater. Okay, you can write down these names. Okay, Australia. Okay, you can write sorry here. The, the flora and fauna of Australia are unique. And some animals, such as platypus, okay, in bracket you can write egg-laying mammal, are not found in the other continents. Don't say that, sir, recently I've seen, Arab Sheikh, he got a platypus, okay, it's seen in his lawn, along with the tiger, lion, cheetah, everything. Don't say it, okay. Naturally, they are found or not. Not found in the other continents because Australia got separated from Gondwana land. And evolution took a different route. Different route. Second example, right? Marsupials, MARSUPIALS, marsupials. Bracket you can write the animals which have a pouch. To carry the baby. Two-thirds of them are found in Australia and one-third found in South America and not anywhere else. And one more news regarding this. See, in Australia, you don't have a, a top predator. For example, take India. Who is the top predator? Tiger. Australia, Africa, you have lion. Okay. Even if you go to what Russia, Siberia, there also you have tiger. Okay. North America, you have cougar. Okay. South America, you have jaguar, but doesn't have a top predator. So sometimes the kangaroo itself acts as top predator. Not exactly predator, but it's the largest enemy. But since when you don't have an enemy, what happens? The population increases enormously, and kangaroo's population has increased enormously. Now, because of which, Australia has declared it as a vermin. That means nowadays Australia is planning to harvest the kangaroo meat. It is encouraging people to eat kangaroo meat. Okay. Can I write down this? Idea is important here. The kangaroos in Australia have increased enormously in population. And Australian government is encouraging its citizens to consume its meat. देखो कितने अच्छे गवर्नमेंट है, आस्किंग यू टू टेक एक्स्ट्रा प्रोटीन. हमारी सरकार है, बोलती है कि प्रोटीन मत खाओ. Next point. So this is regarding the continental drift and the development of flora and fauna. And it's the only continent. Okay, we'll write down this later. Now let's talk about the mountain ranges here. You're heading the mountain ranges of Australia. In fact, there is only one. This is GDR, Great Dividing Range. So why it is called as GDR? Because if you see, most of the population, means the wide population of Australia is on the coastal region. Okay, this part of the Australia, it has aborigines, the natives. Okay, that's why it was acting as a cultural, ethnic, racial divide. That's why it is also called as GDR. Okay, write down GDR. It was formed around 350 million years ago. Now it is denuded. Denuded means eroded. Eroded. The peaks hardly go beyond. The peaks hardly reach 2,200 meters. You can write 2000 also, doesn't matter. Average you can take. Hardly reach 2000 meters. Therefore, it is the only continent. Therefore, it is the only continent without any glaciers. So this is about the mountain. Now she has seen one more feature over here, Kimberley Plateau. Okay, write about Kimberley Plateau. No, they're different. Tasmania hardly has any population. That's Kimberley Plateau. It is created by the basaltic eruptions. Basaltic eruptions. But it also has sedimentary rocks. It is rich in the minerals such as iron, gold, lead, zinc, etc. So here you have a diamond mine called as pattern. This diamond mine is one of the largest producers in the world. Now he has too many rivers over here, but not all the rivers are important. Okay. Two rivers become important here. So you have this Darling River and you have this Murray River. So this region is also called as Murray-Darling Basin. Like two rivers become important here, Murray and Darling. Murray is the third longest navigable river. Navigable river in the world. First is Amazon, second is Nile. This basin also has the temperate grasslands called as downs. DOWNS, downs. These grasslands produce sheep for mutton and wool, dairy products, beef, Except the rest of the rivers you can ignore. Next, you have seen one more river. There are numerous rivers over here, but they are draining in a lake here. This is called as Lake Erie, E-Y-R-E. They give heading Lake Erie. So this is where you have Lake Erie. So recently it's in the news because it's drying. In news because it is drying. So Lake Erie has been named after, okay, the English explorer. Its native name is Katithanda is its native name. It is an example of inland drainage. Example of inland drainage means the rivers are not meeting the sea here. The rivers which are draining here do not meet in the sea. Inland drainage. It is the lowest natural point in Australia. Lowest natural point in Australia. 15 meters below sea level. And obviously, okay, if you are having a lake in the middle of the continent, especially in the desert, will it be saline or it will be having fresh water? Saline lake, okay? Because of evaporation. Evaporation. This lake is saline. Saline. And during dry season, it becomes hypersaline. The native tribe in this region is called as Arabana. The native tribe in this region is called as Arabana. A-R-A-B-A-N-A. Arabana. So these are the aborigines of Australia. And all the aborigines of Australia, they belong to which race? I told you this earlier. Proto-Australoid. Okay, right in the bracket. The native tribes in the bracket you can write. Don't write all, okay? Don't give extreme statements. Huh? The native tribes of Australia belong to Proto-Australoid race. Proto-Australoid race. In fact, the Central Indian tribes in India also belong to the same race. Central Indian tribes. The tribes in Jharkhand, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, majorly, and also part of Bengal, part of MP. These are all Central Indian tribes, especially the tribes of Chota Nagpur Plateau. They also belong to Proto-Australoid race. Okay, such as Murmu tribe, president. Okay, Santhal tribe. They all belong to Proto-Australoids. So that is how we should be linking one thing to the another. Hmm? See, not all the parts of the lake, will be okay. Going hypersaline. This lake is spread over a very large region, extremely large region. It is almost the size of like one of the states of India, medium-sized states of India. It is that large. So not all the parts will be getting shallow. Okay, in some parts the depth will be still like 9-10 meters. There is salinity not much. Okay, in these parts the salinity will high. And why the lake is pink in color here? Algae. Okay, same. Now let's talk about deserts here. The deserts of Australia. You can open the atlas. You'll see numerous deserts here. Some of the deserts are located here also. The Great Sandy, Gibson Desert, Simpson Desert, Victoria Desert, Tanami Desert, Stewart Desert. So those are all the deserts of Australia. You can mark it in the atlas only. Look into atlas and mark these deserts. You've seen recently Mad Max Furiosa. Again, reasons for the deserts. You know it, right? Write down anyways again. The reasons for the deserts. First reason is sinking winds. Very good. Second reason, offshore trade winds. Third reason, upwelling. Upwelling and polar ocean currents both are interrelated. Fourth is cold ocean currents. हर जगह नहीं होता है. Cold ocean currents. Fifth one is upper air inversion. So these are the 5 reasons for the deserts. Okay. So write about this Great Victoria Desert. It is extremely vast. Extremely vast. And it has second highest number of sand dunes. Sand dunes. So sometimes the dunes are, as sometimes they grow up to 400 to 500 feet also. They look as big as a mountain. Second, right? What's the first one then? The first one is not Sahara. The first one is here. In Saudi Arabia, you have a desert here. It's called as Rab al Khali. It's the greatest sandy desert in the world. The first one is Rab al Khali. It's in Saudi Arabia. Asking why the sand is formed in the desert. Sand dunes because of the wind. Do you know why sand is formed? Okay. Sand is formed. See, if there is more rainfall in the desert, it will not remain as sand. It will be converted into clay. Basically, any large rock you have. So, this large rock has to undergo weathering. Weathering means breaking into smaller parts. And this weathering is done by 2 things. One is temperature, other is moisture. Moisture means water. यहाँ पे desert में पानी होता है क्या? There is no water. There is only temperature. Because of which it undergoes disintegration. It undergoes weathering. But water is not there. That's why it will not be converted into clay. The more of temperature you have, more water you have, it will be converted into clay. That's why it remains in the form of sand. Okay. Sand dunes क्यों form होते हैं? Because wind blow होती है तो पानी नहीं है, क्या होगा? Sand particles will start blowing, right? So they will come across some obstruction. The sand will get on accumulating. It will be forming dune part 1, part 2, right? दो पार्ट होते हैं ना इसका ड्यून के, उसको विंग्स भी बोलते हैं. नहीं देखा ड्यून पार्ट 1, पार्ट 2. नेक्स्ट, Great Sandy Desert. Don't get confused here. Largest sandy desert is Rab al Khali. This is Great Sandy Desert. Okay, Great Sandy Desert. It is not the largest sandy desert. Not the largest sandy desert. That's it. Not much about this. Okay. So next is the Great Artesian Basin. Great Artesian Basin. See, in Bangalore, for example, even if you're digging 1,000 feet, is there any guarantee of getting water? No, 1,000 feet पे भी नहीं मिलता. But 4-5 in this region, okay, 4-5 feet. Okay, if you drill a bore now, the water will be oozing out. Okay, like this. So pump set is also not required here. Electricity is also not required. You just have to dig. Okay, these are called as artesian wells. Now, how come you have this artesian wells? If you look at the topography here, okay, I will draw it better. For example, you are having a limestone rock over here. चूने से बना हुआ rock है, okay? And here also you have a limestone rock. Limestone rock. So from here, this small space from which the recharge will be taking place. Recharge. Okay. Say this is a ground level. Okay. Now, you have two impermeable rocks. Okay. Or these are also called as confined aquifers. So when you have two impermeable rocks or limestone kind of a rock, in between you have a very large amount of water stored. And this water is stored at high pressure. What will happen? When you're digging a hole here, what will happen? This water will start oozing. Okay. So these are also called as artesian aquifers. Okay. And this is also called as artesian wells. So give us a rating, artesian wells. Artesian wells. Slightly alkaline, yeah. But most of it is fresh water. It's not salty. If you are over extracting it over a period of time, any aquifer will become salty. Okay, even okay in the borewell, okay, which you are digging in your home, over a period of time, the salt water will keep on increasing. As of now, inshallah, it is fresh water. Okay. Artisan well. The water is stored or confined between two impermeable rocks. Impermeable rocks, such as limestone. limestone. Next point, right? In this confined aquifers, the water is stored at high pressure. It's stored at high pressure. Therefore, a pump is not required to draw the water. Pump is not required to draw the water. Change the para. It is the largest artesian basin in the world. It mostly provides fresh water and it is the only source inland. The only source of water in inland Australia. Now, by far, everything is good. But again, if you have a source, what the humans will do? Overutilization. What they have done is that, after drilling, once they have used the resource, they left it like that only. So this water will be oozing out, the pressure will decrease, it will evaporate, it will get polluted. So this is a cause of concern. So next point. रिवर्स का रिचार्ज कैपेसिटी कितना होता है? कम होता है ना. Evaporation rate is very high. This is desert, dry. Evaporation will be more, right? It has become confined because it was inside the ground. Now you are letting it expose outside. Here we go. But nowadays, the unregulated bores, BORES, unregulated bores, are causing considerable water shortage. So इतना सारा पानी मिल रहा है, okay, and little bit of green space is also there. Don't you think Africans would love to move here? Right? Okay. So again, don't have to get into complications. You've drawn the diagram, that's fine. Next is Nullar Bore Plain. It is the world's largest single piece of limestone. And it's extremely flat. This extremely flat. You can see here. So here, there are two cities, which are connected along this plain. So you have the city of Adelaide here, you have the city of Perth here. So these two are important commercial centers. So when the road passes by this route now, through this Nullar plain, okay, there is no obstruction, there is no hill, tree, nothing over here. The roads were drawn straight earlier, okay? It becomes easy, right? But what happens, because for thousands of kilometers, when you're driving straight, what happens to the driver? The driver gets extremely bored. So because of this, not fatigue, they fall asleep. They fall asleep, okay, the accidents occur. So that's why deliberately, okay, the road has been covered. So that the drivers become alert. So it is such a flat land. It's somewhere in the world, okay, if you want to form one nation, one elevation, okay, this is the place. Glow here, totally empty. Jao yahan. अपना झंडा गाड़ो. Huh? Okay. See, whenever you have this limestone bedrock, yeah, this is completely made up of limestone. Now, when the water will be falling, the cloud, when the water falls, in the atmosphere, you have CO2. In the cloud, you'll be having H2O. These two will mix up. It will become H2, CO3. And H2, CO3 will be having H plus ion. Basically, it is nothing but acid. And what is this? This is limestone. Acid will eat away limestone. That's why in this region, you have numerous sinkholes also. And the water is deposited here, okay, in this, okay, like in a depression over a period of time. So this acidic water will corrode away the limestone, and the various sinkholes also have been formed. Okay. In India also, okay, recently, okay, there have been various instances of sinkholes. So you'll be laying a road, okay, from beside the road somewhere, okay, if you have a limestone bedrock, okay, there the sinkholes have been formed, and those sinkholes will be seeping below. Okay. So recently, last year only, okay, along, okay, Delhi Noida, okay, expressway, the road is proper, but again below there was a sinkhole. Okay, there was heavy rain and entire road collapsed. It was a major highway. So such kind of incidents might also happen. Okay. Since it is made up of limestone, the water often creates sinkholes, and underground caves. Underground caves. Give me a sec. So next is IAS rock, AYERS ROC. IAS rock, also called as Uluru. Oh, sorry. It is the largest sandstone rock. Largest sandstone rock, which is monolith. Monolith means single rock. It also changes color. Different times of a day and year. Kimberley Plateau written, right? Please mark Kimberley Plateau. It is in the north western side of Australia. Mark in the atlas. It is rich in minerals, especially diamonds. And also it is basaltic in nature. So what is the connection between, okay, the basaltic eruptions or volcanoes and diamonds? The diamond is nothing but allotrope of carbon. So under extremely high pressure, when the carbon is undergoing compression, then it might be forming diamond. So such kind of, high pressure and temperature is found inside the earth, but diamonds are usually formed inside. Okay. But when, okay, so it is formed deep inside the earth, but there's a volcanic eruption which is coming. So this volcanic magma and lava, they will help, okay, in bringing these diamonds towards the surface. So that is how near the volcanic, okay, what hotspots or, fissure eruptions, usually you have diamonds also. That's why, great African rifting region, especially okay, Botswana, Tanzania. That region is also rich in DRC, also rich in diamonds. Okay, you can write this idea somewhere, write in your own language. Next, write about one more feature, that is GBR, Great Barrier Reef. So this is where you have the GBR. Great Barrier Reef. So later on we'll do okay this topic of coral reefs. Okay, the coral polyps now. Okay, the coral polyp dead skeletons when they're piled up over a period of time for millions of years. So such kind of geographical features will be formed. So whenever, as far as geography is concerned, okay, you'll not be studying about coral polyps. You're interested in a reef. That's a geographical feature. Okay, so this is the reef. Okay, the reef is formed by the accumulation of the skeletal remains of coral polyps. Coral polyps. 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 Since the quaternary age. Quaternary means, roughly 2 million years. Next point. It is the largest in the world. The largest, extending 2,300 kilometers. Now let's see what is the importance of this coral or coral reefs. The coral reefs, they just occupy 0.1% of sea surface. Just 0.1%. But imagine, okay, how much the marine population they must be supporting. Guess, take away, wild guess. It's not both there, okay. 0.1% of the surface. Okay, just 25%. It's quarter of marine life. That's important. They occupy just, the coral reefs occupy just 0.1% of the ocean surface, but support 1/4 of marine life. 1/4 of marine life. Don't you think we should be protected? They should be protected, right? If somebody is dredging them, okay, somebody is destroying them, okay, don't you think we should be punishing them very harshly? Yes or no? Okay. Especially, okay, some foreigner is coming and destroying all his reefs, which are important to entire humanity. Do you think they should be given harshest of the punishment? Yes or no? Yes, right? Okay. But okay, it's not just the humans, but also the nature is causing a lot of harm. Okay, El Nino events you must have heard. Okay, so whenever you have this El Nino events, there is an overall increase of temperature in the world. Okay, So recently, it has been reported that the El Nino events, okay, the recent El Nino event has destroyed around 70% of these coral reefs. So this will be causing something, a phenomena called as coral bleaching. Okay, if you look at the coral polyp, this coral polyps, so they have different colors. Okay, but the coloration is because of the algae called as zooxanthellae. Or as the coral polyps is just white in color. You can see small colors over here. This color is because of the algae. So whenever there is an increase in temperature, then whenever there is increase in salinity, whenever there is more turbidity, whenever the water becomes more acidic, so these coral polyps get irritated and they start expelling this green color algae. They start expelling. So when they start expelling the green color, okay, that is algae, they look white in color. And if something becomes very white, it's called as what? What phenomenon it is? Bleaching. Okay. So this phenomenon is also called as coral bleaching. Okay. Right. A recent study has shown that the events like El Nino, the events like El Nino cause coral bleaching. In 2018 itself, 1/3 of the coral polyps underwent severe stress. Severe stress in 2018. 2018 due to El Nino. Now, below Australia, you can see a large portion over here. So this region is called as the Great Australian Bight. B-I-G-H. Okay. Now let's see what is the difference between a bight, okay, bay, gulf, and creek. The creek is extremely small. This is creek, and this becomes bay. Then gulf is larger. It is bight. So this is nothing but the intrusion of sea into the land. Okay. The narrowest one is called as creek. Yeah. Okay. So many examples of such creeks. For example, between India and Pakistan, the conflict over Sir Creek. Right. So these are the narrow inlets of water. These narrow inlets of water into the land, which are called as the creeks. If it becomes larger, it is called as bay. Sorry. It is called as gulf. The creek is extremely narrow. Gulf is comparatively larger. This is bay. Bay is even larger. And then you have bight. You can write down this order. A creeks usually, you can convert it into a port, yeah. But they should be having enough depth and width to accommodate the ship. All the important cities, they have ports. The dredging is taking place here. Because recently, one Indian, he did not even buy the government, he bought so many coal mines over here in Queensland. So in order to get this coal out. Okay, earlier he was getting through small ships and selling that in India at a higher price than the international market, low quality. Now, earlier he was getting from small ships. Now, if you want to accommodate, according to Archimedes principle, if you want to accommodate a large ship, you need more depth. But यहाँ पे क्या है? Calcium carbonate है, तो dredging करना पड़ेगा, पूरा खुदाई करना पड़ेगा. So while dredging now, okay, again, dredging means खुदाई करने के बाद, where you'll be throwing this, the debris in the sea only, आसपास ऐसे spray कर रहे. Because again, he can't, take it away and throw it somewhere, right? They can't be taking that much up here. And dredging has to be done continuously also because very shallow waters, because sea wave action will be there. So this has led to a lot of destruction, and there have been a lot of protests in Australia also against Adani. But again, nothing happens because if only the governments should be taking care of the environment, because no private entity will care. Again, if governments do not take care, then no one will take care of the environment. We are doing mapping, okay? Let's concentrate on this. I don't. Great Australian Bight. Now look at this region, Great Australian Bight. You have a large continent shelf also. If you're having a large shelf, continent shelf, you'll be having shallow waters. So when you have shallow waters in the photic zone, the sunlight will be penetrating. From the ground, you'll be getting nutrients also. So sunlight with nutrients, phytoplankton growth. If we have phytoplankton, there's a basic food for all the fish. That's why this region is also very good in fishing. The Great Australian Bight supports Australian commercial fishing. Because it has shallow waters, bracket you can write photic zone, photic. This portion, in the deep sea, you will not get much fish. In shallow waters, only get fish. Let me continue. Okay, what is that? तुम एक ही दिन आते हो महीने में एक बार, उसी दिन सब क्वेश्चन पूछना है तुमको. रोज आया करो ना, तो थोड़ा थोड़ा करके पूछ लिया करो. हाँ हाँ, पेट्रोलियम तो अभी तक नहीं मिला है. It doesn't have terrorism. Okay. What? Photic zone. Okay, shallow waters supports fish and marine life. Fish and marine life. See, in the atlas only, you can mark certain things here. Okay. You can mark Timor Sea, Arafura Sea. In atlas only mark. Not that important though. Timor Sea, Arafura Sea. This is called as Gulf of Carpentaria. Mark this all. This is called as Cape Carpentaria. Gulf of Carpentaria. On the east, you have a small sea called as Coral Sea. Since you have GBR here, Great Barrier Reef, you have corals, thus we'll have Coral Sea here. And below you have a small sea called as Tasman Sea also. You can ignore, doesn't matter. Tasman Sea also marked. Again, the importance of this Arafura and Timor Sea is application part I'm telling you. Remember something? No. See, you remember this the conveyor belt, ocean thermohaline circulations. So the water will be upwelling in the northern Pacific. So here the cold waters from the bottom will be upwelling, and through these two seas, again it will go and join the northern Atlantic. So this will be acting as a major route, okay, for the surfacial waters. So that's why it is important. Okay, you can write one point over there. So those of you, if you're not aware of this, no problem. Okay, you will study this in ocean currents. You have studied this, right? No? Ocean currents हुआ नहीं क्या आपका? हाँ? अच्छा बोल आपका बचा है. Right now. The Arafura Sea and Timor Sea act as a passage. Act as a passage for ocean thermohaline circulations. Ocean thermohaline circulations. Okay. So next, let's talk about the three groups of islands over here. Okay. Can you give a heading Oceania? This part is called as Oceania. You have three groups of islands here: Micronesia, Melanesia, and Polynesia. Micro means a group of small islands. That's why Micronesia. Melanesia, the word is derived from the word melanin. Melanin means a dark color skin pigmentation. The people here are dark in color. Okay, the name is quite racial here. Okay, that's why it is called as Melanesia. And poly means many. You have many numerous islands. That's why it's called as Polynesia. Thank God they don't know Sanskrit. Otherwise, कुछ अजीब सा नाम रखते हैं ना, complicated name. So the name here convey the meaning. Yeah. Right. Zealand. Z-I-A. Zealandia. Zealandia, not Zealand. अभी Muslims आए नहीं यहाँ पे, रुको. So in Micronesia, okay, you have Mariana Islands here, Marshall Islands. These are important, I know. In Micronesia, Marshall Islands, Mariana Islands, Mariana, Marshall and Mariana Islands. And most of these islands, they belong to USA. Okay, this region basically. You remember Mariana Trench? So near this Mariana Trench, okay, you have this Mariana Islands. And Mariana Trench has challenges deep, the deepest point on the surface of the earth. That's why it becomes important. Right on Mariana Islands are along Mariana Trench. Deepest point on surface of earth. Marshall Islands, it has US naval air bases. USS naval and air bases. So that's why it's important. And here in Melanesia, okay, you also have Papua New Guinea. There's a country called as Papua New Guinea. Recently, okay, PM Modi has made a visit also to Papua New Guinea. And you've seen the picture, right? देखा है? So that's why it has become famous. I don't. Melanesia, a country called as Papua New Guinea. Papua New Guinea. Huh? It's no, it's a PR thing. PR, all right? Okay, Papua New Guinea. See, it has numerous tribes and it has highest linguistic diversity in the world. Papua New Guinea has highest linguistic diversity because this is forest and numerous tribes and inaccessibility. Okay, because of which different dialects, different languages have been developed. That is why okay, it has around 700 plus languages. 700 plus languages, highest in the world. Papua New Guinea. So you may ask, okay, sir, there is a lot of diversity, but till now, okay, there is no conflict over here. Okay, the resources are not found yet. Okay, the day on which you find the resources, you'll see conflicts in militias in Papua New Guinea also. Okay, so that's why it's important. Okay, let's just Solomon Islands here. Okay, one of the important countries here is okay, what is that? One or two. Okay, I don't know. One more important country in this region is I'll come to that. Fishing. Tourism, all the countries will not be having tourism, right? Foreigners, not every country gets. They have less population. They're happy with what they have. They don't want anti-lass. खाना मिल गया, शाम को मच्छी मिल गई, fine, खा के सो जाते. And next, Polynesia. Polynesia has numerous islands. The important ones here are, okay, one more important island of Melanesia is Fiji. Fiji is also important island. Fiji has 30 to 40% Indians. Means people of Indian origin, not Indian citizenship. Indian origin. Now, this one is British colony. Okay, these are the tropical islands. The Britishers took them to work in sugarcane plantations. And most of the people are from, okay, Bihar, okay, UP, that part. So when they went there, okay, tropical location, okay, Bihar से ज़्यादा खाने को मच्छी में मिलता है यहाँ पे. वहाँ जाके बस गए, खुश है. Okay. Because the per capita income is also high. Next in Polynesia, okay, New Zealand also comes, right? In Polynesia, important islands are New Zealand. The northernmost part of Hawaii. Hawaiian islands also belong to Polynesia. Hawaii is the territory of USA. And on the east, you have Easter Island. Easter Island. And Easter Island is a hot spot. And Hawaii is also hot spot. Both are hot spots. In the previous lecture, I've told you what is hot spot, right? So both are hot spots. Whereas New Zealand is created because of subduction, oceanic plate subduction. Whereas northern island of New Zealand, whereas the northern island of New Zealand is volcanic in nature. And this volcanism is due to ocean plate subduction. Ocean plate subduction. Okay. So one more important island here is Tonga Island. Tonga, you were studying Tonga. It is very important. Tonga. See, along this is New Zealand. New Zealand is divided into two parts. You have, this is northern island of New Zealand. and this is Southern Island. And along this New Zealand, okay, you have the trench here. This trench is called as Tonga Kermadec Trench. So here, Tonga Kermadec Trench, okay, here the Pacific plate is undergoing subduction. When this Pacific plate, when it is going inside the mantle, it will undergo melting and it has given rise to the archipelagos. And here you have this Tonga Island, Tonga, and this is PGL. The Tonga belongs to Polynesia. So in the year 2022, December, okay, the volcanic eruption, it was so huge that its plumes, okay, it's a dust plume. It went into stratosphere. And when such kind of dust is entering into stratosphere, it will also accelerate the ozone hole depletion. Hence, the explosion was so huge. And this explosion also led to the creation of caldera. Means whenever you have a volcanic mountain, and from here, say magma, lava is coming. So this explosion was so huge that this top part of the mountain, it got exploded. And this crater, it got converted into caldera. So the upper portion has been blown out. So that's why it's in the news. And this explosion was so huge that a small island is also created here near this because of the explosion. It's a new island which has been created. Okay, you can write Hunga, Tonga. Okay, Hunga, Happy. These islands are created. You can write on the names. You want to draw this? And if at all, see, questions are being asked. Okay, see, question is being asked: the Pacific Ring of Fire are geophysical features of the Pacific Ocean, okay, Pacific in a boundary region. So whenever such kind of questions is asked, okay, don't forget to write such kind of things because these are recently in the news. And that's a huge phenomenon. Okay. The plume was so large, the explosion is so intensive, it created a new island. So many things have happened. So that's why you should be writing such kind of examples. So draw this. This is Tonga Kermadec Trench. This is Tonga Island. And this is Fiji Islands. So this has created a series of tsunamis also. The tsunami affected Fiji. Why we should be bothering if Fiji is affected? Because we have Indian diaspora. You can draw this. Tonga. आएगा पहले ड्रॉ कर लो ना रोज क्लास आया करो इतना एंग्जाइटी नहीं होता है हैं? Don't. In the recent past, you might not remember the name, years. In the recent past, this volcanic eruption was so huge that the plume of volcanic ash, the plume of volcanic ash entered into stratosphere. Entered into stratosphere. In the bracket, you can write it may cause ozone depletion. Second, the explosion was so huge that So huge that crater was converted to caldera. Crater exploded. Crater exploded, and caldera was created. Caldera was created. Third point. This explosion also led to the creation of new island. You can don't write island, new landmass you can write. Creation of new landmass. You can note down these two. New landmass above the sea level. That is important. New landmass above the sea level. Again, they won't be asking such names, not required. If you can remember, great, or else also it's fine. Okay. So this is a landmass which has been created. Over a period of time, what will happen? So this is in the nudation phase. Nudation means there's no life. Over a period of time, the life will start evolving. The Polynesia, Melanesia, and Micronesia are mostly atolls, ATTOLS, atolls. Atolls means they're made up of calcium carbonate, they're made up of coral polyps. Mostly atolls. Volcanic in nature. Volcanic in nature. So when you have such kind of features, if you look from the sky, so they'll be having small lagoons, and these lagoons will be having shiny waters. Because of the shallow waters, they'll be sparkling. That's why, when you look from the sky, when you take the aerial view, they'll be sparkling. So that's why they're also called as emeralds of the sea. Therefore, they're also called as the emeralds of the sea. Emerald. All these islands, small islands. So look at this height. They're hardly 3 to 4 meters above the sea level. And the sea level is rising. So they are under the threat of, sea level rise. That's why within the UN, they have formed a group called as SIDC, Small Island Developing Nations. They are a grouping within the UN. Now, since sea level is rising, and most of these islands are just 3 to 4 meters. 3 to 4 meters above the sea level. So they are under the threat of submergence. Threat of submergence. Within UN, they have formed SIDC, Small Island Developing Countries. They fight for climate mitigation. See, earlier this region did not have any geopolitical tensions at all. Now, because of the formation of the Quad and AUKUS, now these are the small countries. They don't have any major source of income. The China will be giving them loans at a very cheaper rate. So the China will befriend these countries, and China might also establish the bases in this region. So in future, it will become a geopolitical hotbed. Next paragraph. Right?
So,
Yeah.
so the sparkling water appearance is attributed to biofluorescence.
No diafluorescence. Okay. It is because shallow water, clear water, sunlight. That's it. Okay. I know.
Okay, sir.
Due to territorial ambitions or due to expansionist China, due to expansionist China, the formation of Quad AUKUS, this region might turn into geopolitical hotbed. The debt trap policy of China, where China will be giving a lot of debts at cheaper rates, and these countries will be trapped. The debt trap policy of China might oblige these poor small island nations to host the military bases of China. Okay. Next, let's talk about Hawaii now. Hawaii. See, Hawaii belongs to Polynesia. It's a hotspot, and also this hotspot has created numerous islands over here. You have three groups of islands here. So this group of island over here, this is called as Emperor, Seamount. These are Midway Islands, and here you have Hawaiian Island. So this is also one of the evidences of the plate tectonics. The plate is the hotspot is still over there. The hotspot is centralized magmatic activity, and the plate has been moving. So according to the direction of the plate movement, we'll be having this island formation. So therefore, this hotspot, this lava activity has traced the islands on the oceanic surface. And today they have formed this Emperor Seamount, Midway, and Hawaiian Islands. And if you zoom and see here, this hotspot is further moving south. The apparent movement of the hotspot appears to be moving south. And you have two mountains over here. So this mountain is Mauna Kea, and this is Mauna Loa. Okay. Right now. The hotspot is a centralized magmatic activity or volcanic activity. This hotspot which was erupting from past 45 million years. Has traced three groups of islands. Three groups of islands on the ocean surface, on the ocean floor. Okay. You can write the names here. Emperor Simon, very large. That's a simple name. Emperor Simon. बीच में है, midway. Hawaii. They can draw this also. So earlier the hotspot was active below Mauna Loa. Okay. The mountain name is Mauna Loa. Okay. Now since it is almost extinct, since it is extinct now, this Loa is used. Sorry, this is Kia. Mauna Kia. So this Kia is used for space observation. Yes, that's why we'll be finding numerous telescopes here. Space observation. Because this island is far away from any mainland, the pollution will be less. You can observe the sky. And this height is around near to around 4,000 meters, means 4 kilometers. That's why we'll be having clear view of the sky without much pollution. And this is Loa. Mauna Loa. And so this is a recent eruption. And it's still erupting. The volcano is quite active here. Its name is so this is still active. And gradually it will keep on tracing. There's very important telescopes, such as Event Horizon Telescope. There on Mauna Kea. Write on this one name, Event Horizon, because it has observed the black hole of M87. It's observed here. One of the telescopes is located here in Mauna Kea. Done. Next, write down about New Zealand. Keep writing. The New Zealand is the largest island of. New Zealand is the largest island of Polynesia. Largest island of Polynesia. It is divided into two northern island and southern island. Northern island is volcanic in nature. Northern island is volcanic in nature. Okay. Whereas southern island is continental. Southern island is continental. So see here, you see this yellow line? This yellow line is the plate boundary. On this side you have Pacific plate, on this side you have Indo-Austral plate. So because of the collision and subduction, here the collision is taking place, here the subduction is taking place. So because of this, okay, the New Zealand always undergoes numerous earthquakes and volcanic activity. Right? The New Zealand is extremely hazard prone. New Zealand is extremely hazard prone because it sits on the plate boundary. It sits on the plate boundary. Bracket you can write. The northern island has subduction and volcanism. Whereas the southern island has fold mountains, but the southern Alps, bracket you can write, southern Alps, and a collision boundary. Right? Collision boundary. Next one. The southern island, sorry, you can write the southern Alps. Southern Alps obstruct the onshore westerlies. Onshore westerlies. Therefore, the western side, right, for the western side has forests and the rain shadow region has grasslands called as Canterbury Plains. Called as Canterbury Plains. Draw this. So here you have a trench. I hope you're understanding it, right? No confusion, na? Everyone. Yeah, Solomon. अरे उधर इंडिया ऑस्ट्रेलिया है, इधर पैसिफिक प्लेट है. If you have already done world geography, I guess by doing the world mapping, you're getting a comprehensive idea. आ रहा है UPSC M29 M29 right if you have attended all the classes. I did not think that Australia will take so long time. तो शायद 10 मिनट में हो जाएगा. If you're watching all this series now, okay, you should not be having any doubt in any kind of geographical features, and also as far as geopolitics is also concerned, I've covered okay in the previous sessions. Africa and yeah, so Europe, which is also clear to you. One more. So you see this large landmass over here. So this is all shallow. Here, the depth is not more than, on an average, it is not more than 200 meters. Means it's all shallow. During the Pleistocene ice age, it was continent. Means there was no water here. Because in the Pleistocene ice age, the water level was very low. So this was land. Okay. It is made up of felsic material. Means it is made up of continental rocks. Made up of continental rocks. Now there has been a demand, okay, to declare it as a separate continent called as Zealandia. Okay. Now it is larger than Australia. So why it shouldn't be declared as a separate continent? So that's the demand. In fact, we should be declaring it as a separate continent because it will acknowledge. Okay, you are providing acknowledgement that okay, the regions which are under the sea, they do not belong to oceanic floor. They also belong to the continent. And in future, because of global warming, climate change, the sea level will rise. So, for example, pura Bengal डूब गया. Will it declare as a part of the sea? नहीं ना. It was part of the land. So that's why okay, it will also send a signal that land can also be submerged. So that's why we should be declaring it as eighth continent. Right on. During the Pleistocene ice age, it's not so long ago. Entire Zealandia was above the sea surface, above the sea level. Around 14,000 years ago. 14,000 years ago, the warming started. The warming started. And the sea level has risen by at least 100 to 150 meters. Because of which the continent, because of which the continental rocks got submerged. What? Submerged. Now there is a demand for the creation of eighth continent. The whole community will be there, no? Okay, the people, okay, NGOs and all who fight for the climate change. Benefit, sea level is rising, right? Indication, a message will be sent, especially, okay, for example, kids. To a kid, okay, who are studying in say fifth class or sixth class, they'll be taught how many continents are there in the world. Now, some teacher is saying that this is also a continent. They'll be asking you, no? How come it's a continent? It's not land. Teacher has to explain that, this part of the oceans of blah. Future also, sea level rise will take place, A message will be sent. That's why, okay, you have to identify it. Say, कौन करेगा इसको? Okay, I don't know exactly which body. Okay. So this is about the entire, Australia and Oceania. Okay. And you have a small island called as Tasmania here. Okay, write about that also. Tasmania. Tasmania, it has rainfall throughout the year. Rainfall throughout the year. Because of westerlies. And Australia has built hydroelectric power plants. Because you'll be having rainfall here throughout the year, dams will be filled. Okay, not much population is there. So that's why Australia is building here and electricity is supplied there. And two more important regions in this region. The Perth and Adelaide. This region and this region. So during winters, they'll be getting onshore westerlies. Onshore westerlies. So that's why they'll be having Mediterranean type of climate. Okay, but that's why we have two cities over here. Otherwise, on the eastern side of Australia, you hardly have any cities. All the cities are out there in the western side. Okay? Almost entire population, almost entire white population of Australia is on the southeast strip, southeast coastal strip. But there are two important cities where the population is substantial. Because of Mediterranean type of climate. Mediterranean type of climate. They receive onshore westerlies during winters. Onshore westerlies during winters. Okay. So that's it about Australia, Oceania. Okay. Now come back again at 150, no? Okay. Okay, write down one more point here. One more point. The aborigines or the native people of New Zealand are called as Maori tribe. So recently it has been the news also. These are the Maori tribe. When parliamentarian has been selected, okay, she had made that, dance in the parliament. That's why it's important. That's, that's a, what do you say? Yeah, whenever they go to a war, okay, they make such kind of a thing. A Maori tribe. You can write down this. Maori tribes, they are natives of New Zealand. So these are the immigrants, actually. The white people are the immigrants. They are ruling and they have been marginalized. So everywhere in all parts of the world, like, the uh, native tribes, okay, have been marginalized, except in India. In India, okay, she had been made the president. She's a native, right? The president, Draupadi Murmu, right? She's a president, okay. She has been made the president of India, right? But in rest of the countries, they have been marginalized, right? So that's why India is a great nation. Okay. See you.
Comparatively very favorable compared to photo astrology.
ये कलर का क्या करोगे? अच्छा डालोगे? हाँ हाँ चलो. The next continent is the South America. The person will be drawing the broad physical features here. You also draw simultaneously. And these are the Andes Mountains. This part is the Andes Mountains. This is Guinea Highlands. And this part belongs to, it is called as Brazilian Highlands, but it is Brazilian Shield. Brazilian Shield, sometimes also called as Brazilian Highlands. And this plateau in between, this is Mato Grosso. So this is a plateau. Plateau. And here, this depression which you see, so where will be having a depression, the river will be flowing. This belongs to river Orinoco. Belongs to river Orinoco basin. And this belongs to the Amazon basin. So these are the two major rivers here. And this plain part over here, this plain part, these are prairies. Prairies. Prairies are temperate grasslands. And here in this region, you have a forest. What? Oh, sorry. Pampas. Sir? Pampas. So here you have a tropical forest. This tropical forest, this is called as the Grand Chaco. So these are the major divisions here of South America. Guyana Highlands. So write down some of the features here. You drawn this? This South America. What Preetham, what you asking? The South America, along with the Central America. The Central America will do with North America. Central America. That is still Mexico. And the islands in Caribbean. And the islands in Caribbean is called as Latin America. It's called as Latin America. Because Latin languages are spoken. It's Portuguese and Spanish. Because they speak Portuguese and the Spanish. Brazil is the largest country by area and also by the population. By area and also by the population. See, here they might ask, which country of South America has a coast with the Pacific as well as Atlantic? Not exactly. Colombia. Okay, right now. Colombia has a coast with both the Pacific and Atlantic. Second famous and cliche question is, which are the two landlocked countries here? Bolivia and Paraguay. Because now the Bolivia to Peru is, okay, Bolivia is fighting with Peru for the access to the sea. So recently it has been in the news. Okay. The Paraguay and Bolivia are the landlocked countries. Bracketed, the Bolivia is trying to access this sea through Peru by claiming some land. Next, population. The population of South America so whenever you'll be talking about the population, you should also talk about the quality of population. So some countries will be having very high population, but do they have any quality? For example, okay, we talk about Australia. Australia has just 2.5 crore population, less than national capital region of India. Is it a quality population? The population, say US, quality population? Yes. So the population in, say, Pakistan. Do they have quality population? Okay, not really. Okay, the quality of the population will also matter here. That's why we should be talking about HDI here, Human Development Indicators. Okay, the population of South America is around 42 crore. 42 crore. But again, okay, the largest country in South America is Brazil. Okay, the largest country in India, okay, has a population of equal to UPC become. Okay, but Brazil has But Brazil itself has almost half the population of South America. Almost half of the population of South America. To put that in perspective, in bracket, you can write, okay, almost equal to UP, Uttar Pradesh. Now, what is the growth rate of population growth rate of India? In 10 years, India can produce one Brazil, because this is according to last census. I don't have the new census. That's why, I can, take a little bit of liberty, artistic liberty. So India can produce, somebody is challenging us. India एक Brazil निकाल के दे देगा 10 साल में. And somebody is, demanding, challenging India, Australia चलो ले लो 1 साल में. So that is the population growth rate of India. India can produce, has produced, according to 2011 census, India has produced one Brazil in 10 years and one Australia in a year. Because according to previous census, India has a population of around 120, 124 crore. The growth at the time was, the decadal growth rate was around 17%. Math लगा लो, उतना ही population है. Okay, but if you look at the, in terms of developmental parameters, Brazil and India, or any of the South American countries are comparable, right? But now here the quality of the population is better, because of the socialist economics. They have spent a lot of money on education and health, because of the USSR influence during those times. And obviously, if you are near America and America is threatening you, obviously you will not be following this communist ideology. So they have mostly socialist ideology. That's why they spend on education and health. Right. Despite having high population, despite the high population, the socio-economic parameters, the social parameters, socio-demographic parameters, socio-demographic parameters are healthy, because of the socialist economics, which are spent on education and health. Therefore, see, in last year, mains, there was a question, why certain parts of India did not have the social and economic development in tandem. Okay. So once the economic development takes place, the social development should also take place. And what is the measure of social development in a society? Yes, sociology. Yes, if I ask you about IR, you say PSR. If I ask for sociology, you say PSR. Say something in some, basically women. Look at the status of the woman, you'll get to know the level of development in the society. Okay. Now, there was a question, in the UPSC only, that social development and economic development are not going in tandem. Are not going hand in hand. The classic example of this is, the Delhi NCR region. Haryana region, and the Delhi NCR region surrounding near UP, that is Noida region. LB's by के fans जहाँ पे है, right? तो वहां पे economic development तो हो गया, लेकिन but social development बिल्कुल नहीं हुआ. But here it's reverse. Economic development उतना नहीं हुआ, but social development is very high. One such case is in India also. If you take Kerala, economic parameters are not that great. It's decent, more than average of India. But social development is extremely high. So in some places you will be having it reverse. So here, next point you can write. In Latin America, है क्या कोई क्लास में एल्विस भाई के फैंस यार? No. In Latin America, the social development is at par with the developed countries. Now, what are the various parameters? Right in bracket. Levels of urbanization. Urbanization. Okay. And education levels. Life expectancy. So the objective measure of the health is life expectancy. And negative measure, okay, of health is MMR, IMR. MMR, IMR, they also measure the health, but in a negative sense. Life expectancy is in positive sense. Are at par with developed countries. Okay? But the GDP is not that high. GDP is not that high. So this is the broad overview of the continent. Okay? And the growth rate of South America is around 1%. Not even 1, okay, 0.9. 0.9%. See, India is growing at 1%. South America is also growing at 1%. Both are growing almost at the same pace. But it will create a stress on resources in India, but in South America, it will not create a stress. Because for them, the migration opportunities are much better as compared to Indians. They both are applying for visa, okay, say for US or Canada. So who has got the better opportunity? Okay, South America. It is because of the language familiarity, Spanish, okay, and also it's because of racial similarity. Means, okay, a South American population, okay, can go to America and can mix up. They'll not be identified. But if an Indian goes there, identified, discriminated, everything happens. Okay, right. Next point. But this growth rate is not much a problem. But this population growth rate is not a problem. Because A, the base effect is low. Means 42 crore growing at 1%, 143 crore growing at 1%. Difference, hai na? We have 100 crore more because of the base effect. B, they have better avenues to migrate abroad. It's about population dynamics and the generic part. Let's talk about rivers here. Rivers. First one is the Amazon River. It is the second largest river after Nile, second longest after Nile. And largest by volume. Longest means length, largest means in terms of water. Second longest and largest. And recently, Amazon is in the news because of various reasons. Okay, you can write on the context over there. Why Amazon is in the news. News because of forest fires. This is like 3 years ago. Forest fire, deliberate forest fires by the previous government. Forest fires. Second reason is tribes. Because of tribes. Okay. Tribes and displacement. And thirdly, because of carbon sequestration. Carbon sequestration. Carbon storage.
The carbon what?
Storage. So because of these things, because there are so many pacts which have been signed for the sequestration of the carbon. Last time, okay, we talked about Africa Congo Basin, right? For the protection of the Congo Basin, okay, an agreement has been signed. Similarly, in the same fashion, here also on the Amazon Basin agreement has been signed. So that is called as carbon sequestration or carbon storage. The CO2 which is there in the atmosphere is sucked out by the trees. So basically, the trees are storing carbon. That is called as carbon sequestration. Okay. So this is why it's in the news. Now they might ask you, from how many countries the river passes? Okay. This is the first question we should be asked. So rather than, okay, knowing from how many countries it passes, know from which countries it doesn't pass. Which two countries here? Okay. Argentina. Some of the basin is here also. Okay. Chile and, okay, Argentina. You can add. It doesn't pass through. Its basin is not located, right? Its basin is not located in Argentina, Chile, Uruguay. Okay, write these three names. Now you can draw this map. See, don't draw all the rivers here. Draw only 3 rivers. Draw the Orinoco River here. This is Orinoco. It is important because it is located in Venezuela. And Venezuela is in the news for various reasons. So that's why it's important. Next, Amazon is, of course, an important river. Okay. And other 2 important rivers are this Parana River. Parana River. Okay. And you have Paraguay River here. One of the branches, one of the tributaries is Paraguay River. Okay. Just draw these rivers. Let's take an ignore. You can write basin wise also. So demarcate this as Orinoco Basin in the north. Okay, the map is not appropriate. This is Amazon Basin. In the south you have Parana Basin. 3 basins. And this Parana River is draining into Rio de la Plata. This is also important. Rio de la Plata. Done? I don't. What about Amazon? 60% of Amazon's basin is in Brazil. Now, if they are giving a statement saying that, okay, more than 50% of the fertilizers to the Amazon rainforest come from Sahara Desert. Whatever they say, agree to it. So because you have studied climatology, right? You have wind systems. So from Chad itself, okay, around 50% of the fertilizers will come. If the winds are not flowing, the Amazon basin could not have so much of diversity. Right now, more than 50% of dust fertilizing the Amazon rainforest comes from Sahara Desert. In bracket you can write Chad. It comes from Chad, country called as Chad. Now let's see, okay, why this Amazon is in the news nowadays. Okay, between Brazil and Venezuela, okay, you have the Amazon forest. Here, you have a tribe called as Yanomami tribe. Right on the name. Why it's in the news? Between Venezuela and Brazil, is a tribe called as Yanomami tribe. Yanomami tribe. This tribe is into, they are hunters and gatherers. Hunters and gatherers. Now, they're facing humanitarian crisis. They're facing humanitarian crisis because of mining, logging, etc. See, these people, okay, in this region, okay, it has been declared as a reserve and mining was not allowed. Okay, right? Illegal mining there. It's not legal there. Illegal. Illegal mining and illegal logging, both are illegal. Because such things are prevented. But what these people are doing is that, okay, they have poisoned the rivers and waters in the region. So because of which the tribal people die. So when they have the fear that if we stay here, we'll be dying. So they'll be moving away from this area and they can come and capture the resources. Okay. Capitalism, right? Right. In 2023, 308, Yanomami died. Due to poisoning. Due to poisoning. Okay. So next again, now these tribal people will be running here and there. Okay. So since a very long time, this person, okay, who is belonging to, okay, Pirapura tribe. Okay, the person's name is this person. Okay, Tamandua. So this Pirapura tribe had only 3 individuals. And because of the forest fires, because of illegal mining, because of the poachers, they have been running here and there in the forest. So they have been like disoriented. They're not in contact with each other. So recently, one person from this tribe, okay, has been found. Okay. So he is one of the last three surviving individuals of this tribe. So that's why this name becomes important. Let's take a look. Recently, Tamandua, Tamandua, Tamandua of Piripura tribe. Piripura tribe has been found. He is one of the last three individuals of Piripura tribe surviving in the wild. Real Tarzan surviving in the wild. They are located in, this tribe is located in Mato Grosso plateau of Brazil. Okay, so that's why also it's in the news. This person, okay, he's the other one. They're healthy, nice. Huh? Yes, one more reason why it's in the news. Okay, it's because of the dolphin. It's called as Amazon River dolphin. Also called as pink river dolphin because it is pink in color. And this pink color is not because of algae. Huh? Wherever you see pink, don't say algae. Okay, it will be thrown out. Pink river dolphin, also called as Hoto, Hoto, Hoto dolphin. It is the largest river dolphin. Largest river dolphin that lives only in fresh water. Only in fresh water. Like a bracket you can write down. In India, we have Irrawaddy dolphin in Chilika Lake. That is in brackish water. In India, we have Irrawaddy dolphin. That is in brackish water, means a water which is between salt and sweet. Huh? So brackish water. Irrawaddy. Irrawady. It is present in Amazon and Orinoco. Present in the Amazon and Orinoco. Now, why it is in the news? Because here there's a river called as Tifi River. TEFE. It's in Amazon. It is one of the tributaries of Amazon. This river has dried up and the dolphins have died. Again, we can attribute it to climate change and the deforestation in this region. Right on. Lake Tifi, TEFE. Lake Tifi along the river Tifi, which is the tributary of Amazon, is drying up. And because of which hundreds of dolphins have died. That's of dolphins have died. So this is about the Amazon River and the current updates of the Amazon River. Okay. So when you're making a notes, you can leave enough space here. You can make this as a master copy. In future, again, when you'll be having updates, you can add it here. Right. The issues will more or less remain the same. Okay. So next river is the Parana River. Parana. Parana River. It's the second longest river. It drains into Rio de la Plata. Now look at this bay here. So this is where the river is draining. You have two important cities here, Montevideo and Buenos Aires. And you have a river, right? So you can enter into the sea, and then from sea you can enter into the river, and then you'll be having communication. So it will be helping in navigation. Okay, this part around. Okay, it is navigable. So that's why it's helping in the exports and imports of this region. Okay. You can write down the Rio de la Plata. Has two important cities. Buenos Aires, the capital of Argentina, and Montevideo, the capital of Uruguay. The navigability of the river has converted this region into trade hub. So rivers are done here. The rest of the rivers you can Orinoco also will discuss next. Orinoco River. Major part of the river is in Venezuela. Venezuela. The Angel Waterfalls, ANGL, world's highest waterfall, around 979 meters. Is located on CARRAO. Caro River, which is a tributary of Orinoco. It's in Guyana Highlands. This waterfall is in Guyana Highlands. If you want, you can draw. So this is the Orinoco River. So here you have the Guyana Highlands. And you have the tributary of Orinoco from here, okay, in which you have this Angel Falls. And this region is in the news because beside Venezuela in Guyana, you have a region called as Essequibo, which is in conflict. And that's why it is important. I can draw this. And then one more point. Done. The mouth of Orinoco. Mouth of Orinoco is extremely rich in oil. Extremely rich in oil. Just beside this mouth, you have a lake called as Lake Maracaibo. This lake is important here. This Lake Maracaibo is also rich in oil. Both are located in Venezuela. Lake Maracaibo is also extremely rich in oil. In fact, oil floats on this lake. It is that rich. And Venezuela has 1/5 of the world's oil reserves. Venezuela has 1/5 of the oil reserves. The Orinoco Basin also has tropical grasslands. Tropical grasslands called as llanos. Tropical grasslands called as llanos. Now see, Venezuela as a country, see, 1/5 of the oil. It's not that it has difficult terrain. You have the plain area also. You have the coast also. Okay, if you have a plain area, grasslands, you can produce food also. Again, in this region, water is not a problem at all. You have river, you have high rainfall. It has everything. But still, it is one of the world's poorest countries. Right? Okay, you're seeing the Persian Gulf countries, just because of oil, they have become so rich. But despite having 1/5 of the world's oil, it's still poor. Okay, that's why previously in 2021, I guess, so there was a question in the mains. The price of the oil is political. I gave this question in the notes also. The price of the oil is political and not determined by the market. But despite having so much of oil, it should become rich. Okay, but still it's a bit poor country. It is suffering from hyperinflation, unemployment problem. Okay, these are the problems. Because US has been imposing sanctions. So India can go and buy oil from here, right? But USA will be saying no. And India has independent foreign policy. Okay. So in this context, it becomes important. So despite, again, you can give this example in resource curse. You can link such kind of things with various other things also which can come in the examination. Resource curse, a perfect example of resource curse. It has grasslands, water, demographic dividend, which population is also there, young population is there, educated, unlike UP. or Rajasthan? Demographic dividend. Okay. 20% of world soil. Okay. Excellent sea coast. Etc. It is still poor. Still poor. Suffering from the problems such as hyperinflation, unemployment, and conflicts. So this is about Orinoco. Okay.
Unemployment and what?
What?
What was the last word you said? Unemployment and?
Unemployment and conflicts. Yeah, most often you'll not be hearing the word conflicts, right? If I say, conflict is there in Manipur, you'll say, what? I didn't hear Manipur, huh? So we turn a blind eye to the conflicts. So other rivers you can ignore. Now, okay, we'll be going through the mountain ranges. First, you write about the Andes. Andes mountain range. It is created due to subduction of which plate? On this side, we have which plate? Nazca plate. Subduction of Nazca plate below the South American plate. It is a young fold mountain. Young fold mountain. And it has numerous volcanic peaks. Volcanic peaks. Example, you have Mount Aconcagua. Mount Aconcagua is located somewhere here. You have marked it in the notes also earlier. Okay, Mount Aconcagua. It is the highest mountain outside Himalayas. Highest mountain outside Himalayas. Of course, highest in South America. That you don't have right. Okay, it's but obvious, right? Located on Chile-Argentina border. Located on Argentina-Chile border. And it's an extinct volcano. And somewhere here you have Mount Ojas del Salados. Ojas del Salados. It's also in the Andes. Again on Argentina-Chile border. Argentina-Chile border. It's the highest active volcano in the world. Highest active volcano in the world. So rest of the things about the Andes mountain, okay, you have written in your class notes. I'll not be dictating that. Okay, like they have been formed because of the accretionary wedge. Okay, it's a melange which is created with a mixture of the volcanic islands and the sedimentary accretionary matter which has been accumulated from the ocean. So when the Nazca plate is undergoing subduction, all this chaotic matter, it has been plastered against the continent, and you have this Andean mountains. It is also created. It is created due to the same fashion by which the Rockies are also created. So Rockies and Andes, okay, both will be having same continuity. They're located on the Pacific Ring of Fire. Basically, it's the same mountain. In North America, it is called as the Andes, and South America, it is called as Andes. But if you see North America, the Rockies are quite large, but the Andes are quite narrow because it has got to do with the way in which the subduction is taking place. The subduction is taking place like this. Okay. No, you're not having a dip here. So this is the continental crust and this is the oceanic crust. Whereas the Nazca plate is undergoing subduction like this. And on this side, you have this South America. So this is South America and this is North America. So because of this subduction, because it is very gradual, so that's why the mountains are spread over a larger area, whereas here the mountains are on a narrow strip because the subduction is quite steep. Okay. I'll dictate one sentence, later on you can draw the diagram. I don't. The Andes are the continuation of Rockies in South America. Continuation of Rockies in South America. Unlike the Rockies, the Andes are narrow. Andes are narrow because the Nazca plate has steep subduction. Nazca plate has steep subduction. Now let's come to this part. Okay. On the eastern side, so you have this Brazilian highlands. So I told you that is a shield region. Shield region means once upon a time it is a batholith. Okay, it was the basement rock of the mountains. The mountains above this have been eroded, and this basement rock has been exposed outside. Okay, so that is how these Brazilian highlands have been created. And much of the Brazilian highlands, since it is very old, it was like 3.5 billion years old. Much of the part has been eroded. So once all the silica has been eroded, what will be remaining back is the metalliferous minerals. But that's why this region is extremely rich in minerals. Okay, so here you have a state in the Brazil called as Minas Gerais. Okay, it's extremely rich in iron ore, and one of the important famous mines in this region is mine Itabira. Like in India में सिंहभूम वगैरह इतना बोलते हैं ना, so the same fashion you have mine called as Itabira mines. It's in the state of Minas Gerais. I know. The Brazilian highland is exposed shield, exposed batholith, also called as the shield region. Bracket you can write, it is around 3.5 billion years old. And the shield regions are rich in mineral deposits. in the state of Minas, Minas, Minas Gerais, Gerais. The Itabira mines are famous for the iron ore. So whenever you get such kind of map, now you should be automatically drawing the region. See, drawing South America is not too difficult. Look at, make a triangle, make a tree like this. Gone. Here you can look at the Brazilian highlands, and here you can look at Itabira mines. Do it. By default, you should be doing this. As far as possible, okay, try drawing the maps. And who is the world's largest producer of coffee in the world? How do you know? Because we are discussing about Brazil, right? Better. World's largest producer of coffee is Brazil. And for coffee production, it requires a little bit of cool climate also. It requires high rainfall, cool climate. And Brazilian highlands, provide ideal climatic conditions. Brazilian highlands are ideal for coffee, sugarcane, and other plantation agriculture. And look here carefully, everyone on the board. See, this Brazilian highlands, this is a shield region, right? Shield region. Means once upon a time, it had a very large mountain because this was a basement rock. When this mountain was eroded, the debris of the mountain will be falling here. If you have a mountain, if the mountain is getting eroded, the mountain becomes small. Beside this mountain, you'll be having all the debris. So that plateau, okay, we have used the word called as Piedmont Plateau. So that plateau is nothing but Mato Grasso. The Mato Grasso also will be rich in minerals because whatever has been eroded from this large mountain will be deposited there. So mostly you'll be having, okay, the limestone deposits over here and some minerals like copper, okay, lead, zinc. So such kind of minerals will be having. For example, Rajasthan is known for what? Marble. What is marble? Metamorphosed form of limestone, right? So the four mountains, they are made up of what? Sedimentary rocks of marine origin. And when you are taking sediments from the ocean, you'll be having a lot of calcium carbonate also in that, right? So that's why wherever you'll be having fold mountains, in those fold mountains, you'll also have like around 30% of calcium carbonate. So that's why when the mountain will be eroded, the calcium carbonate will deposit it here. If it undergoes metamorphosis, it will be converted into marble. Okay. Next, write down Mato Grasso. It is an ancient erosional plateau. Is part of Brazilian highlands. It acts as a divide between Amazon basin in the north and south, which area you have? Parana river you have. And what is the major tributary of Parana here? Paraguay. Okay. So Amazon in the north and Paraguay in the south. It has a mixture of grassland and woodland. Grasslands and woodlands. Okay. Next is Guyana Highlands. Here, this part. Guyana Highlands. They are the extension of Brazilian Highlands. Brazilian Highlands. Now look at the map and tell me, okay, who has separated them from Brazilian Highlands? What is there in between? Amazon River. Okay. So the Amazon River, because of the dissection, because of the cutting of the Amazon River, it has been separated. Okay, they are part of Brazilian Highlands, dissected by, geography uses the word dissected by the Amazon River. Within Guyana Highlands, there are Pacarama Mountains, P-A-C-A-R-A-I-M-A, Pacarama Mountains. These mountains divide the Orinoco Basin and the Amazon Basin. And these you should be knowing because of Essequibo region, the conflicted region between Venezuela and Guyana. So that's why you should know. Okay, this in detail, little bit in detail. Okay. And any other region is remaining? Okay, you can write about this. Grand Chaco. Here in this region, we have Grand Chaco. Okay, before this, you can write one more point. The place where you have written Brazilian Highlands now. Okay, in this part of the Brazilian Highlands, you have a temperate grassland called as Campos. You can mark it also. And the north of or northwestern part of Brazilian Highlands. Okay, Campos there. The northeastern part of Brazilian Highlands, a tropical grassland called as Campos. So remember there are two tropical grasslands in South America. One is Campos, other one is Llanos. The margins you can write about Llanos also. The Llanos is in Orinoco Basin. Huh? The Campos is in low-lying part of Brazilian Highlands. In Atlas also you can mark this if you have Atlas beside you. And when you're writing all these things, open the South America physical map beside you and keep marking. Done? Next, Grand Chaco. Grand Chaco. It's a semi-arid lowland Because it is in between the continent, because of continentality, it will not be having enough rainfall. That's what it's semi-arid. The semi-arid lowland located between the Paraguay River and the Andes. Unless if they are saying that it is located between Andes and the Brazilian highlands, that's also fine. Or located between Andes and Brazilian highlands, that's also fine. It was well forested. But due to expansion of agriculture, it has become the most deforested land. Grand Chaco literally means axe cutter. Axe cutter means here the trees are so hard that if you're taking an axe and cutting the trees, the axe will cut off. That's what it's called, the axe cutter. Because bracket you can write, it has hardwood trees. So next here you have a temperate grassland called as pampas. Serious editing, pampas. It is a temperate grassland extremely rich in agriculture. Extremely rich in agriculture. Especially for beef. Because your population pressure on land is less. And secondly, agricultural force is also less. So when the demand is less and agricultural labor also less in availability, you won't be going into grain production. So क्या करोगे? बस you'll have some guide buffaloes and all, वो चढ़ के आ जाएंगे. बस okay. Less work will be there. If you have animal husbandry, work is less. If you have husband, then also work is less. Okay. That's why it's called animal husbandry, na? So next you have Patagonia. So this part is called as Patagonia. So Patagonia is also called as a desert. Patagonia desert B, it's called. So why it is a desert? Because the height of the Andes here, is around like 6 kilometers. And in this region, you have the westerlies winds. Now, do you think the westerlies will be able to cross and give rainfall here? So they become the leeward side. So on the leeward side, it will be having very less rainfall. That's why Patagonia has tried. That's why it has become a desert. Patagonia is a desert because of extreme low rainfall. Extreme low rainfall. It is made up of basalt. This Patagonia plateau is made up of the basalt. It's be having a lot of basaltic flows, just like Deccan Plateau. Okay, you have basalt, you also have basalt. Now, okay, when you have very low rainfall, okay, the agriculture type which is being followed here, because you'll be having some grass here and there, so you'll be mostly into animal rearing. The occupation here is sheep farming. And it's the world's largest sheep farming area. It's the world's largest sheep farming areas. This is world's largest. Because Australia, okay, they are industrialized, well, okay, developed. If at all they'll be having sheep, okay, in Australia it will be at the corporate level. But here individual farmers will also take up because they're comparatively poor. That's why it becomes the largest. And also, okay, now if you're comparing agriculture and animal husbandry will be requiring less water. And sheep can survive in dry conditions also as compared to the goats. So, okay, the government of Telangana, when the previous government was there, okay, whosoever is asking for sheep now, the government used to give a lot of cattle. It has encouraged a lot of sheep farming. So that has increased the economic status of the people also, because it will help in inclusive development. Because within 6 to 7 months they will get mature, and afterwards the farmer will have liquid money, at least 5 to 10,000 rupees. Okay, they'll be selling one unit. So that is how it will be empowering the population in the dry regions of India. Okay. You can also add this to Indian geography also. So almost all the regions are done here. Bolivian plateau. Okay, I'll come in Andes only. I'll discuss there on Andes. Let's talk about deserts here. So this is a trade wind desert or hot desert. So this is called as Atacama Desert, or also Chilean Desert. Chilean Desert. And on the other side, okay, you have the very high mountain range called as Andes is located. So therefore, okay, it is on the leeward side of the Andes. And which winds you have in this region? In this region, you have the trade winds. So these are the trade winds. The firstly here the trade winds are offshore. And over that, do you think these trade winds, if at all they'll be carrying any moisture, do you think they'll be able to cross Andes and give rainfall here? No. So within the desert, okay, you have a place called as Arica here. You have a place called as Arica. It is the world's most driest region. World's most driest. And these are the trade winds. Dot is diagram. So you're not just doing mapping here. Okay, you're doing a little bit of the geography also. Are you able to understand at the end? Little bit. Studied before? NCRTs. Of course, you know the reasons for the desert. But here, one more extra reason is there. So you can write all the reasons for the desert, right? So it is even drier than other deserts. It is even drier than other deserts due to the rain shadow effect. Rain shadow effect of the Andes. And Atacama Desert is rich in the copper deposits. Almost 50% of the copper is found here. 50. World scope. We thought Rajasthan. India's 50% is found in Rajasthan. But अभी धीरे धीरे खत्म हो रहा है. In the same region, okay, you can see a lake here between Bolivia and Peru. You see a lake here? This is called as Lake Titicaca. Between Bolivia and Peru. Lake Titicaca is located. It is the largest lake in South America. And world's highest navigable lake. World's highest navigable lake. The height is 3812 meters. 3812. Recently, it's in the news because it's drying up. Because UPSC has been focusing on the lakes which are drying up. It's in the news because it is drying up. Paraguay desert कहाँ पे? Who found it? Patagonia, yeah, drier. You're saying that why this is more drier than this, you're saying? Because the tropical region, you have the effect of the trade winds. Here you have westerlies. And because of the maritime influence here, okay, थोड़ा बहुत rainfall मिल ही जाता है. And moreover, evaporation नहीं है ना यहाँ पे. यहाँ पे evaporation है because it's a tropical region. थोड़ा बहुत भी पानी गिर गया. Let's talk about important islands in this region. Islands. Off the coast of Ecuador, you have an island called as Galapagos. Islands. Galapagos. Okay. Firstly, it is famous for Charles Darwin. Charles Darwin theory of evolution. Now, why Charles Darwin has chosen this island? He could have chosen any of the UK islands, right? It is right on the equator, right over the equator. Island is right over the equator. Therefore, biodiversity is high. So Charles Darwin, okay, he was a medical practitioner. belonged to a very rich family. He got interested in evolution. Then he realized that in UK there is very less diversity. तो सोचा कि यहाँ पे जाएंगे, okay? Tropical regions. He could have gone to Amazon also, right? Amazon also has very high biodiversity. But he had chosen an island. Because in island, okay, there's a less possibility of migration of the animals. Okay. So for example, okay, you have a reptile or a mammal which is found here. Most probably it has been evolved here only. Okay, if he's studying some animals in Amazon, it could have come from anywhere, na? If he's finding the fossils in the Amazon, it could have evolved anywhere in Siberia also. Okay, when the continents were together, those animals might have migrated. So that's the reason why he has chosen the island. Okay, and he had a very unique experiment of finding. Okay, like he used to eat all the animals and find out the texture. For example, okay, you had ever had crocodile? Anyone? Crocodile खाया तो चिकन और फिश के बीच में होता है उसका टेस्ट. Okay, फिश का जो टेक्सचर है, चिकन का जो टेक्सचर है. So that is how we used to find out. Okay, खा खा के पता लगाता था. Okay, अच्छा इसका टेक्सचर ऐसा है, तो it must have been evolved from here. Okay, so he's a complete vegan. You have one more island here called as Falkland Island. It's also called as Islas Malvinas. One is a Spanish name, other is an English name. It has two islands here. One is east and one is west. Islas Malvinas, also called as Falkland Islands. Now, during the Cold War time period, okay, it was very contentious island. Means everyone wanted this island. Okay, especially the capitalist parts, because South America is socialist communist. So if they want to wage a war, they require a base. So that's why there was fight for Falkland Island. But now this island is with UK. There was a conflict between Argentina and UK. The UK ने conduct किया what referendum. Then इन्होंने सीधा सीधा बोल दिया कि भाई हम तो जिसके पास पैसे है उनके साथ ही जाएंगे. So that's why UK has become the winner. Now it is with UK. It was conflicted territory between the UK and Argentina. And in the referendum, UK won. The UK अपने पास का island संभाल नहीं रहा है. Okay, and is coming and I think island which was just beside it. It's saying that I'll go and join Norway. Huh? Then here you have one more island called as Sandwich Island. Sandwich Island. This island is created because of a trench here. Here you have a trench called as South Sandwich Trench. And the name of the plate here is, here you have a plate, small plate called as Scotia plate. The Atlantic Ocean has very less trenches, and one of the three trenches in Atlantic is this. Only three trenches is as Atlantic. Huh? This is South Sandwich Trench. Scotia is the plate. Scotia is the plate. South Sandwich is the trench. And this trench has a speciality. This trench has swollen mantle. So here the mantle is swollen. The mantle should be at least 35 kilometers deep. But here you have swollen mantle. because of which the mantle is exposed a little bit outside. So this will help you in studying the mantle, because you can't dig a bore which is 35 kilometers deep. You can go keep digging inside. So that's why it becomes important. You can just write it has a swollen trench. It's just like if you're cutting a layer of the skin, the flesh inside, because of the inflammation, it swells out, just like that. Yeah. Now here you have a southernmost island called as Tierra del Fuego. Okay, you can see a passage here. The south of this passage is an island called as Tierra del Fuego. In Atlas also you can mark Tierra del Fuego. It is shared between Chile and Argentina. Okay. Now you will see two important passages here. See, because of excessive speed of the westerlies here, okay, you have like roaring 40s, furious 50s, okay, the wind speed is high, and this is called as the Drake's passage. So if you want to navigate between, say, okay, the Brazil to the Chile, so these waters are very stormy. Okay, the ship may topple also. So that's why you'll not be crossing through Drake's passage. So in between you have two passages called as Beagle Channel and Magellan Passage. So these two are passing in between these islands. That's why, or they'll be giving a safe passage, alternate to the Drake's passage. You'll find them in the atlas also. I can write down. The Magellan and Drake's Pass, the Magellan and Beagle Channel. The Magellan and Beagle Channel provide an alternate route. Provide an alternate to the Drake's Passage. Drake's Passage is extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous because of the stormy waters. Stormy waters. Okay. Let's talk about the lithium triangle. I'll give a heading, lithium triangle, and draw this map, very important. The news is India has recently acquired the rights to mine the lithium mines in Argentina. That's the news. Lithium triangle. And these three names also become important. So in Bolivia, you have a lake called as Salar de Uyuni. On this side, you have a lake called as Salar de Atacama. This is in Chile. In Chile, you have a desert called as Atacama also. Okay. On this side, on the Argentina side, you have Salar de Polaris. Draw these. I hope all of you are drawing the maps. Very important. Lazy people. The lithium triangle has 50% of 50. Sometimes 50 to 60 also. Okay. Percentage of world's lithium. World's lithium. Bolivia itself has around 30 to 35 percentage. 30 to 35 percentage. In Bolivia, which lake you have? Okay, Salar de Uyuni. The Salar de Uyuni is the richest resource of lithium. Now, Salar de Uyuni is actually a salt lake. Okay. See, if you look at the formation of the fold, see, this is located in the Andes. Andes are the fold mountains. And these fold mountains are formed because of the sedimentary rocks of marine origin. They have been uplifted. So, basically, part of the seawater also has been uplifted. Now, once it is uplifted over a period of time, because of the evaporation, we have salt flats created here. Okay. So below there's a salt flat. Okay. Over this, if we have water, it looks like a mirror. So this is also world's largest natural mirror. Right? Salar de Uyuni is also called as world's largest natural mirror. The lithium is found in the salt lakes, that is the brine solution. Found in the salt lakes, that is the brine solution. See, you have studied the salinity of the oceans. You have sodium, you have potassium, which are found in high quantity, right? If you're finding these two, since okay, the elements of the periodic table, same column, will be having same property. That's why along this with this, lithium is also found, but lithium is found in less quantity. Okay, you can write. If you are aware of the periodic table, then so the lithium is found along with the sodium and potassium. Sodium and potassium. In bracket you can write, since lithium is scarce and expensive, in future it will be replaced by sodium. Which is found in abundance. नमक से मिल जाएगा सोडियम. Are you buying a chips packet? उसमें भी high sodium मिल जाएगा, right? Any of the okay, food which you get in the packets, you get a very high amount of sodium there. Now, since you're studying lithium, okay, you also have this rare earth metals. Okay, this Scandinavian series is also called as rare earth metal, but they have a very high application in the electronics industry. Now, India is very scarce in such kind of metals because most of the monopoly is by China. The China has a monopoly, okay, be it lithium or be it the rare earth metals. The China is not just mining these rare earth metals within its territory, but China has got acquired mines in Africa also. So in Africa, there's a fight for all these minerals. The China and USA, okay, both were the competitors, but now China has taken over because USA does not have that much amount of money. Okay, it cannot give so much debts as China is giving, and China is funding a lot of militias also here in Africa. So that's why the China has a monopoly over this rare earth metals and the lithium. Okay, the elements like lithium. Now these are very important for your electronics industry and future technologies, right? So what did it do? The USA has come up with something called as MSP. It's not minimum support price, which the farmers never get. It is ambitious, okay, whatever is written here. Now, India is also planning to join this, okay, but they are not letting India to join. That's why India has formed something called as this. Okay, basically, okay, Kabil is called as Kabil. Written somewhere? Oh. Okay, some kind of Sanskrit name should come. Uske pehle kuch bhi dal do. Okay, it doesn't matter. So India has formed an autonomous body called as Kabil. The Kabil ka kaam kya hoga? It will be acquiring such kind of mines in the other countries. And recently, what is in the news? India has acquired mines in Argentina. 5 mines in Argentina. Who will mine it? Right? Friends. Right. Okay. This is the entire context here. We'll write here written lithium, na? Okay. News, likho, and background we will write. The news is India acquired rights to mine 5 lithium blocks. Five lithium blocks in Argentina. And the province name in Argentina is Catamaria. CATA. Maria. MARA. Okay. The China has monopoly over the rare earths, and also the minerals like or the elements like lithium. Which are very important for future technology industry. I'm not just saying electrical, future technology industry. In the bracket right now, 70 to 80%, China has monopoly. China also has acquired. China has acquired numerous mines in Africa and acquired mining rights in Australia also. Acquired mining rights in Australia also. Next, write about this MSP. You can write as it is, whatever is there. MSP. And India is not finding a place in MSP. India is not finding place in MSP. They're not joining India. Because why they will join India? Neither do have any minds. Not technology है. कुछ नहीं है. क्यों join करेंगे? Right? They don't want a free rider. Therefore, the government of India has created an autonomous body called as Kabil. खनिज फाइन. Actually, this Videsh, चलो बंगाली में विदेश बोलते हैं फाइन. India Limited. Basically, Kabil has come there. Okay. When you guys become collector, you'll also be called as IAS, Indian Acronym Service. You'll have to gain a lot of expertise in creating such kind of acronyms. Then you'll be rewarded. You can be made the foreign minister or railway minister if you have a lot of expertise in creating acronyms. Cabinet minister also can be. So what is the job of this? You can write down. So these kind of things you'll be reading in current affairs only. You'll not study them as a part of any subject as such. But try to link. See, one is belonging to international, one is belonging to chemistry, one is belonging to geography. And whenever UPSC frames a statement, it will be framing, okay, 4 statements from 4 different subjects. So that's why the questions become complicated. You can't just say that it's belonging to like, particular subject. Then so next, which is in the news. Okay, this is the Catamaria province. Okay, it's on that side only, obviously, wherever you're drawn that lake. Next is Pantanal wetlands. It's located between three countries: Bolivia, Brazil, Paraguay. Pantanal wetlands. In Atlas, you'll not find. Now we'll add a geostrategic angle to it. Okay. Earlier it was a frontier, right? Earlier it was a frontier. Frontier means inaccessible part. Boundary was not decided then. But now the boundaries have been created. See, such kind of, it's in the news because less than 5% of this, wetlands are protected. The population is increasing. Because of increasing population, require more land, more grazing land required, more agricultural land required. So gradually be encroaching into this region. And because of which it will be undergoing severe degradation. Okay. And why we should be protecting it? Because it has highest jaguar population in the world. Okay. It has highest crocodile concentration in the world. Also, okay, you have this, largest leaf, okay, water lily, etc. You call it. You have this in the world. So that's why for all these reasons, it should be protected. Right on. It should be check once. Less than 5%, less than 5% of these wetlands are under protection. And it is undergoing fast degradation. Fast degradation because of expansion of agriculture, pastoral land, and growing population. It has largest concentration of crocodiles in the world. Largest concentration of crocodiles in the world. Highest density of jaguars. Jaguars. It is also UNESCO World Heritage Site. UNESCO World Heritage Site. It's a Ramsar site. It's a Ramsar site. change the para, and such kind of transboundary natural landscape is difficult to protect. Difficult to protect. So we have such kind of incidents between India and Bhutan. Okay, you have two. Okay, such wildlife sanctuaries. Okay, they are national parks also, and the biosphere is also. They are spanning across India and Bhutan. So because of the poaching, because of cross-border terrorism and cross-border poachers, it becomes very difficult to protect such kind of transboundary natural landscapes. Okay. The next one is very important. You see, you have Guyana here, and eastern part of Guyana is called as Essequibo region, and Venezuela is claiming these rights. See, right now, okay, the Venezuela, okay, is severe stress. Okay. Okay, you have the president, okay, on which there is a lot of pressure to reduce the unemployment, economic crisis. Now, whenever you have such kind of crisis, okay, your leadership is under threat. What you have to do? Go for war. Okay. So this is one of the reasons why he's claiming this Essequibo region. And between these two, you have Guyana Highlands. So obviously, if you have this Guyana, the eastern part of Guyana, especially the people of the hilly region, they'll be having different ethnicity. So there is some diversity or distinguishness here. So because of which, okay, it becomes easy to separate them from the rest. So that's why this region is important. Okay, you can mark this Essequibo. So whenever they'll be going to conflict, they'll be saying that पुराने जमाने में हमारे राजा थे, बहुत शक्तिशाली हुआ करते थे, हाँ, उन लोगों ने पूरा यहाँ तक राज किया था, अभी this land belongs to us. At that time it was on a अखंड Venezuela था, like that. So they'll be laying such kind of claims. But previously, किसने जाके like whatever has done, you think is it valid today? That also we have to think. Like China is also saying the same thing. When it's occupying the territories there, once upon a time, our dynasty, King dynasty was there. It is to use, it is to rule on all these lands. That's why today they belong to us. Russian, like they also saying the same thing. When Tsar was there, he used to rule the entire world. Then Ottoman Empire bhi bola tha. Persian Empire also said the same thing. India is also everyone says the same thing. Then what you have to do? You have to go and occupy other planet, na? Mars jao, Jupiter jao, right? There's a limited space on Earth, right? If somebody is laying such kind of claims, you say somebody is saying that we'll go and occupy, okay, be okay. That means your leadership is under crisis. People are questioning you a lot. You can be dethroned at any time. This will come soon. I'm telling you the future. Okay. Right. What will write? Okay. The Venezuela is claiming the mineral rich region or the oil rich region. Oil rich region of Guyana called as Essequibo. And if you're getting confused in examination, what they'll be asking, okay, they'll be giving conflicted regions and countries. Essequibo, okay, for example, South Kordofan, the Darfur or Ossetia. So any kind of name which is sounding very melodic in nature. So mostly it will be belonging to South America. If you can't even pronounce the name, that means it belongs to China or Japan. Okay. So that way, if you don't know anything, at least use this technique. You'll be able to figure out something. Next, one more region. Okay, you see here, you have a lake here. This lake is fed by glaciers. Okay. And you have a bank here. This is nothing but a dam. And so dam is created by the glacial deposits. Okay. So this is nothing but a moraine. Now, because of the climate change, right? Now, more glaciers are melting. What will happen? Lake will be filled, dam will be broken. The dam will be broken. What will happen? Population will decrease. If you're having a city below it, for example, it is at the mouth of some river. So if we have a big city over there, it will be flushed out. Whenever the dam breaks, this is called as glacial lake outburst flow, GLOF. You have a diagram also for this, something of this sort. If you want to draw, you can draw, or else I'll dictate. You draw this. So here, a retreating glacier, the glacier should go back. Observe it carefully. Moraine is glacial deposit. This moraine is glacial deposit. This is nothing but dam, moraine dam. So India also has so many such kind of glacial lakes in Himalayas. If they break, and we have so many important cities along the river banks, that's why Rajasthan does not have rivers. Lucky people. And on this, I don't. Lake Palka Kocha is a glacial lake is a glacial lake in the Peruvian Andes. In Peruvian Andes. Because of a retreating of glaciers, because of the retreating of the glaciers, it may undergo GLOF. GLOF. That is glacial lake outburst flood. Okay. See, between Panama and Colombia, there is this donkey route here. So if you want to escape, okay, recently there has been an issue, right? A lot of Gujaratis, okay, they have been fleeing India. They can't directly go to the US. As if first they go to South America, and from there, across all these countries, they have to go to North America. So while they were crossing, okay, there were numerous deaths here in this region. And this forest region between Colombia and Panama is called as Darien National Park. Okay. Can I write on this? Between Colombia and Panama. The forest called as Darien National Park, DARIEN, Darien National Park, access donkey route. Donkey route. Just, I guess, I have covered all in South America. If you come across anything, if I'm missing something, you can let me know. Some cliche points, I guess, I have missed. I tell the most important ones, which has a high probability of asking them in examination. I guess I've covered them all. Okay. So this is about South America. Okay, the fifth video, and then tomorrow we'll be doing North America, and you have Asia also. And Asia, I guess, I don't know. We'll be having 2-3 videos, I guess. A lot of things is there. Anything around India, I will not discuss much, because anyways that will be doing as a part of India and neighbors in observations. You'll do the rest of the regions. We'll be discussing in detail. Okay. See. Huh? Asia, yeah. Our continent's name is Asia. Asia, acha, Asia. You finish off this and afterwards we'll do Asia. This is North America. It is the third largest continent. In terms of area. Population is around 58 crore. 58 crore. This is including Central America. Including Central America and Caribbean. Population of Canada is around 4 crore. USA is around 34 crore. Mexico is around 13 crore. 13. So these are the major populous countries here. If we talk about the population dynamics of North America, okay, the North America is growing at a rate of a growth rate, annual growth rate is 0.5 percentage. 0.5 percentage. But much of it is contributed by the Mexico. Now, Europe is developed, USA is developed. Okay, but USA is not plunging into the human resource crisis, whereas Europe is plunging into human resource crisis. If you have opened today's Hindu newspaper, you must have seen that even in EU, the far right is gaining majority. Must have seen
Sir,
that.
you are not visible.
Virtual camera off. Why is it so? Yes, Anusha, you can answer. Why the USA is not plunging into any human resource crisis? Huh? See, the Europe is becoming protectionist. Okay, other than UK, if you have to go to any European country, you need to know that language. In Canada and USA, okay, we have the familiarity of English, and moreover, there's always very high competition for US and Canada. So whenever it feels that, okay, it requires human resources, it will open the gates. Okay, whenever it feels that, okay, the population is more, it will close the gates. But because of the consistent demand, okay, it's able to maintain its population. It will not plunge into human resource deficit like that of the Germany or like Japan. Okay, the population policies, bracket connect immigration. Population policies of USA and also Canada helped it to maintain the population and despite being in the post-growth phase, a post-developed phase, it will not plunge into labor shortage. Next point. Because of selective migration policies, it has young and quality population. Now, if you guys want to go to US, it's a golden opportunity because the age is on your side. एक बार 5 साल 10 साल हो गए ना, उसके बाद अप्लाई करोगे, आने नहीं देंगे. They will not encourage you, right? Because they want young working population, not an aged population, because they want to keep their demographics young. They want working population. They don't want to end up like Germany or Japan, okay, which has a lot of aging population. Okay? So this is about the population dynamics. Now draw the map of USA and draw all the physical features. So these are some of the important features. Ron? So you have numerous mountain ranges on the western side. Okay. They're all called as Western Cordilleras. Cordilleras. Western Cordilleras. Cordilleras. Cordillera in Spanish means mountains. So whenever any fold mountain is formed, for example, okay, have our own Northern Mountain Complex. It has various ranges. Does it have a single range? No. You have Shivaliks, Middle Himalayas, Great Himalayas, Janskar, Ladakh. No. What do different ranges in a mountain system indicate? Huh? Different? Now, if you're having too many ranges, they indicate that they have been uplifted during different time periods. And secondly, in a geosyncline, if you're having too much of compression, then also you'll have too many different ranges. Two reasons can be. Okay. The Western Cordillera are parallel mountain ranges. Parallel mountain ranges running from the Alaska to the Andes. Numerous mountain ranges indicate that they have been uplifted during different time periods. During different time periods. The important one is the Rockies. Next point. The Rockies are young fold mountains. Formed during 80 to 55 million years. The extension of Rockies into Mexico is called as the Sierra Madre. Sierra Madre. Next point. The Alaskan mountains consist of the Brooks Range, the Alaskan Range, and the Aleutian Islands. So Aleutian Island is, you can bracket, you can write down, it is volcanic archipelago. Volcanic archipelago. Next point. Mount Denali, Denali, is the highest peak. Highest peak. Sierra Nevada. Is asymmetrical range divided into numerous branches. Divided into numerous branches in Mexico. So this is about the Rockies here. This is on Colorado Plateau. So this is called as Colombian Snake River Plateau. Because just beside this region, here itself, you have Yellowstone National Park. So the Yellowstone National Park is a hotspot. So because of this hotspot, the basaltic eruptions has created the Colombian Snake River Plateau. Okay, make this correction. It's not Colombia. Okay, it is sorry. Colombian Snake River. Did I write Colorado earlier? Sorry. Colombian, write down. Colombian Snake River Plateau. It is created due to basaltic eruptions from the hotspot that is Yellowstone National Park. Now look at the Great Basin here. The Great Basin is extremely dry because you have Rockies on this side, and on this side you have the Cascade Range. Cascade. In between you have an intermountain plateau called as Sierra Nevada. You have drawn this earlier, I guess, right? This is the Cascade Range. The region between these is called as Great Basin. So none of the winds will be able to give rainfall, as for the Great Basin is extremely dry. I know. You can draw this also. You can draw this diagram. So since you're doing map pointing, I've been covering all the locations. You'll be having films in next 4-5 days, after 4-5 days. You can look at the question paper, not even a single question will you miss. That's it, you have to study. I think it's manageable, this information, or you're feeling that now there's too many locations. Too many. IAS Laddu, Ek Tirupati Laddu. You stand in line, you will get. Huh? Huh. Earlier, Rockies were not this high now. Rockies have been forming. Okay. Now also they're in the stage of formation. They haven't been accumulated much. And moreover, when you have a hotspot, the magma or the lava can spread thousands of kilometers. The rest of the basaltic reference have been overlain as sedimentary deposits. But this part is still remaining. So that is how you have Colombian Snake River Plateau. I've written something here. I think it has been created by hotspot. That's it. Okay. It is made up of basalt. You have written that. Fine. Next, you write about the Piedmont Plateau on the western side. Sorry, on the eastern side, your Piedmont Plateau. So you have Rockies here. So when you have a mountain, this mountain will be eroded and will be having deposits here. Okay. These deposits will be forming a basement. And this basement is called as the Piedmont Plateau. Okay. It's also called as the Wild West of USA, because most of the population is on the east. So on this strip, everyone look here. Okay, when I'm saying something, why you're looking in the atlas? Huh? Kuch nahi atlas mein. See, most of the population is in the east. This is where the human settlements are. This is where the urban areas are. And here, okay, you have the grasslands. So this is from where the food will be coming. Wheat, corn, okay, wheat or beef. Then after that, okay, you have this area. Because if the wind is coming from here, it won't be causing rainfall in these interiors. Now it is little bit near to the ocean, but again you have mountains. Basically, it's a rain shadow region. It's a dry region of USA. Okay, the population concentration is very less here. So that's why nobody, okay, has a settlement over here. That's what is called as Wild West. But again, you'll be having some grasses here, not grasslands, are very nutritious. Okay, you'll be having some grass, okay, some trees here and there. But this area is very much useful for grazing cattle. Okay, not agriculture, only for grazing. Okay, so you must have heard about the culture of cowboys, right? The cowboys is an area where you have cowboys because these boys, okay, they go take their cows for grazing in this area. Okay. Okay, since it is wild, it is called as wild west. Okay. That's why if you've seen the genre of these movies, of cowboy movies, they're called as what? Western movies bolte na unko. Western movies, if you search the genre, you'll be getting cowboy movies. Okay, it's named after this. You can write down. Huh? Agriculture is here, green part. Huh? This is the delta. They have the rivers here. Mississippi, Missouri, they have rivers here. Not on the coastal side. Okay, they don't have any rivers on this side. Because here also they have mountains. The rivers could not have passed. Okay. Item. The Piedmont Plateau of the Rockies is also called as the Wild West. It is used for grazing cattle. Grazing cattle. So next is Ozark Plateau.
Sir,
Yeah.
won't it be difficult to graze cattle over plateaus? Because how will they reach?
How will they?
How will they reach? Like the
Hmm.
topography isn't.
How will they? What?
No, I'm asking that how will they reach over there because the topography isn't plain, right? So like how will the cattle graze? Won't it be difficult?
Oh, I guess they're happy, right? So this is how the Wild West looks like. You've seen this movie, Brokeback Mountain? So if you look at the Wild West here, what do you think? From there, the US gun culture has come. The US gun culture, it has come from this region only. Some parts are extremely dry, as in some parts, okay, you have some kind of habitation. These parts are extremely dry, especially in the states of Utah and Nevada. These are extremely dry. Here you'll not be finding cattle, but in the greener parts, okay, you'll be finding a lot of cattle here. Now, since it is Wild West, the population concentration is very less here. For your protection, you require guns. Okay, that is from where the gun culture has spread from this region to that region. As for in USA, if you see the place where this Republicans win and the place where the Democrats win, okay, the educated regions, okay, the urbanized parts here, okay, inside California, Seattle on the east, okay, will be having the Democrats. The mid part, where okay, you have this Wild West and the agricultural part. This is where all these Trump supporters are. So this is where all the Republicans come from because okay, they want guns. The Trump kind of people, they encourage gun lobbies. And Trump also promised a lot for the agricultural rural hinterland that will give you subsidies and all. So that's why his support base is coming from here. I thought about educated hai, to fir, okay. So if you look at the voting pattern also in US, इंडिया में उल्टा है. Okay, red states and blue states. This is mostly urbanized part. Okay, where you have the Democrats, and in between you have Republicans. Even these states are supposed to be Republicans. So it is red in between and surrounded by blue. So geography also decides your politics. So next, Ozark Plateau. This is Ozark. It's a shield region. Which is rich in metalliferous minerals. Especially the iron ore. So next you have Appalachians here. These were the four mountains formed. Appalachians were the four mountains formed around 350 million years ago. 350 million years ago. Now it is much eroded. And the rifting in the middle part has created dash deposits. Coal, whenever you are rifting, okay, it has created coal deposits. The Appalachians are rich in coal, right? So you have this extension of these Appalachians in the north. They're called as Laurentian Highlands. US heading Laurentian Highlands. Okay, they are the extension of the Appalachians into Canada. Into Canada. So next you have Canadian Shield here. So this is all Canadian Shield. Surrounding the Hudson Bay, till the Great Lakes of USA. Great Lakes of USA. There is exposed batholith. Exposed batholith, which is rich in minerals. So later on, we'll see the application of all this. Okay, we're connecting the coal-rich region, iron ore-rich region. Basically, right here, it is rich in iron ore, the Canadian Shield. So wherever we'll be having shield regions, now by default, you should be remembering that they're rich in iron ore. Anything left here? Prairies? Prairies again. These are the fertile plains. Fertile plains created by the Mississippi and Missouri River. Mississippi and Missouri River. So one more feature which you'll be seeing in North America. Okay, you have numerous lakes over here. In Canada, if you see, you have numerous lakes. And these are called as the Great Lakes. These are the 5 lakes. These are called as Great Lakes. Now, why does the North American continent has numerous lakes? Because during the Pleistocene Ice Age, this entire region, the 2/3 of the Earth, was covered with 2 to 3 kilometer thick of ice. So when you'll be having ice, you'll be having glaciers also. So these glaciers, okay, glacier is nothing but moving mass of ice. So when the glaciers were moving, they should carry very big boulders, rocks. And these rocks were moving on the surface. They used to scratch and scratch the surface. And depressions were created. And after the Pleistocene, when we have entered into Holocene, ice has melted. So wherever you had these depressions, they have been filled with water. So they're all glacial in origin, including the Great Lake. Okay, the Great Lakes also have tectonic in origin, but also they have glacial origin. Okay, and right, lakes in North America. Lakes in North America. During the Pleistocene Ice Age, during Pleistocene Ice Age, two-thirds of the Earth was covered with two to 3 kilometers of ice. 2 to 3 kilometers of ice. The glaciers have scooped the land surface and they have created numerous depressions. During Holocene, that is due to melting of ice. During Holocene, that is due to melting of ice. These depressions have been filled with water, forming lakes. Let's give us a heading: Great Lakes. Great Lakes. So here the order becomes important. They might be asking you the order of these lakes. And then there was a famous question. Yeah, there's 5 lakes over here. You can remember this way. You know SHM motion, simple harmonic motion. This is S, this is H, and this is M. Feel as if something is hanging in between, right? Simple harmonic motion. Okay. So this is lake Superior. This is lake Huron. This is lake Michigan. And on the Canadian side, okay, you have Lake Ontario. And on this side, you have Lake Erie. So they'll be asking you to arrange from east to west or west to east for this part. So these are the Great Lakes. So here itself we can draw one more thing. So this is St. Lawrence River. Which is ending up in Gulf of Lawrence, which opens in the Atlantic Ocean. Tell me what is the advantage of? Okay. If you start from the England, okay, you can directly come till here. They'll be providing you with seamless navigation. Seamless. They're called as Great Lakes because they are as large as the seas. In terms of surface area, write down the order. Surface area. First is Superior. Next is Huron. Third one is Michigan, SHM. Michigan. Then Erie, Ontario. They form, next point, they form the boundary between the USA and Canada. Except Lake Michigan. Except Lake Michigan. Which is entirely located in USA. Entirely located in USA. Next point, these lakes contain 21% of world's surface fresh water. And Lake Superior is the largest freshwater lake and second largest lake in the world. Second largest lake in the world. Which one is the first largest?
Lake Baikal.
Lake Baikal is in terms of volume. Caspian Sea. The first largest is Caspian. Caspian is actually lake. Now, in this, they might also ask you, which is the shallowest of all the lakes? Shallow. Lake Erie, right on the source. Lake Erie is the shallowest. You can see the elevation difference between Lake Erie and Ontario, right? So Erie has higher elevation and Ontario has lower elevation. The water from Erie will be falling into Ontario, and that is called as Niagara Falls. Right? Niagara Falls is a flow of water from Lake Erie into Lake Ontario. Ontario. So roughly, I'll make you draw the rivers also here. So you have the Missouri River. Missouri River, and you have Mississippi River, you have Ohio River. Ohio, this is Missouri, and this is where you have Mississippi River. Okay. So here in Utah, Wyoming, this is all coal-rich region. And in the northern part of Appalachians also, this is rich in coal. So here you have coal, and here also you have coal. And around Lake Superior, okay, because this is part of the Canadian Shield here, this region is extremely rich in iron ore. So this is rich in iron ore. And here you have the St. Lawrence Gateway. This is St. Lawrence, which is opening into Gulf of Lawrence, and on this side you have the Atlantic. Now what they have done is that they have connected all this. Okay, anyways, these lakes are connected with each other. They connected these lakes, okay, with the rivers also, with the help of the canals. And from here they get coal and iron ore. So this entire region, Great Lakes region and St. Lawrence region, this entire region has become the industrial hotbed. Okay, and export import also becomes very easy. The logistics cost will also be very low. So that's why the erstwhile the automobile companies and steel industries, they're all located in this region. Okay, I can draw this. It's located around. Wait, okay, it is between Idaho, okay, Wyoming, Montana, okay, somewhere in between. Okay. So this is the Wild West. These are all prairies. Because of the basalt, you will not have minerals, huh? Because of shield region, you will have minerals. Shield is the exposed batholith. Okay, it is not necessary that if you're having basalt, for example, Deccan Plateau is there. Okay, Maharashtra and all. Do you have minerals there? Not necessary. But if you're having a shield, you will have. Mhm. It might, if it is present. Mining industries are not there, they're mining it. Mining it. Again, it's not like India that you have extensive cultivation everywhere or intensive cultivation everywhere. The population itself is there. For them, these lands are sufficient enough. They don't have to go there. It's not like there's a conflict between the people who mine, okay, the agriculture pastoralists, no. Because here in India, population pressure on land is high. Everybody wants the same patch of land. Right? The Great Lakes are connected with each other. And in turn, they're connected with the great rivers, with the help of the canal network. It has helped the Great Lakes region to develop into the industrial hotbed. This also explains why the entire population, why the almost entire population, right? The almost entire population of Canada is located along the St. Lawrence River. St. Lawrence River. You have the cities like Toronto, Ottawa, Montreal, Quebec. So all the important cities are along this highway, waterway. You can write any two, three names here. But between, okay, Erie and Ontario, you have this waterfall. Okay. So can the ship fly? Okay, if it wants to come from, okay, St. Lawrence and then it went into Erie. क्या कर सकते हैं क्या? नहीं. तो क्या किया? So you have a canal here connecting Lake Ontario and Lake Erie. And this canal is called as Welland Canal. Okay. So in between, you have this Niagara Falls here. Right. The Erie and Ontario are connected through the Welland Canal. Land Canal. But again, there's a difference in the height. How will you, okay, pass the ship from one, okay, river to one lake to the other? You have a lock system here. Okay. Say, for example, okay, this is the Ontario Lake. From here, the ship will be coming. Okay. The water will be released from there. Water will be filling. It will be entering into this. Again, the lock will be closed. Again, the water will enter here. So, like that, state by state, they will be entering from one region to other region. So, if you are having an undulating topography, okay, and then you want to develop them, okay, into waterways, you need to have this complicated lock system, okay, by which you can navigate. Now, okay, you have discussed Indian geography, right? So India is planning to build numerous dams on the rivers. At the same time, India is also planning to use the waterways for navigation. Yes, you have read both the things. So don't you think both are antagonistic to each other? If you're having a dam, you'll be stopping water somewhere. Obviously, there'll be difference in the elevation. Then, if you want to use it for navigation at the same time, and moreover, okay, the water in India, okay, is scarce, extremely scarce. Okay, so you can use water only for irrigation. Okay, other than, okay, if you want to use water for, like, navigation purposes, each time every ship comes, you have to release a large volume of water. That means the dam khali ho jayega. The farmers रोएंगे. Kisan आंदोलन. You think we can afford to do that? So what we can do then? We have to create something like pushback command. Okay, the ship will be coming here. Again, it has to generate the wings, and then it should be jumping there. Okay, so in India, okay, both are antagonistic to each other. So keep this in mind, because almost every alternate year there's a question on interlinking of the rivers in India. Okay, I've shown you questions also previously. The question, in fact, in 23 also question has been asked, interlinking of rivers. If India, in India, the national government is planning to build the waterways along its rivers, and at the same time, it wants to generate hydroelectric power by building dams and also use the water for irrigation. Water for irrigation. Bracket you can write. So that's why they are called as multi-purpose river valley projects. So everything one purpose. Multi-purpose river valley projects. So anyways, you have drawn the rivers here. Okay. Two rivers you have drawn. Draw the other rivers also. Yukon, Mackenzie, Fraser, Colombian Snake River, since it's called the Snake River also. Churchill River, Colorado, Rio Grande, Brazos, don't make any spelling mistake here. St. Lawrence, Mississippi, Missouri, Ohio. Okay. Draw these rivers. Again, what is the application of the river? You have already seen. Other than that, rest of the rivers are all like, not of any significance. Only one river, okay, which is in the news nowadays, Rio Grande. Illegal mining. I will not be discussing about all this river, not important. Done? So Mississippi, Missouri, okay, and Ohio. The three of these rivers that drain near New Orleans, a city called as New Orleans. Right now, the delta of Missouri, in bracket I can write it's a longest river. Missouri is longest. Is located in New Orleans. New Orleans. Now let's see the application part here. You must have heard that the city of Jakarta is sinking. The capital of Indonesia is sinking. It is because the entire city of Jakarta is built on marshy land. इस पूरा कीचड़ वाला जमीन उसके ऊपर विकास. What will happen if the bedrock is not stable? Entire vikas will collapse. But a different thing is happening altogether. So, see, you have this lithosphere. Below lithosphere, what do you have? Asthenosphere. So when you're putting a lot of load on lithosphere, what happens? The asthenosphere, okay. This is lithosphere, and below this you have this asthenosphere, and this asthenosphere has, okay, a lot of semi-molten plastic. It's kind of jelly layer. Now, if you're putting a lot of load here, so the lithosphere will start bending, okay, and the liquid from the asthenosphere will start moving on the other side. So here, the asthenosphere start becoming thin, the liquid will flow away. The land will start sinking. So the land will be sinking here because of the load, because the rivers will be bringing a lot of sediments. Okay, land will be bringing a lot of sediments here. Seawater intrusion will take place. So that is leading to sea level rise. The sea level rise is not because of the increase of the volume of the water. It is because the land itself is sinking. And this phenomenon is called as isostacy. This phenomenon is called as isostacy. Okay. You can write down, then you can draw. The enormous amount of silt brought down by the river is depositing, okay, is causing sinking of land due to isostacy. So remember this word isostacy. And due to which the sea water intrusion is also taking place. If you want to draw this, you can draw this fast. Right? So next is Rio Grande River. So this is along the border. It's acting as a boundary between the USA and Mexico. And it is used as the donkey route. Used as donkey route. So next important river is the Colorado River. Colorado River. So you can see the landscape here. Okay. So here the canyon has been formed first. Okay, the canyon is formed because of tectonic activity. How come? Okay, the river has gone. Okay, it has cut the entire landscape into 2 to 3 kilometers deep. There's a width of around like 2 to 3 kilometers and the depth of around 2 to 3 kilometers. How come the river is able to carve such a large valley here? Okay, so this is okay because of a phenomena called as regeneration of the landform. Regeneration. Okay, yesterday, okay, day before yesterday, the group 1 was conducted in Telangana state. So in that they have asked a question, which is toughest of all your geography questions. Somebody has sent me this in the morning. So they have asked this question is, which of the following fluvial landforms are associated with regenerated topography? Okay, incised meander they have given. Incised meander means whenever river will be taking a turn. Incision means cutting. The river will be cutting the landscape. Okay, this is called as incised meander. So incised meander is created when you have a hard rock and the river is cutting across. Then you have entrenched meander. This is called as entrenched. Okay, it is cutting the rock vertically. Nick point. Okay, nick point is associated with the upper course of the river. So all these things will be coming across. Okay, the erosional land surfaces. This is natural levees. Natural levees is nothing but it's a sand deposit which is located on the bank of the river. Okay. So do you think it will be having any sand deposit anywhere? Okay. If you eliminate this option, you could have got the answer. So this is the toughest question which has been asked. Now, I wanted to pick up a point for this regeneration. See, earlier this plateau was not that high. The plateau was low and the river was flowing through it. So when the height of the plateau will be rising, what will the river do? River will keep on cutting downward. Okay, the plateau will keep on rising and the river will keep on cutting downward. So that is over a period of time, over 40 to 50 million years. Okay, when this vertical cutting, okay, when it is taking place, such kind of features have been formed. So that's why you'll be having step-like formations here. That means once upon a time, okay, this was the bank. And this is where river was flowing. Now the land is getting regenerated. Okay, because of the regeneration, okay, it is not just increasing in the height, but also it is moving apart. So when it's moving away, okay, again the level will come down, again the level will come down. So this is how we'll have this step-like formations over here. Okay, and finally the river is flowing here. Now again, okay, if the regeneration is again taking place, what will happen? Again it will go deeper. So this is how this Grand Canyon has been formed. Right now. The Colorado River has carved deep canyons. Deep canyons in the arid landscape. The downward cutting of the river has been facilitated by the regeneration of Generation means upliftment, huh? Regeneration of polar plateau. And intense erosion by the river. Intense erosion by the river. These things we'll study later. What is insides meandering? Okay. As of now, keep it downward cutting only. Insides meandering is okay. Okay, next, write down about deserts. North American deserts. You can draw this. So desert, okay, means it does not necessarily mean that, it will be having sand. Okay. Write down technical definition of the desert. You can write down. Anusha. Any region which gets less than 25 centimeter of annual rainfall is called a desert. So draw this map. And just now you have drawn Great Basin. It's located between Sierra Nevada and Rockies. It's a rain shadow region. On this side you have Sierra Nevada and Cascade Range. On this side you have Rockies. So between these two you have Great Basin. So this Great Basin, drawn. It is extremely hot during summers and snowy during winters. Snowy during winters. Now, why it is snowy during winters? Because of latitude. Snow in winters is because of latitude. And also because of blizzards. See, in a dry region, okay, when you have very less rainfall and you have high rates of evaporation, okay, the salt lakes are created. So here in this region, you have a lake called as the Great Salt Lake. I don't know important features here. This region has the Great Salt Lake. Great Salt Lake. It is created due to less dilution and more evaporation. So next important desert is Mojave or Mojave Desert. Mojave or Mojave. This is the lowest, driest, and hottest place in North America. North America. So this desert has a region called as Death Valley. In Death Valley of California, which is 86 meters below the sea level. 86 meters below the sea level. The temperature often surpasses 50 degrees centigrade. Next point. The extension of Mojave into Mexico is called as the Sonoran Desert. It's called as Sonoran Desert. So the lakes, mountains are over. Next, we'll talk about the marginal seas in North America. Just mark them in the atlas. We'll write 1 or 2 sentences. If you have atlas, mark them fast. Just mark them in the atlas. And one more location here. Here you have Gulf of Boothia. Because don't get confused between Gulf of Bothnia. Here you have Bothnia, you have Boothia. Because here Norway, Sweden and Finland is important here. Okay, the bay which is separating is Sweden and Finland is Bothnia. That is Boothia. So they might confuse you between these two. I'll remember these two, differentiate these two. I remember it this way. Okay, in Sweden, okay, it's famous for a lot of death metal bands. Bhutnia, like that. Now here, Gulf of California is important. Gulf of California, write about this. So firstly, Colorado River drains into Gulf of California. Colorado River drains into Gulf of California. You have a peninsula here. This peninsula is called as Baja California. Okay, you can write it is located between Gulf of California. It's located between Baja California and mainland Mexico. It is one of the most diversified seas. Most diversified seas on the planet. With more than 5,000 species of more than 5,000 species of micro journalists. Micro journalists. जर्नलिस्ट बोलो या इनवर्टिब्रेट्स बोलो सेम है माइक्रो invertebrates. You know vertebrate, right? Spine. Spineless. So a rest you can ignore here. The rest of the marginal seas you can ignore. Again, marginal seas when it comes to Asia it become important because they are rich in oil reserves. So here you can ignore. Let's talk about islands here, important islands. See, on the border of USA and Canada, you have an island here. This is called as Vancouver Island. Vancouver Island. Punjabi is also called as Vancouver. Vancouver Island. Again, you see the population of USA or population of Canada specifically. The most of the population of Canada is on the St. Lawrence only. Here only concentration is there. Other than this, they also have a lot of population here on the Vancouver Island. Because you have onshore westerlies throughout the year, the water is not a problem. And because of maritime effect, it is comparatively warm even during winters. Because rest of the Canada, it gets extremely cold. It's extremely cold. That's why either the population is located here because it's a commercial hub, and also you have Gulf Stream. You have a warm ocean current. So this will be keeping the temperatures low comparatively. Okay. And this is the reason why you have population in Vancouver Island. Okay. So through Vancouver, you can also explain, okay, where the population concentration in Canada is. You can note down the factors also. Do it fast if you want to. You're understanding, na? Or any confusion? Clear? It has mild climate. Because of maritime influence. They're cold currents, huh? What? Next is Greenland. Here you have Greenland. It belongs to Denmark. Belongs to Denmark. It is part of Nordic. Because in the first class, I guess we discussed about NB8 in Europe. Nordic Baltic 8. India has a cooperation agreement with Nordic countries and Baltic countries. So Greenland belongs to Nordic countries. But what is the cause of concern here in this region now? The ice shelves which the Greenland has, they are melting. The recent concern is the ice shelves of Greenland are breaking and melting. So next, one more island you have. This island is Newfoundland and Nova Scotia. The two islands off the coast of Canada. This is Newfoundland and this is Nova Scotia. So this is where the cold ocean current and the warm ocean current, both of them meet, and you have a broad continental shelf also. So because of which the fishing is very much developed in this region. And Nova Scotia, here you have world's highest tidal range. (16 meters). You draw this part. What are the fishing grounds of this region called as? Huh? Fishing grounds. Grand banks. You have done all this before. Done. So in the marginal seas, okay, one point I missed. Talk about Hudson Bay. Now see the topography here of the Hudson Bay and of the Atlantic. Now, don't you think the Hudson Bay is completely made up of continental shelf? It does not have an oceanic crest. It's basically a depression of the continent which has been filled with water. So since it will be having access of sea, it will be having brackish water. It will not be having completely fresh water. It will be having a mixture of salt and fresh water. So since it is a continental shelf, okay, it will be having shallow waters. You have the nutrients and you have the sunlight. So it is rich in fishing. And when the fish die, okay, when you have excess fish and when they die, okay, they'll be, get into crevasses, geosynclines, they'll be undergoing fossilification and they'll be forming petroleum reserves. That's why Hudson Bay is rich in petroleum and also in fishing. Hudson Bay has shallow waters. It does not have the ocean floor. Therefore, it is rich in fishing, and also it is rich in oil. I can write Canada is in top 10 in terms of oil reserves. Next, Gulf of Mexico is also rich in oil. Yes, Gulf of Mexico and Texas state of USA. Texas state of USA are rich in the oil reserves. So this is about North America. Okay. Now we'll discuss is Central America and Oceania. Sorry, Central America and Caribbean. Give a heading. Central America and the Caribbean. Did you write, guys? Write about Yellowstone National Park. Anyways, know it right. How it has been formed. I guess you've drawn this also, if you remember. It has a lot of geysers because you have the magma chamber below. The eruption has not taken place. So it is a hotspot in making. You can write this one sentence. The Yellowstone National Park also called as the Old Faith National Park is a hotspot in making. And as of now, it's a geyser. As of now, it's a geyser. So geyser means, okay, the water should be coming with high force. How come the water is coming at high force? Because below this you have magma chamber, and whatever groundwater will be there, it will be getting a lot of heat. And whenever the heat energy increases, it will be coming in the form of steam and water. So every 60 minutes, okay, it will be having a fountain like this. This is Yellowstone. You can draw this. Next, open your atlas, okay, which has the Caribbean islands. So this part we'll be looking into now. We'll be having a separate map of the Caribbean islands. So here you have two groups of islands. The large islands over here, they're called as Greater Antilles, and the small islands are called as Lesser Antilles. You'll find these two names, mark them. Page number. Huh? North America only. But it should be having separate map of Caribbean also. Check. A separate map of Caribbean also should be there. It's not there. Yeah. Page number 87. Hey, कौन से जमाना का atlas है भाई? It's a school atlas. Page number 87, everyone. Which atlas is that? School or okay? School. Student atlas. A student atlas, page number 87. Anybody has Oxford School Atlas? School Atlas page number? We don't have. Flip. In School Atlas, page number 88. This is all you have. Okay, mark these two names. Greater Antilles and Lesser Antilles. The large islands are called as Greater Antilles. The small islands are called as Lesser Antilles. In Lesser Antilles, one island is important. That is Trinidad and Tobago. Keep writing in the atlas also. Keep marking and keep writing in the notes. We have an island called as Trinidad and Tobago. It is just above Venezuela and South America. Didn't find it? Did not find it? Ignore, no problem. In atlas, it must have been given in South America. Now, why it is important? Because write down that Trinidad and Tobago has substantial Indian population. Substantial Indian population. And this country also has witnessed people of Indian origin as prime ministers. Like there was a lady called as Kamala Prasad Bisesar. Okay, mostly Biharis are here. So they have witnessed people of Indian origin. Again, they went as indentured labor. They got settled here. The per capita income is around like $15,000. Almost 7 times that of India. And almost like 20 to 30 times of that of Bihar. The lucky people. They escape poverty. Okay, that's why it's important. And Grenada and Barbados, okay, again, not that important. But again, whosoever goes absconding from India, okay, from India, okay, you have to act like a businessman. You need to have good connections. You take loans from the banks and you can go to any of these countries. Mehul Bhai, pata hai? Mehul Choksi, okay, the diamond trader of India. So he was caught in these islands. He's taking refuge here because tropical locations, a party location, hai, must ash mar raha hai. And you pay some money to these countries, they will keep you. It's not like Mediterranean, no? You have rich countries over there. If they have some pact with India, they will return you back to India. So that's why Grenada and Barbados. They might not be asking it, just know. If at all you want to, after becoming IAS, you earn a lot of money, thousands of crores. And remember these islands, Grenada and Barbados. Okay, let's come to Greater Antilles here. One important island is Cayman Island. Cayman Island. The Cayman Island is located here. See, for example, okay, you are in India. Say you are an IAS officer. Okay. Say you'll be earning a lot of money. Obviously, okay, it is all black money. Now, how will you make this black money white? Okay, you'll be sending money to Cayman Island. Okay, so from here, it will come into India in the form of FII. Earlier, it used to be FII. Now again, FDI and FAI both have been merged. है ना? क्यों merge किया? I don't. FDI is brick and mortar. If somebody is coming okay with the money with the intention of setting up some okay institution, okay factory or something, which cannot be taken away that easily. That is FDI. FII, the money which is put in the stock markets, it's highly volatile. Okay, 3-4 को डाल दिया, जून 4 को पूरा डूब गया, ऐसा पैसा होता है. उस पैसे को कोई वैल्यू होती है क्या? It's hot money. Again, both have been merged. Both are called FDI only. Economics अतिथि है क्या? Online, okay, but it has been merged. क्यों दोनों को एक ही कर दिया? That is how we can increase your FDI. You can show ना in the graphs. हाँ, देखो मित्रों, अपन मोदी जी पावर में आने के बाद देखो कितना इंडिया में FDI ज्यादा हो गया है. Okay, that is how we can fool people. Okay, so that will be coming in the form of FII. So here we'll be having a shell company, a small cubicle. Okay, something of the foreign enlisted company will be there, and this money will be coming in India in the form of FIIs, and this is called as round tripping. Same पैसा, इंडिया का पैसा उधर जाके इधर आ रहा है. This is called as round tripping. Okay, this will study in economy or economics, whatever. Economy हो गया आपका? चल रहा है. Cayman Islands is known for round tripping. It belongs to UK. Belongs to UK. And it's a tax haven. Tax haven means if you're any company is incorporated here in these islands, the tax is just 2% nominal. So यहाँ पे आपने company register किया, and that money is being invested in India. Okay, you will be saying to India that, see, I can't pay taxes in two countries. Okay, so since I'm registered in Cayman, I'll be paying taxes in Cayman only. तो वहां पे कितना है? 2% है. India में it used to be around 30%. Obviously, okay, where you'll be shifting your company base to? Cayman Islands only. So that's what is also called as tax haven. In fact, Mauritius is also tax haven. Mauritius. Okay, Panama. Must have heard about Panama Papers. It's also tax haven. That is how, okay, the Mauritius, when it comes to the FDI inflow in India, the Mauritius will be in top 3 or top 4. क्या है Mauritius? Okay, it's a tax haven basically. It's nothing but the round trip money which is coming in India, black money coming into India through a legitimate route. So that's why this Cayman Islands is famous here. Next we have Cuba. Okay, this largest island of, you can write down, largest island of the Mediterranean, sorry, the Caribbean is called as Cuba. Is Cuba. Okay. In south of Cuba, you have a location called as Guantanamo Bay. South of Cuba. That is location called as Guantanamo Bay. Even during the Cold War time period, even during the Cold War, when Cuba was adversary of USA, even during Cold War, the USA had a military base here. USA had a military base. But now, It has US's most infamous prison. Yes, US's most infamous prison. Now here, Mr. Gray is the supervisor. He'll be showing all the 50 shades to the prisoners here. Okay, because it is known for innovative torture methods. Okay, and after the 9/11 attack, the suspects were taken to this region and they were interrogated by using most inhuman methods. So that is how this has become famous or infamous. That is Guantanamo Bay. That's in Cuba. Okay. Next, you have two countries here, Haiti and Dominican Republic. You can see in the atlas also. These two, combined, it is called as Hispaniola. The Haiti and Dominican Republic. All these are part of Greater Antilles. Haiti and Dominican Republic are called as Hispaniola. It's a racial group called as Hispaniacs. I have a racial group called as Hispaniacs. Means Spanish in origin. Means Spanish plus African mix. They're Hispaniacs. Very cool people, chilled out people. And beside this, you have one more island called as Puerto Rico. Okay, right about Haiti here. Haiti often suffers from earthquakes, tsunamis, criminal gangs, and high level of poverty. High levels of poverty. Come to that. Yeah, one more country here, not country, territory, Puerto Rico. It's also part of the Greater Antilles, Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico is a territory of USA. Territory of USA. Now, yesterday I told you that in Atlantic, there are only 3 trenches. One is near Scotia Plate. In the entire Atlantic, there are no trenches. Only have one trench. This is called as South Sandwich Trench. In the Caribbean, you have 2 trenches. You can see a trench here. So these 2 trenches are, this is Cayman Trench and this is Puerto Rico Trench. Now look at Haiti here. Haiti is located along the plate boundary. So because of disturbances, it will be having earthquakes and tsunamis. Highly prone. You can draw this 2 trenches. So these are the 2 out of the 3 trenches in the Atlantic. Done? The Florida Strait separates USA with Cuba. In between these 2, you have the Florida Strait. Strait separates the USA with Cuba. You can see the light bluish portion over here. So these are made up of coral reefs. And these coral reefs of the Florida Strait, they are called as Florida Keys. These islands are called as Keys. The coral islands in the Florida Strait are called as the Florida Keys. Okay. So this is about Caribbean. See, this is Central America. The Central America has numerous countries over here. You can see Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, and Panama. And the eighth country here is Belize. Okay, it has become recently independent. Though it is not recognized by many, it is independent. It has been carved out of Mexico. Belize. Right about Central America now. Central America. These countries have high levels of poverty. High crime rate. But also rich in forest resources, forest and water resources. They're often called as banana republics. You understand the term, right? Banana republics. That means they'll be selling away their natural resources for survival. And these are all banana republics. Okay. Now, because of this, what will happen? They'll be giving away their forest resources, water resources. They'll be giving away their lands for the construction of the dams. That will lead to deforestation, and that will hamper the carbon mitigation goals of the world. Bracket, right? They're very important for the climate change mitigation targets. They're important for climate change mitigation targets. Next, Belize. Belize is an independent country, but not recognized by many. Just remember that Belize is in Central America. That's it. El Salvador is recently in the news because the president of El Salvador, okay, so whosoever is suspected as a criminal, they're put into jail. Because these countries have very high levels of crime rate. And because he has put, everyone into the jail, the crime rate in El Salvador has decreased. But do you think, such kind of, act is sustainable? Okay. When all these criminals, in that innocence will also be there, right? They haven't undergone trial. And when, criminals meet each other, they exchange the expertise among them. And when they come out of the jail, they become a bigger criminal. And the innocents who went inside the jail, and they'll also become a criminal. Okay. So they can't, comment on the sustainability here. Okay. El Salvador, recently in the news. Because the new president has imprisoned all the suspects, including minors. Due to which the crime rate has reduced. But again, its sustainability is question. The prisoners now they are identified on the basis of tattoos. If you belong into a criminal gang, you should be having particular kind of tattoo. Like, okay, when you go to war, okay, like, if you're winning something in the war, you'll be getting a lot of medals, right? For the each and every achievement. Okay, for example, theft has been committed, one tattoo for the theft. Murder, one more tattoo. Rape, one more tattoo, like that. The number of tattoos also indicate, how big the criminal is. That's why whenever they'll be arresting the teens, first it will be checking for the tattoos. कितने बेवकूफ लोग हैं, Next. So this part is called as Yucatan Peninsula. You can mark it in the atlas. Yucatan Peninsula. It's part of Mexico and Belize, Guatemala. So here, near Yucatan Peninsula, you have a blue hole. It's the world's deepest. Blue hole means it's not a sinkhole. I guess yesterday we were discussing about limestone deposits. So this bedrock is made up of limestone. So when you have water, okay, in a limestone bed, the water will be corroding that area. So because of the corrosion, okay, it has eaten away all the limestone and the sinkhole has been developed. But it was not always part of the sea. Earlier it was part of the land where you had a lake here. But now because of the increase in the sea level, it has been merged into the sea. Okay. The name of the sinkhole is Tamja. You can write here whatever information is there. Tamja. It has been recently found in Jan 2024. It is the deepest sinkhole with a depth of around 420 meters. 420 meters. Second deepest is Dragon Hole. Now guess where the Dragon Hole will be? Hudson Bay, South China Sea. Second deepest is Dragon Hole, South China Sea, around 300 meters. Third deepest is Dean's Blue Hole. Dean, D-E-A-N. It is 200 meters. It's in Bahamas. It's in Bahamas. And one more location here is the Bermuda Triangle. Located between Puerto Rico Okay, this Miami, Bermuda. Again, earlier we have discussed, why it is mysterious, why it is not mysterious, right? So there is nothing mysterious about Bermuda Triangle. Thing is, earlier the technology was less. That's why whichever ship used to get lost in this area, used to blame it on this. And whichever plane used to disappear, used to blame it on this. And near Bermuda Island, you have this Sargasso Sea also, which has sargassum weed. You can add this also. Near Bermuda Islands. In Sargasso Sea, there are still waters, and it has sargassum wheat. Nice. So next is the Panama Canal. So this Panama Canal connects Atlantic with Pacific. Again, it has this lock system because the elevation is not same. And look at the elevation here. Okay, this is the Atlantic side. This is the Pacific side. And in between, you see a lake there. That lake is called as Goutham Lake. The Gatun Lake. Now, what is the problem here is the Suez Canal. The Suez Canal has been created because the land has been dug, and in the Suez Canal, the sea water is flowing. Okay, so you won't have a dearth of sea water. But here, only till the time we'll be having water in the lake, the ship navigation will be taking place. And this region is undergoing intense drought, because of which the water has reduced. When the water reduces, navigation will become difficult. And it travels a very large traffic. Around 20% of the world's trade will be going through this canal. So it will be affected. So the climate change will be affecting trade also. I can draw this. The name of the lake is important. Other lake you can ignore. Miraflores Lake you can ignore. But Gatun Lake is important. The Panama connects the Atlantic with the Pacific. Unlike Suez Canal, the navigation in Panama is facilitated by the water in the Gatun Lake. Each time a ship passes by, the lake has to release water. The lake has to release water into the sea. Since this region is facing droughts, the water in Gatun Lake has reduced, hampering this flock. Flock is seal lane of communication. Okay. So that's it about the Central America, Caribbean, North America. Okay, these are the important locations. Okay, not many current affairs you have from this region. So this is all the traditional part. Okay. So after the break, we'll meet. Come at 1:15. The next continent is Asia. Asia is the world's largest continent. With 4.5 billion population. That is around 60% of world population. Percentage of world's population, 60. Now, if you look at the population concentration pockets here, you have 3 pockets. One is the South Asia, entire South Asia. South Asia pocket. And next is the East Asia pocket, including Taiwan, Korea, Japan. As well as East Asia. And then you have the Southeast Asian pocket. That's all. Southeast Asian pocket, including Philippines. Right. The population here is around like 2 billion. The population here is around like 1.7 billion. Okay. And the population here is like around like 1 billion. How much you return total population? 4.5, 4.7, fine, okay. Doesn't matter. We'll draw this map. Rough map we can draw. This can keep it as around 70 lakhs. Okay. See now, if you look at the East Asian population, it is highly developed region, and the growth rate is also low. Okay. In fact, Japan, Taiwan, they're having, and also South Korea, they have almost 0% growth rate. If you take Japan, Japan has negative growth rate in terms of population. The Southeast Asia, it is growing at the rate of around 0.7%, the growth rate. And here, around 60 to 70% of the population is urbanized. Urbanized and skilled also. So here the levels of urbanization is around 80 to 85%. Because the levels of urbanization will also convey about the fertility that is growth rate, and also it will convey about the developmental levels. So usually, okay, higher is the urbanization level, higher will be the development. Now, if you come to South Asia, according to last census, the urbanization is 32%. Is urbanization, but the growth rate of this region is around 1%. So in the future, okay, though China has, highest amount of population, almost equal to India, it's not a problem because the growth rates are decreasing in China. And Japan, Korea, it's almost negative. Here also, it's not a problem because of the low base effect. So even though if they grow, the base is low. So that's why, okay, they'll be able to substantiate. But here we have a problem. The per capita income is low, developmental levels are low, and there is very low skill development. For example, you compare South Korea. The percentage of skilled population in South Korea is 98%. And percentage of skilled population in India is 2%. So that everyone is skilled. They can get some sort of the job. But here the skill training is very low. Even though you studied from IIT, are you suitable for the job which you're going to do? Like, the companies themselves will train you, right? What you have to do? That is skill training. It's according to the job market, whether you have been skilled or not. Except doctors, I don't guess, anyone is studying, okay, what they're going to do in the future. Right? Doctor means I talk about MBBS doctor. Of course, homeopaths and all, okay, they can do whatever they want to do. Even though they don't have the required educational skill. Anybody is a homeopath here? You're a homeopath doctor. You're a doctor? Like Johnny Bhaiya. Chalo likho. So take a broad overview here of the population dynamics of this region. So next, let's talk about the physiographic features here. We're done with this? The next is physiographic divisions. Are done with this? Can do it later. The physiographic divisions. So let me just focus on this part first. And afterwards, I'll come south, the Himalaya part and all. So these are the Ural Mountains. And here you have an island called as Nagoya, Zelmia. And here the Kara Sea becomes important. So here in the middle, okay, have Siberian Shale region. And this is the rugged topography. Topography of Far East is also called as Far East. And here in between you have two rivers. Because, okay, if you have a highland here, in between the lowland will be occupied by a river. The important river is the Lena River here. And here, the important river is Ob River. These two rivers are important. And here this peninsula is important. This is Kamchatka Peninsula. You have one more river here. Amur River. So here what I'll be doing is that I'll be tackling region by region. The first we'll do the physiography of this region, and then we'll do the politics of this region. So here all the seas, marginal seas. You draw the diagram as it is, huh? Okay, the first point here is they might ask you the order of the seas here, because the Arctic is important. Arctic is important because of two reasons. The first is the Arctic is having a very large continental shelf, and for its shelf, it will be having minerals. And secondly, second reason is that Russia is building a new sea route across Arctic. So it's called as the Arctic Sea Route. For these two reasons, it's being important. Arctic is important because of A, oil and other resources of continental shelf. Continental shelf. B, the new Arctic Sea Route of the Russia and Japan. China. Russia and China. Next point. The marginal seas of Arctic. The marginal seas of the Arctic from east to west are Remember this order. Okay, Federal names it. I hope you have drawn the diagram. So if you have any, acronym or some shortcut, then please remember. As of now, as of today, Russia is exploring oil from. Russia is exploiting oil from the Kara Sea. Oil and gas, both. Oil and gas from the Kara Sea. The easternmost part of Russia, the westernmost part of Russia, you see this peninsula over here? This is called as Kola Peninsula. The westernmost part of Russia. Westernmost part of Russia. Belonging to Scandinavia. Belonging to Scandinavia. Is called as the Kola Peninsula. The Kola Peninsula becomes important because both Sweden and Finland have joined NATO. So that's why it is surrounding that region. That's why it is important. And the Kola Peninsula also has the deepest bore in the world, hole. It also has the deepest bore, matlab hole, in the world, around 12 kilometers. Around 12 kilometers. Okay. Next, let's come to Ural. The Ural mountains, Urals were the fold mountains. Fold mountains formed around 350 million years old. Around 350 million years ago. You see an island here, Nagoya Zemlya. This is the extension of the Urals in the ocean. It was a fold mountain, but again it has been surrounded by water. So during the Pleistocene Ice Age, this was all land. This entire continental shelf was land. But after the melting of the ice, the continental shelf has been covered with the water. It is nothing but submerged part of the Ural. Next, Nagoya Zemlya. Looks like island. But it is the submerged part of the Ural Mountains. Or you can call it as the extension of the Urals in Arctic. Or the extension of Urals in the Arctic. The Ural region is rich in coal. Rich in coal. So this is called as the Pechora Basin. Even this region is rich in coal. You can mark this in the atlas, or the notebook only can mark Pechora Basin. So that is just below the Kola Peninsula. Is rich in coal. Next, okay, you have this Siberian Plateau, also called as Siberian Shield region, right? It is rich in, the Siberian Shield region is rich in metalliferous minerals. Next, the rugged topography. Rugged topography. In the east, is rich in minerals. And the Eastern Economic Forum. Eastern Economic Forum, which is part of Act Far East Policy of India. Act Far East Policy of India. Will facilitate the exploration of minerals in this region. So India earlier had Look East policy. The Look East has become Act East. Now Act East has been extended to this area also. It's called as Act Far East. Okay. I don't know where looking or acting. Next, okay, this Kamchatka Peninsula. Kamchatka Peninsula is along the border of, is along the Pacific Ring of Fire. Pacific Ring of Fire. It is famous for explosive volcanoes. Explosive volcanoes. Let's have Amur River here. Right. Now, last time also we talked about boundaries, right? Now, boundaries can be of various types. A mountain can become a boundary. A river can become a boundary. Okay. Or a forest can be a boundary. Or a frontier can also act as a differentiating zone. Okay. If you're comparing mountains and rivers as boundaries, okay, which will comparatively act as a better boundary. Mountain. The mountain is comparatively permanent. Okay, that's why it is act as a better boundary. But again, mountain is a contiguous region, right? So wherever you have these mountains, okay, they're in the form of parallel ranges. And there, differentiating a boundary becomes difficult because the crest line means the highest point of these mountains. Okay, both the countries can have differing opinions regarding the crest. or the water divide. So that's why the mountains could not become a boundary between India and China. Now, river as a boundary is a problem again, because the hydrology can change, the river can change the course, the river may disappear also. So that's why river as a boundary is also a problem. Anytime it is going to be a problem. The one such problem, okay, we have seen in case of India and river,
Kali River.
India and Nepal, Kali River, Kala Pani issue, right? Now there, okay, the river has two, okay, tributaries there. Okay, so on this side, okay, you have the Nepal. Nepal is saying that this is the main river. So the entire region will go to Nepal. India is saying that no, this is not, this is the river. So this entire region will come to India. Okay. Again, if the river has a tributaries, now which one will be considering as main river? Say in which the water flow is more. What if, okay, there are floods in this region, okay, so in that season, in that particular year, the water flow is more. Will you change the boundary again? Chalo, tum sab, Indian ban jao, chalo, for this season, okay, they can do that. It becomes difficult, okay. So Amur is, forming a boundary between Russia and China. As of now, Russia and China, okay, they are friends. But again, they also have the conflicts in this region. Okay? Right. Amur, river Amur. That's why river Amur becomes important. Amur forms boundary between Russia and China. But it might also lead to conflict. Now, the region where you have rivers is also called as the Great Siberian Plains. Okay, right on. The lowlands of Russia are also called as Great Siberian Plains. Okay. The one more coal-rich region is located here. So this region is called as Kudnus region. Mark it here. The region of Kudnus is rich in the coal. Next, the same region, okay, here itself you have Lake Baikal. So here you have Baikal. So now guess, how such kind of a large lake has been created. This lake is deep, 1.7 kilometers deep. It was once upon a time a divergent plate boundary. It has been created by rifting. Again, last time also I told you when I was discussing Great Lakes of Africa, wherever you'll be finding deep lakes, they have been created because of tectonic activity. And don't you think it looks like a divergent plate boundary? Right? Next, Lake Baikal. It's deepest lake in the world. Around 1.7 kilometers. It contains 20% of world's fresh water. The 20% is Great Lakes, 20% Lake Baikal. Means one lake is equivalent to all the 5 Great Lakes of USA. This 40% of surface fresh water is located in these 2 lakes only. Imagine all the rivers combined and all the lakes combined, how much water will be having fresh water resources, very less. So Russia will never have a problem of fresh water because it will be having numerous lakes and population is also less. It has been created. It has been created due to the tectonic activity. The tectonic activity. Okay. Okay. Next, Caspian Sea is the largest lake in the world. Talking about Russia here. So with the climate change, the sea, the Arctic Sea will be melting, and Russia is carving out a new sea route called as the Northern Sea Route. So this is an existing sea route. So both China and Russia will be using it. So this will reduce the distance, okay, by at least 13,000 kilometers. So here the Russia is deploying a lot of icebreakers. So firstly, the icebreaker will be going, for example, it's a winter, that will be cutting the ice and the ships will be going. So they'll be reducing the distance and China will also utilize this. And India is also building a sea route till here, Vladivostok. And once India gets access till here, then from there, India can now use this sea route as well. Okay, you can write Northern Sea Route or the Arctic Sea Route. It will reduce the distance by 13,000 kilometers. 13,000 kilometers. And also will avoid sorry, okay. It will reduce the distance 13,000 likana. Okay. Okay. The length of the route is 13,000 kilometers. The length of the route is 13,000 kilometers. Because the existing route is 21,000 kilometers. Existing route is 21,000. Difference kitna hai? 8,000. And we will avoid the choke points. Choke point means constraints. Choke points like Strait of Malacca, Suez Canal, Gulf of Mandap. Okay, fine. Choke matlab should be like the choking, right? Babal Mandap, comparatively larger. The choke points such as Strait of Malacca and Suez Canal, they are extremely narrow. So since that route is important, you should be knowing all the seas from which the route is passing. Okay. It will also open avenues. Open avenues for oil exploration in the Arctic. And towards the north, which rivers you have? Your Ob River, Lena River. Okay. So this sea route will also open navigation. into the Ob River and Lena River. Now, why it is important for India? Okay, India and Russia are looking to expand the use of the Northern Sea shipping route, for which India will strengthen its sea lane of communication. Sea lane of communication till Vladivostok. Important port called as Vladivostok. That's why port becomes important. You can draw this. I can add one more point. The Russia is also deploying nuclear icebreaker fleet. Russia is also deploying nuclear icebreaker fleet. So why nuclear icebreakers become very important? Because, for example, your ship is stuck in the ice like this, okay, somewhere in the middle of the ocean. So in this, the fuel will be exhausted. If you're using what usually fuel oil is used or diesel is used, they'll be exhausted. If you're using nuclear, once you're fueling the ship, it can work for 50 years. Again, 50 years, you don't have to give any fuel at all. So that's why if you're using nuclear, okay, they can go consistently over a period of time. So that's why Russia is deploying that. Okay. And the sea route which India will be building is from Chennai to Vladivostok. Chennai, Vladivostok Maritime Corridor, India is building. Maritime Corridor. So this is about the northern region here. The rest of the things related to Russia, okay, you're done here. In Europe, you have done. You're done in Ukraine also. Okay. Okay, let's draw all the mountain ranges of this region first. The mountain ranges. Say I'm not drawing all the mountain ranges in this region. and drawing only few. Because rest of the things you'll do in Indian geography. The word Arakan is very important because of the conflicts in the Myanmar. This is Kulnun Shan. We have Tian Shan. So in between in this region, you have a knot. Name of the knot here. This is Pamir. The Pamir is an intermountain plateau. And from Pamir, you also have a mountain range here, Karakoram. And towards the west, you have Hindu Kush Mountains. And in Pakistan, you have Suleiman and Kirtar ranges. So in Iran, you have Zagros. South, you have Elbrus. In between, you have Iranian Plateau. This is Caucasus. Here you have Anatolian Plateau. So draw this all mountain ranges. Done? Simultaneously mark in the atlas also. So Taurus is a mountain in the north, Pontic is a mountain in the south. You don't have it? Huh? Is it? Let me check. Yeah. Huh? Hota? Below the Anatolian Plate is in between. I don't. All the above mountain ranges, all the above mountain ranges are formed due to the collision between the Gondwana. There is Africa, India. Okay, everything belongs to Gondwana. Between Gondwana and Laurentia. Europe and Asia is called as Laurentia. They extend into Europe as Alps. This next point, this entire mountain chain system, is also called as Trans-Eurasian Alpine Mountain Orogeny. Alpine Mountain Orogeny. The Altai Mountains are between Kazakhstan and China. Tian Shan form the boundary between the Kyrgyzstan and China. So you see the location of Tian Shan and Kunlun Shan. Okay. So because of this strike orientation, there is no rainfall in between. So that's why this Tarim basin is extremely dry. It is extremely sandy. Okay. Because of the orientation. Orientation of the Tian Shan and Kunlun Shan. The Tarim basin is extremely dry. And the sandy part is called as Takla Makan Desert. Takla Makan Desert. Next point. The Tibetan Plateau is located between the Kunlun Shan and the Great Himalayas. Extension of Ladakh into Tibet is called as the Kailash range. Next, the extension of the Himalayas. I'm not using the word Purvanchal here. If you know Purvanchal, you can write the Purvanchal. The extension of the Himalayas into Burma or Myanmar is called as Arakan and Peguyama. Arakan word is very important because Arakan army is in the news. Because the eastern part of Myanmar, okay, in fact, no, many parts of the Myanmar is into conflict. Almost like 2/3 of the Myanmar has been lost. It is under militia. Only like 1/3 is under control of the military junta. So that's why, okay, here recently the Arakan army, okay, is very infamous for causing a lot of disturbances, okay, in the Myanmar region. So that's why remember this word Arakan. Let's come here. Your Pamir knot. The Pamir knot is an intermountain plateau. Intermountain plateau from which five mountain ranges are radiating out. Tian Shan, Kunlun Shan, Karakoram, Great Himalayas, and the Hindu Kush.
Is it Karakoram part of the
Karakoram part of No, ये सब अलग अलग रेंज है. Karakoram अलग है. In fact, no, in between there's so many ranges I did not draw. Karakoram, Ladakh range, Janskar range, all are different. Peer Panjal is different again. Different. Different names because you study in Indian geography. Okay, why they're different? I guess acha, in Indian geography you have seen that different time periods, different ranges have been formed, right? Trans Himalayas are the Karakoram, Ladakh range, and Janskar range. 3 ranges have been formed. It has Andean mountain orogeny, and afterwards the sediments of the Tethys Sea plate. They have formed the Great Himalayas, Middle Himalayas. So all are different ranges. Their formation is different. Okay? No. आप एक थोड़ा gap रखना. Extended it, gap. Huh? Next. Okay, you have Mount K2 is in Hindu Kush. K2 mountain is second highest. Mount K2 is in Hindu Kush, Pakistan. POK. It is the most dangerous mountain to climb. K2. Everest is comparatively easy because Everest पे सब कुछ लगा हुआ है वहाँ. Ladder लगा है, rope लगा है, सब कुछ लगा है. In fact, there's a very heavy traffic for the people are like standing in the line to climb Mount Everest. And अब 20 लाख extra दो ना, okay, वहाँ का what do you call them? Sherpas, they'll carry you to the Mount Everest also. It has become very easy, but K2 is very difficult. Next, the Iranian plateau. Iranian plateau is located between the Elbrus and the Zagros ranges. Elbrus and the Zagros range. Next, Caucasus. Is dividing the Asia and Europe. It is also cultural divide. Last time only we spoke about it. It's also cultural divide, linguistic, racial, and also a religious divide. Next, Anatolian plateau is also intermountain plateau. Is also intermountain plateau located between the Pontic and the Taurus. Pontic and Taurus. Then Armenia, okay, is also in the hilly region. So when you have a mountain, just now we talked about Piedmont. So you have Armenian highlands over here, also called as Armenian plateau. The Armenian plateau is nothing but it's a Piedmont plateau of the Caucasus. Okay, right now? The Armenian plateau is the Piedmont plateau of the Caucasus. So you have this, two mountain ranges here, Arakan Yoma, Pegu Yoma. So when you have this Arakan and Pegu, it will be forming its Piedmont plateau here. It's called a Shan plateau, and Shan plateau is rich in mineral resources. It's in Myanmar. So why this military junta? Okay, why it is so much into ruling the Myanmar? Because of two reasons. Firstly, because of mineral resources. In fact, 3-4 reasons are there. Mineral resources. Okay. So when they start ruling the region, okay, this cantonments, they'll be taking care of the mineral resources here. So they'll be selling away this mineral resources. Secondly, China also creates this military junta to secure its oil, gas pipelines, and railway lines. Because there's a corridor, okay, along the Myanmar into China's Yunnan province. This corridor is there. So the product is this corridor, Chinese corridor. So there'll be military junta will be paid. And thirdly, this region also falls in the what? The crescent to वहां पे है ना? Golden Triangle. The Golden Triangle is a major region, okay, where you have this heroin trade. So it also acts as a passage of heroin. So again, okay, they'll be earning a lot of money from heroin. So that's why, okay, since it is a resourceful region, geostrategic region, so that's why the Myanmar is into numerous conflicts. Okay. So in this context, you can write Shan Plateau, very important again. Shan Plateau is an intermountain plateau. Intermountain plateau between the Arakan Yoma and Pegu Yoma. So this is Tibetan plateau here. The Tibetan plateau has a height of around 4 kilometers, and these are the Himalayas. Now you can see the water deposits are there, okay, because of the flow of the rivers. So it is generating a Piedmont plateau over here. So all the mineral deposits, all the what eroded material will be getting deposited here around the Kunming region. So this forms the Yunnan Peninsula. And wherever you'll be having such kind of deposits, okay, coming from hard granitic gneissic rocks, they'll be rich in minerals. And this Yunnan Peninsula, this Kunming region, is rich in minerals. So from the Bay of Bengal, okay, along Myanmar into Kunming, you have this corridor. Okay, and this corridor is protected by military junta. I know this the Kunming province of China is also called as Yunnan, Y-U-N-A-N, Yunnan, which is rich in metalliferous minerals. The Kunming region is connected to the Bay of Bengal. The Bay of Bengal. Along Myanmar. Okay, through Myanmar. From this port. I don't know how to pronounce it, but I know how to pronounce this Sitwe port. This is India's and this is China's. So from here, the Chinese corridor is passed into Kunming, okay, across Myanmar. And India's interests are here. Okay, from here you have the India's Kaladan multi-modal project. I guess you must have come across this in your IR, right? It is still incomplete. Okay, from past. like say 30 years. Huh? Like eroded matter from hard granitic gneissic rocks will be forming Piedmont Plateau. Gneissic, yeah. Gneisic. So gneissic rock is metamorphosis form of granite. Okay, इतना ग्रानाइट बहुत क्रश हो गया, बहुत पुराना हो गया और नीस बनेगा. So done. So these are the mountains and their importance. Let's focus on Turkey. Okay, let's focus on Caucasus first here. Caucasus. See, so earlier you had this USSR here. And here you have a country called as Georgia. So during winters, the entire USSR, this entirely, especially the interiors, becomes extremely cold. That's why the Black Sea coast becomes very important for the Russians or Russian Slavs. So that's why they'll be having their holiday homes or second homes along the Black Sea. And not just for the climatic reasons, but geostrategically, this region is important. Okay, the Russia is also, Georgia is also a mountainous region. So earlier, the Russians used to have a lot of second homes here in Georgia. Okay, now this was during the Tsar time. Now, after the fall of the Tsar, and especially after a disintegration, because earlier the Russia at least used to have this Ukraine. So they had a very large coast along the Black Sea. After the disintegration of the USSR, the Russia has lost all this, but Russia will be losing this also, Georgia also. So obviously, they'll be unhappy about it. So that's why the Russia deliberately causes a lot of tension in Georgia. Obviously, this is a region of Caucasus, right? It is a transitional region, cultural transition will happen because on this side you have Muslims, on this side you will be having Christians. And in the mountains, because of undulating topography, you have groups of various ethnicity. Obviously, if you're having various ethnicity, not everyone will be happy over there. So Russia will keep on asking here, Anu unhappy, Anu unhappy, Anu unhappy. If somebody says I'm unhappy, then they'll go and give the guns to them. Okay. So because of which, within Georgia, you have 3 autonomous regions. So the UPSC has been asking these autonomous regions. So note down 3 autonomous regions within Georgia. This is Georgia and Caucasus. Yeah, 1 here, 2nd here, and 3rd here. So this is Abkhazia. Here you have South Ossetia, and here you have Adjar. And don't forget here, you have Chechnya also here. Chechnya is in Russia. It's a Muslim-dominated region. This is Chechnya. So you have people of different ethnicity in this region. And different ethnicities, they have different aspirations. And most probably Russia is fueling this conflicts and the Caucasus. Right now, you can, for all practical purposes, they are independent. It's happening now. Yeah. We're not going much into past. We are not studying history. Okay. So how geography affects the conflicts, so that is my major focus. Okay. So next in this region, you know the Armenia-Azerbaijan conflict, right? Okay. So there's a region called as Nagorno-Karabakh region. So this is Armenia. So Armenia is Christian dominated. Azerbaijan is Muslim. Okay. And the hilly region of the Karabakh, okay, Nagorno means hilly. This is called as the Nagorno-Karabakh region, hilly region. And rest is all plain region. So when you have a hilly region, obviously the culture will not be same here. So that's why in Nagorno-Karabakh, again you have the people of Armenian ethnicity, again you have Christians. So this is a conflict between the Christians and, but okay, the Armenian Christians, a lot of similarity with Russian Christians. So Russia always has a support, always backs Armenia. Now Azerbaijan is Shia. But if you're seeing, okay, in this recent conflict, who is supporting Azerbaijan here? Turkey is supporting. Now, why Turkey is supporting Azerbaijan? Because Turkey is Sunni. And that is Shia. Huh? Ethnical नहीं, ethnical तो अलग ही है एकदम. Huh? The two countries which want to become, okay, the global leader of the Muslim, three in fact. Okay. Pakistan? No? Okay. Okay. So I haven't seen anywhere it has assumed the leadership role. Okay. But Iran, okay, in act also it is doing, not just saying, but also doing. Okay. Iran, it wants to become the leader of Muslim world. Turkey is also claiming. And on that side, sometimes Indonesia also claims. Okay. Sometimes. Because whenever there have been issues in India, sometimes Indonesia and Malaysia also have spoken. So that's that. Okay. That's why Turkey has been supporting Azerbaijan. And obviously, okay, there's a NATO angle also here. Because the people of Azerbaijan are also in the northern part of Iran. Okay. The same ethnicity is there. Now, if you're supporting Azerbaijan, the ethnic Azerbaijanis in Iran, they'll also be fueled. So they will also wage a war against Iran. And Turkey is a member of NATO. So it's all complicated relationship. Okay, there are so many complications here. As of now, we focus on Nagorno-Karabakh. You can draw this. Done. Write down. There are four There are 4 Shia majority countries in the world. Azerbaijan, Iran, Iraq, and Bahrain. Majority. Anything above 272 is called as majority, na? Right? So see here. So they kind of form an axis here. See, Azerbaijan, Iran, Iraq, and you have a small island called as Bahrain. And on the other side, you have countries which are all Sunni. So can you say that the Persian Gulf is acting as a Shia-Sunni divide? Right? So they have fallen one. Okay, if at all you are getting confused in examination, remember the location of the countries. Okay, the Persian Gulf also acts as Shia-Sunni divide. And what is the recent declaration which has been signed? Okay, to bridge the gap between Shia and Sunni. Beijing Declaration. Okay, the Beijing Declaration. Again, China has taken the initiative here. India should have taken, right? Jaishankar knows many things about this. Okay, he has worked as minister also, secretary also, foreign secretary. He should have done this. But again, he's busy doing reels. The Beijing Declaration tries to bridge a gap. Bridge the gap between the Shia and Sunni world. But again, it seems to be it doesn't seem to be working anymore. Because we still have these Houthi rebels very active. If that was okay, concluded peacefully, then we don't have the problem of Houthis. In this context, again, we have one more accord called as Abraham Accords. In this context, you can write Abraham Accords. Old, but again, in context, Abraham Accords. Again, Trump. Okay, the initiative of the Trump. The initiative of the Trump to bridge the gap between the GCC and Israel. This is Gulf Cooperation countries. GCC and Israel. So this is about the Shia Sunni. Okay, next, this Nagorno-Karabakh. The hilly region of Azerbaijan is called as Nagorno-Karabakh, which has ethnic Armenians who are Christians. Ethnic Armenians who are Christians. The exclave of Azerbaijan. Exclave of Azerbaijan is called as Nakhchivan. 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 Azerbaijan overnight with the help of Turkish drones bombed the army posts and the churches. Army posts and the churches in Azerbaijan. Sorry, Nagorno-Karabakh. Churches in Nagorno-Karabakh. See, this becomes important because this is okay about the modern warfare. Nowadays, in modern warfare, excessively the drones are being used. Okay, so your battle tanks, your fighter jets, they might not work, but drones are working very effectively. So this is also because Russia, okay, the Armenia has a backing of Russia, but still the drones were able to make the war one-sided overnight. So this also proves, okay, the modern day. This also proves that how technology has become very important in modern day warfare. And you see the war between Ukraine and Russia. Again, okay, their information has played a very important role on Russia in winning the battle against Russia. Okay, though Russia had a lot of tankers, it had state-of-the-art weapons, but still, okay, they have used the information technology. So what Ukrainians used to do is that the Russian tanks used to come, they used to storm into Kiev, okay, the borders of Kiev and into Ukraine. So the Ukrainians will let them come. Ab aane ke baad, okay, then okay, they'll be staying here for 10-15 days, right? No, there is no opposition, there is no resistance at all. Then what they will do after 10-15 days? They'll think that okay, it's kuch nahi hai, no resistance at all. They'll relax. Okay, and also by the time this arms, ammunition, or food will be exhausted. Okay, they'll also become tired, and when they are at their weakest point, the local citizens used to convey the message to the Ukrainian armies that here the soldiers have become very big, they're frustrated, they have undergone a lot of fatigue, come and attack now. So the timing has become the main reason for the defeat of the Russian intrusions into Ukraine. So that is how the information technology has been used, and the small weapons, okay, like the drones have been used to defeat mightiest of the armies. In future also, okay, India, okay, so if at all, okay, if you want to become militaristically very powerful, then we have to invest in smart warfare. So that is what you should be learning from the Nagorno-Karabakh war and Russia-Ukraine war. That's why I made you write this statement. Okay, in the brackets you can write, it's an example of modern warfare. And modern warfare, you don't require a very large fleet of, okay, the ships or fighter jets or tankers. You have to fight it smartly. Okay. Next point you can write, Turkey being Sunni supported Shia Azerbaijan. Shia Azerbaijan. Because A, okay, it wants to become the leader of Muslim world, or it wants to become the voice of the Muslim world. But again, in case of Gaza, okay, it lost its voice. B, Turkey is part of NATO. And Nagorno-Karabakh is backed by Russia. C, the ethnic Azerbaijanis are also located in northern Iran. Who can be used in future. Because, okay, in next 5 or 10 years now, the Iran will also be under turmoil. The supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, okay, he has become very old. He will die soon, right? Okay, biological hai na, marega. So marega to who will replace him? And secondly, okay, their prime minister recently died. Raisi has died, okay, mysteriously in the mountains. Okay. Now, after he has died, okay, there is now fight for power. So who will be getting onto the throne? Now you have Khamenei's son, okay, who is also contesting for the post. He is able, okay, but the thing is, okay, now this post of the supreme leader, which is supposed to be a clergy post, means religious head was to be selected, is supposed to get transferred like that. But again, it will be transferred through the lineage. Means if his son is becoming next supreme leader, then it will be considered as something dynastic. Okay, the same problem which Shia Sunni had. You know the difference between Shia and Sunni, right? After the death of Muhammad, who will be the successor? Some people said that his son-in-law come, what, nephew, so he should be becoming the next leader of the Muslims. But again, some other sect, they said that the most able disciple of Muhammad should be the next successor. The people who believe that one of the disciples should be becoming the next successor, they become Sunni. The people who believe that Ali should be the next successor, means the bloodline should be the next successor, they'll be becoming Shia. So that is the major conflict between the Shia and Sunni. So the Iran might also be plunged into such kind of conflict. The next 5-10 years are going to be very crucial, and Iran. Okay, this is about the region of Caucasus. And regarding Turkey, because recently had a earthquake along the Turkey-Syria border. I guess you have drawn the plates and margins, right? East Anatolian fault, North Anatolian fault. Those things you have drawn, na? Okay. Now let's come back to the Iran and its proxies. Okay. Then we'll come back here into Israel, Gaza. Okay. Let's write about Iran and its proxies. At this point of time, आज की डेट की बात करें तो at this point of time, Iran is more powerful in the West Asia. Powerful in West Asia because of because Saudi Arabia is undergoing economic crisis. B, USA is weak. Because in bracket you can write its focus is on Russia, Ukraine, because it is pumping money into Ukraine. Pumping money into Ukraine. And also it is getting ready for Taiwan. Also it is getting ready for Taiwan. Now, see, till 1979, the Iran was a proxy of USA. So you had the Shah rule. The Shah was pro-USA. In 1979, the Shah rule has fell down, and afterwards, this Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, he has rose to the power. He's a clergy, he's a religious leader, he has rose to the power. After he has risen to the power, he has established the Iranian Revolutionary Army. And today, wherever you see proxies, like in this part of the world, they are all the extension of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. So that's why it becomes important. After the fall of Shah, the American puppet Shah, the secular Iran has become Islamic under the supreme leader who is clergy. Who is clergy. Because next, whosoever becomes a supreme leader now should be having the backing of clergy. Now, if you see, the son of the present Khamenei, so he is now what strengthening the army of Iran more and more. Because anyways, he does not have the support of much clergy, because the clergy people, they want to become the supreme leader. He will not be having support. So Iranian Revolutionary Guard, is also one of the shareholders, who will become the next supreme leader. That's why, the son of the Khamenei, he's strengthening the army and he wants the army on his side, so that he will become the next supreme leader. So that's why, after his death, if his son becomes, the next supreme leader, then Iran, will become highly militaristic in nature, So that is going to be one of the dangers here. The next point, the supreme leader, to protect the supreme leader, the Iranian Revolutionary Guards have been created. They are around 1,50,000. 1,50,000. Half the size of Iranian army. The most dangerous of the Revolutionary Guards, the most dangerous unit of Revolutionary Guards, they are into massacres and all. Most dangerous of Revolutionary Guard are called as Quds. 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 They support the non-state actors like Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, Hamas in Gaza, and Houthis in Yemen. Houthis in Yemen. You can draw. So here in Iran, you have the Revolutionary Guard, and they'll be supporting three factions over here in Lebanon. You have Hezbollah. In Gaza, you have Hamas. So in Yemen, you have Houthis. Done. Now let's do the Israel-Palestine issue. So Israeli occupation of the Palestine has started from the First World War. First World War. And today the Palestinians have been reduced to the West Bank. And here you have the Gaza Strip. And within the West Bank, you have numerous enclaves also. These enclaves are the Jewish settlements. The Jewish settlements within West Bank. So these are the fortified territories, okay, where we'll be having Jewish houses, okay, and they'll be having directly access into Israel. And when the Benjamin Netanyahu, when he was fighting for elections at that time, he openly said that I'll be encouraging more such kind of enclaves in the West Bank. So gradually the West Bank will be wiped out. He has given such kind of statements. For the first time, any prime minister, of Israel has taken that, hardliner path. Okay. So you can write down a bit of history here. During the World War I, the Jewish from Europe have come to Jerusalem for their homeland. Jerusalem is an holy shrine. Important for all three Semitic, Semitic, all three Semitic or Abrahamic religions. This word Semitic is very important because there have been speeches on anti-Semitism in Europe and USA. That's why this word is important. Semitic means these three religions come here: Islam, Christianity, and Judaism. Important for three religions: Islam, Christianity, and Judaism. Actually, during World War II, because of genocide, few more Jewish settlers entered around Jerusalem, and Tel Aviv, the coastal part. Finally, in 1948, a pact was signed. Signed between UK and King of Jordan. Because all these lands now, they used to belong to Jordan. King of Jordan. Now, what is the interest of UK? Because after the Second World War, the UK has realized that it has been losing lands everywhere. It wanted some kind of a base in the along the Mediterranean. That's why it thought, if I will be if UK will resettle the Jewish population, along the Mediterranean, then in future they can use this region as their base. So that was the interest of UK. Okay. Next, in 1967, the Israel occupied 67, 67, 68, 67, I guess. 67. 1967, in a 6-day war, it's called a 6-day war. The Israel occupied almost all the land, including the Sinai Peninsula and Suez. The Sinai should be belonging to Egypt, including the Sinai Peninsula and the Suez. So that's why, look at the irony here. This is the Sinai Peninsula. Okay. So this is where you have the present day Israel. And this is Jordan. So even Israel has a coast with the Red Sea. Okay. But Jordan is left with a small strip. Earlier, this entire land used to belong to Jordan. So in this context, it becomes very important. The Sinai Peninsula, and Aqaba. There's a port called as Aqaba. Okay. Now Jordan is left with a small. Jordan is left with a narrow strip towards the coast. There is Aqaba port, Aqaba. Aqaba. Now, it should be also having a port. Israel, the port of Israel, towards Red Sea. It's called as Elliot Port, E-I-L-O-T. E-I-L-O-T. So this is the Sinai Peninsula. And this region is called as Gulf of Aqaba. And this is called as Gulf of Suez. This is Gulf of Suez. And this is Gulf of Aqaba. Okay. So Sinai Peninsula is located between Gulf of Suez and Gulf of Aqaba. It belongs to Egypt. It belongs to Egypt. But talking about Suez Canal here. Now, whenever you'll be drawing a canal, you'll also see that there are some lakes over here. So in case of Panama, you've seen that you have a Goutham Lake. So here also you have a lake. Okay. So this is, you have Great Bitter Lake, Small Bitter Lake, and Timsah Lake. Okay, you can write. The Suez Canal connects. Suez Canal is in Egypt. Okay, is in Egypt. It connects Port Suez with Port Said. Port Said. Along the Great Bitter Lake, Small Bitter Lake, and Timsah Lake. Timsah. Timsah Lake. Now Sinai is adjacent to the Gaza Strip here. So this is the Gaza. Okay. So what is the group which is active in Gaza? It is Hamas. Okay. The Hamas is nothing but the extension of a political entity called as Muslim Brotherhood. Hamas is Sunni, but it is still supported by Iran. Okay. You can draw this or you can write it. Hamas is the extension of the Muslim Brotherhood. Extension of Muslim Brotherhood. Okay. Muslim Brotherhood is Salafist organization. In bracket you can write, it is Salafist. The Salafism is an ideology which believes that politics and religion should not be mixed. Okay. For example, you have RSS in India. That is which organization? Religious organization. BJP. It is political organization. Do you think RSS supports BJP? They will be saying no. Okay, because they believe that religion and politics should not be mixed. Same is the case with Salafists also. Now, Muslim Brotherhood is in power, but again, they'll be saying that yes, we follow Salafism, will not be mixing religion and politics because it becomes dirty then. We mix religion with politics. Okay? So that is Salafism. Or an extension of Muslim Brotherhood in Gaza. Okay, Hamas. Right? That despite being Sunni, it is supported by Shia Iran. Now, Gaza is also called as open air prison. Your place called as Rafah. So recently, Rafah has been in the news because of the bombing by Israel. So Rafah is a crossing. Okay, it's a crossing between the Gaza and Egypt. There are two other crossings here, and these two are controlled by Israel. Other crossings are Erez crossing and Kerem Shalom crossing. The Gaza is open air prison. Like an open air theater, no, like that, open air prison. It has three crossings. Rafah towards Sinai, Egypt. And the other two are controlled by the Israel. You can draw this map. So these two are controlled by Israel. Draw this. Taken over, or war is going on, it might be taken back also. But these two, since from the beginning, they're controlled by, of course, Israel territory is there, right? I hope you're able to get right. That is Gaza, this is Israel, this is Egypt. The recent Hamas attacks on Israel, are called as Al-Aqsa flood. Al-Aqsa, AQSA. Al-Aqsa flood. Al-Aqsa is a mosque. It's a mosque in Jerusalem. Mosque in Jerusalem. Administered by Jordan. Again, why it is administered by Jordan? Because earlier all the lands belonged to Jordan. Administered by Jordan, where Muslims are allowed to pray and non-Muslims can visit. So this is an open-ended statement. Non-Muslims can visit. Okay, only prayer is allowed to the Muslims here. But now what this far-right Jewish leaders will be doing? They'll be coming and praying in front of the mosque, like it happens in India also. Okay, whenever any kind of celebrations you have to do, what do? You go in front of the mosque and you do your celebrations there. Same thing happens. The script is everywhere same in the world. Okay? But this Al-Aqsa is important for all the three religions. That religious sign is important for all the three religions. So that's why it is important. The desert in Israel is called as Negev Desert. Desert in Israel is called as Negev, Negev. And because of the attacks on Gaza, okay, they'll be fleeing to the neighboring countries. That's why you should be knowing the neighboring countries. Okay, and they'll be staying in the refugee camps, right? The largest refugee camp is in Lebanon, called as and other refugee camps So write down, okay, these 2, 3 names. So these are the most important ones. There are like 10 to 15 refugee camps. This is the most important. There's a beach camp. So these are the largest ones. They are the large ones. So this is in Lebanon. Some refugee camps are also located in Kenya. Some refugee camps are also located in Kenya. So you have seen one Red Sea port, Elliot port, right? Other important ports of Israel are other important ports. Keep marking them in the atlas. Important ports of Israel are Ashdod port and Haifa port. Ashdod, this is the largest, and Haifa port. So this was attacked by Hezbollah. Because on the northern side you have Lebanon. In Lebanon you have Hezbollah. The rest of the things we'll see tomorrow. Okay. This region and other regions gradually we do region by region. Okay. Yesterday we are doing this region. We've already drawn this before also, but draw it again. So here you have the river Jordan. Will be draining into Dead Sea. The Dead Sea has high salinity. And then you have this rifting, Jordan rifting. This is the Sea of Galilee, also called as Lake Tiberias. And this region here is called as the Golan Heights. It is disputed between Israel and Syria. I mean, you can also mention this. This is all Gulf of Aqaba, the only seaport of Jordan, which is further extending into Red Sea. From this before also, right? Look at the West Bank. It is on east of Israel, but it is still called as West Bank because it is in the western side of River Jordan. And this entire Rift Valley is the extension of the Great African Rift. First point, right? The above features are the extension of the Great African Rift. So it should be divergent trade boundary, but also it is transform both. It is both divergent and transform trade boundary.
Can you repeat?
It is both divergent and transform trade boundary. You'll be having both the movements. Whereas above this, you have two faults, East Anatolian and North Anatolian. The earthquake, happened in East Anatolian fault, that is in the border of Syria and Turkey. That is transformed slip fault plus compressional fault. That's also called as transcompressional fault. Next point, right? This deep they won't ask. The recent earthquake in Turkey, Syria was along East Anatolian fault. East Anatolian fault, which is transcompressional. It's transcompressional. Means it is slip fault plus compressional fault. But the first option you should be putting as transform fault or slip fault. Second option, you should be putting as compressional. Remember this. So they might ask you from which all countries the Jordan River will flow, right? Okay. So you can see the Golan Heights here. So Golan Heights is a vantage point. Why Israel wants this Golan Heights? Because it is at a height. If you are at the top, you can look for your enemies. And if you're firing a missile from a mountain or a highline, you can fire it anywhere. It's a vantage point. You'll be having advantage. So that's why Israel is fighting for this Golan Heights. And this is a desert region. The water is very much scarce and the source of water. So in case of any war or adversaries, now the enemy can poison the waters over there. So that's why Israel wants this Golan Heights. Golan Heights disputed between Israel and Syria. Is a vantage point and also the source of water. I'm not saying rivers, okay, because the Jordan is like, it hardly has any water. And it is also source of river Jordan. Also source of river Jordan. And source of river Jordan is called as Hula Valley, Hula, which is in Golan Heights. Hula Valley. The next question which they will ask, from which all countries the river Jordan flows? Since part of this Golan Heights, okay, is in Syria also, that's why we should be taking Syria. Okay, the Jordan flows through the Syria, Israel, Palestine, that is West Bank, and Jordan. The 4 countries. Okay. If Lebanon is given, don't deny. Okay. Lebanon is actually not there, it is far away because Lebanon falls on the other side, upper side, and river Jordan is flowing on this side. Okay. You're just saying, okay, Lebanon is located, okay, the river basin of the Jordan River also includes Lebanon. You're just saying basin, then, okay, consider it as right. In bracket, you can write down. The basin might also include Lebanon. Next, Sea of Galilee. Sea of Galilee is the world's lowest freshwater lake. World's lowest freshwater lake. And Dead Sea is the world's lowest lake. Okay. Ram Allah, called Ram Allah, okay, is the de facto capital. Capital of West Bank. Ruled by Fatah, F-A-T-H. Like we have a entity called as Hamas in the Gaza Strip, you have Fatah in the West Bank. Okay. The Fatah has been founded by Yasser Arafat. Okay, if you know that person, then write down, or else you can ignore. He died. Yasser Arafat. And also, okay, see, the which all countries have signed Abraham Accords. Okay, till now, which all countries have signed Abraham Accords? You can write on the first one here. Egypt is the first country to sign. Next is Jordan. And in this, you also have UAE, Bahrain, Sudan, Morocco. Out of nowhere, Sudan is coming here. That's why remember Sudan, Sudan becomes important. Huh? So recently, okay, India held Operation Ajay. Operation Ajay is to evacuate Indians. Evacuate Indians. And Israel's the air defense system. Israel's air defense system is called as Iron Dome. If at all missile is fired in the air, it will be neutralizing the targets in the air itself. It's called as air defense system. It will be firing the counter missiles into the air. Called as air defense, which is studied in science and technology. It's called as Iron Dome. Okay. It also used Spider, SPYDER. Spider. Sometimes it uses Barak also, BARAK, Barak H. So that around 1.5 years ago, okay, the Al-Aqsa Mosque, okay, in Jerusalem has been stormed. Okay, so they have written about Al-Aqsa Mosque, right? Right, one more point over there. Al-Aqsa Mosque is the third most important pilgrimage place. Is for Muslims after Makkah, Medina. Medina. So yesterday I have written that it is administered by Jordan, but in reality Israel commands. Administered by Jordan, but in reality Israel commands. So Israel calls it as, Jews call it as Temple Mount. The Jews call it as Temple Mount. Okay. I guess, I have covered everything about, Israel, okay, Palestine, right? What was missing it? Huh? Acha, acha. Okay, we'll come there. We're talking about Iraq, this region, Erbil. Okay, we'll come here. Okay, so this region is over. Okay. Okay, again, remember this, Beirut is the capital of Lebanon. Okay, in southern part of Lebanon, right? Southern part of Lebanon, you have Hezbollah. So yesterday you have seen Hezbollah is the extension of Iranian Revolutionary Army. Okay, it will be basically fighting Israel. It's meant for fighting Israel. It is around 100,000 strong force. Hezbollah is. I can draw this map here. Again, Beirut is the capital. Beirut is the capital of Lebanon. You can draw this. They will be asking you the countries which are surrounding Israel. So here Lebanon becomes important. Now, Hezbollah is also part of the Lebanese parliament. It also has become political entity. It's a very deadly organization. And people working for Hezbollah are there everywhere in Lebanon. They're working as sweepers, they're working in the banks everywhere. So once a call comes, they're like sleepers. Once a call comes, they all will come for fighting a war. That's why it is deadly. It doesn't appear. It is totally 100,000 strong. They say that we are like 10,000, 15,000 only. But there are almost like 1 lakh soldiers within Lebanon. They're into parliament also. Around 3 years ago, Beirut had a blast in its port. Had a blast in its port. And there was a lot of ammonium nitrate. The ammonium nitrate was stored in the godowns. Explosive is ammonium nitrate. Now, ammonium nitrate can be used as an explosive also. It is used for making RDX. But when, okay, the Lebanon was asked, okay, why you have stored such a large amount of ammonium nitrate? They said that it's a fertilizer. They want to use it for agriculture. They want to do agriculture in the desert. Okay. So ammonium nitrate can also be used as fertilizer, both. White phosphorus is, like, instantaneously flammable. So next come to Syria here. This is all of Syria. And last point you can write down in Israel, the countries surrounding Israel. Countries surrounding Israel, okay, oblique Palestine, right? Both. Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, and Egypt. So next is Syria. The Syria is a Sunni majority country, Sunni majority, but it is ruled by Alawite Shia. It's a sect of Shia. That's why you had this conflict here.
Only that area is ruled by Shia or the whole Syria?
Yeah, basically this area is largely dominated by some parts of the coast also. This is ruled by the government. Okay, the rest, okay, you have so many communities over here. I'll draw them because in between ISIS was ruling this area, in between Kurds was ruling. You have AGDs also in this area. Okay, sometimes okay the extremists of the Iraq will also occupy this area. So largely they have a stronghold around Damascus and around the ports. Huh? See, sometimes it will be extending till here also. Sometimes they might extend till here also, but largely, okay, they have a stronghold in this area. The post will keep on shifting. It is ruled by Alawite Shia. Okay, so the leader is Bashar al-Assad. Bashar al-Assad has been ruling Syria for a long time. supported by Iran, Russia. Now, why Russia supports? Because you have a location called as Tartus. The Tartus is Russian naval base. In bracket you can write down. Russia supports because Russia's Mediterranean naval base is located in Tartus. Here, US. And also China. China. Why China? Just I say time pass. Okay. No specific reason. Because it is opposed by the GCC and USA. That's why China supports. China doesn't have any specific reason. Okay. The eastern part of Syria is often not under its control. Okay. Sometimes it is dominated by the ISIS or IS. Sometimes by Free Syrian Army. Free Syrian Army. It's a Sunni militia. And this region has Kurds. Kurds, Kurds. And also Yazidis, Yazidis, Yazidis. So one location here becomes important here. That is a city called as Aleppo. ALEPPO. In fact, the ruins of Aleppo are very famous. Just note down this important city, Aleppo. Aleppo. Sometimes they'll be asking the cities and asking you to arrange them from north to south or east to west. Aleppo. Homs also is an important city. Note down Homs also. HOMS. Okay. And this Palmyra. So Palmyra is UNESCO World Heritage Site. UNESCO World Heritage Site. It has architecture. It has Roman architecture. Roman architecture. Completely destroyed by IS, Islamic State. You can see the pictures here, before and after picture. So it used to be like this earlier. Okay. And now it has been completely ruined, completely destroyed. The ruins of Palmyra are very famous. Okay. I don't know why these extremists have a problem with any kind of monument. Why? You wait. Any monument. Tajimado. Yeah. Okay. So in Moscow, any you go and destroy them. And so these are the ruins of Palmyra. Now, if you look at the ISIS, earlier, the original name is Islamic State in Iraq and Syria. Okay, this part. And it was in this region. Because after the fall of Saddam, come to Iraq again. Okay. So Iraq is a Shia majority country. Saddam Hussein was Sunni. After the fall of Saddam, okay. So Saddam used to employ a lot of Sunnis in Iraq. So after the fall of Saddam, they have become jobless. Okay, they went for self-employment program. So they have raised their own militia. Okay, and that has gradually evolved into ISIS. Okay, and the eastern part of Syria, okay, it has Kurds and other ethnicities. It was not under the control. So that's why earlier ISIS dominated this region. So gradually the appeal of the ISIS has spread, especially after the death of Osama bin Laden. So before ISIS, the deadly organization was Al Qaeda. So the Al Qaeda, okay, their popularity started falling down after the death of Osama bin Laden. Now ISIS popularity, okay, started rising because ISIS has become so popular because of its strong ideological connection. The ISIS, it said that okay, will be establishing Islam all over the world. So that is its major aim. That's why it has got global appeal everywhere. Whereas the Al Qaeda had, okay, it was fighting with the local issues. It has territorial ambitions. But ISIS, it has global ambitions. So wherever you go and say that, we'll establish, okay, we'll make this world green. Okay. So obviously, okay, it will be more appealing. So that's why ISIS had become more popular. So earlier it was ISIS, then afterwards, it has gradually become ISIL. Gradually it has spread. ISIL. That is Islamic State in Iraq and Levant. L for Levant here. The Levant is the eastern part of the Mediterranean. Now, since it's become so popular, okay, somewhere around like 2013, 14, it has become so popular. And we talked about the ISIS affiliates all over the world. Okay, in Mozambique also, northern part of Mozambique also, you had an organization, okay, Al Sunnah. It is the affiliate of the ISIS. So even, okay, some organizations of India, they started applying for the franchisee of ISIS. So since, it has, okay, received the global appeal, it started becoming IS, Islamic State. So we can use it as an example of globalization of terrorism. How from a small region has been expanding all over the world. But again, after its leader, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, okay, this is how pronounces it. After he has been killed, it has reduced its influence. Okay. In fact, the ISIS has been raised by USA only because they wanted to fight Syria. Then again, they have started realizing that it wanted to establish this, Islamic rule all over the world. Then the monarchies of the Persian Gulf, they got scared, especially Saudi Arabia. भाई तुमने बोला था इधर ही अटैक करेंगे, ये लोग इधर भी आ रहे, they'll topple us also. So they got scared. Then they stopped all the support. So that is when it has dismantled. Yeah. You can write this example. A globalization of terrorism. Whatever I told, you can write down. ISIS to ISIL to IS. Two years ago, they have asked Levant in the prelims. Which part of the world is called as Levant? You can write down Levant is the Eastern Mediterranean. Eastern Mediterranean. The eastern part of Mediterranean, okay, Israel, Jordan, mostly Syria, not even Iraq will come here. Mostly Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, Israel. Okay, it's called as Levant.
So can you please repeat the Levant countries?
Levant, Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, Israel. They are Levant. Okay. So this region, this is Kurdistan. You have an ethnic group called as Kurds, and its army is called as Peshmerga. And within Syria, there is one more ethnic group called as Yazidis. So draw this map. Draw all the four countries here: Turkey, Syria, Iraq, and Iran. Around 10 to 14 lakh, okay, sorry, 14 lakh to 20 lakh are present in Turkey. In Iraq, around 15 lakh people are there. You also have a lot of substantial population in Syria and Iran. Total population will be around like 30 to 40 lakhs. So this is Sunni here. This is Shia, and this is Shia, and this is ruled by Shia. Kurds are, now let's go into the history of Kurds a little bit. How come they're sandwiched between the two? If we go into the history, on this side, okay, you had this Ottoman Empire. Ottoman Empire. And on this side, you had this Persian Empire. Persian Empire. So they were kind of sandwiched between the two. Okay. That's why they have, okay, this Persian Empire is Shia, Ottoman Empire is Sunni. So that's why they are neither Sunni nor Shia, but they are Muslims. Okay. The Kurds were sandwiched between the erstwhile Ottoman Empire and Persian Empire. After the World War I, that is fall of the Ottoman Empire, they were promised their homeland. The Kurds are neither Shia nor Sunni, but they are Muslims. But they are Muslim, demanding for autonomy oblique independence. Demanding for autonomy and independence. Who matlab, okay, when the, for example, at the time, what is that? What league was been formed after this First World War? The precursor of United Nations. Okay. So they had been promised, but again, it was never given.
So please repeat that sentence, sandwiched between Ottoman Empire and.
What?
Please repeat that sentence once. Sandwiched between Ottoman Empire and.
And Persian Empire. Okay, since then they have been demanding for independence, but they never got. And they have been asking for autonomy, okay, oblique independence. Do you think any of the countries will like it? If a part of the land will be carved out? So therefore, they are most ethnically persecuted minorities. Therefore, they are one of the most ethnically persecuted minorities. Its army is called as Peshmerga. Peshmerga. Now see, okay, the USA is very strong. See, they wanted to oppose Assad in Syria. Okay. So the eastern part is dominated by Kurds. They had an army and they started supporting the army. And also you have the Sunni rebels of Syria. It's called as Free Syrian Army. The USA started supporting, okay, the both of these to oppose Assad. So during the same time, in the same region, ISIS was also dominating. So this Peshmerga army played a very important role, okay, in neutralizing ISIS. The Peshmerga army played a very important role in neutralizing ISIS. So one important thing is this army has female fighters also. The Peshmerga army has female fighters also. What does it convey? Look at the countries around this region. They're all highly conservative. Look at what's happening in Afghanistan. The women are not even allowed to attend schools and colleges. Whereas these people, okay, have women in the army also. Even Indian government, okay, till very recently, it is hesitant to include women in the army. Okay. So this shows their attitude. Okay. That means they have a liberal attitude as compared to the rest of the people in this region. You can bracket, you can write down. It shows their liberal attitude. So these are Kurds, these are Yazidis. Okay. Yazidis are, okay, ये तो Shia Sunni नहीं है. Okay, if you're saying that, I am not a Sunni, you'll be killed here. In Iraq and Iran, if you're saying that I'm not a Shia, you'll be killed here. Right? यहाँ पे दोनों ही मारेंगे. Free Syrian army, which is Sunni, Assad, Shia. Okay, the both will beat you. Right? No, they are most ethnically persecuted. Now, understand the condition of Yazidis. They say that we are not Muslims at all. So that's why they're even more ethnically persecuted as compared to the Kurds. Yazidis. Yazidis they speak Kurdish language, means their ethnicity is Kurdish. They speak Kurdish language. But they are non-Muslims. Non-Muslims. They follow some rituals of Judaism. But they are not Jews either. They follow the rituals of Judaism. But they are not Jews either. सब लोग मारेंगे, right? Therefore, they are the most, there is superlative here. They are the most ethnically persecuted minority. Okay, let's come back to Iraq now. So this is Iraq. Look at the coastline of Iraq and look at the coastline of Kuwait. Kuwait is such a small country. It has a very broad coast. Whereas Iraq is a large country. It has a small coast. And coastline is very important for your exports and imports. Okay. Do you think Saddam will like it? No. So that is one of the reasons why, okay, he used to attack Kuwait, okay, which also led to the Gulf oil crisis in this region. And Saddam is Sunni and Iraq is a Shia majority country and Iran is also Shia. So after the rise of Ayatollah Khamenei, okay, the Islamic rule in Iran, both Iran and Iraq, they used to have numerous conflicts against Saddam. Earlier, Saddam was against US, but again, since USA wanted to neutralize Iran, the Islamic rule in Iran, that's why they started supporting Saddam, and then he has been killed by US on. Right? Okay, never trust US. So these are the dynamics in this region. Now, the Kuwait will be threatened by Saddam, right? Now, what USA will be saying? See, we want to protect you. So that's why we'll be having our military base. That's why one of the largest military bases of USA is located in Kuwait. Okay, it will be taking care of the interest in this region. Even till today, it is the largest base. You should know the reasons why a certain country is having a base or issues, right? Saddam, a Sunni, ruled Shia Iraq, Shia majority Iraq, till the Arab Spring. Till the Arab Spring. The Arab Spring is a revolution in this region, okay, which has toppled all the monarchies. Almost all the monarchies fell down except in Syria. And Syria, they could not topple. The rest of the monarchies have been toppled. Starting from Tunisia, Algeria, Libya, Egypt. Okay, there was some, was skirmishes in Bahrain also, but again, Bahrain was saved by Saudi Arabia. okay, but it could not topple in Syria. Okay? In the margins you can write down the Arab Spring which started in 2011 was a democratic uprising to topple the monarchs of Wana region. Wana is West Asia, North Africa, Wana region. It had toppled the monarchies in Tunisia, Algeria, Libya, Egypt, but it failed in Syria and Bahrain. Syria and Bahrain. Okay. But again, this movement did not even spread to Saudi Arabia, UAE, Oman, Kuwait, Qatar. It did not even spread there. Okay. It's a conspiracy that, okay, basically the countries who are opposing USA, okay, to extract oil, those countries have collapsed. It did not even spread to Saudi Arabia. Okay, which are US friendly countries. There's a conspiracy that, okay, till about, okay, in 2011-12, during that time, the information revolution also started. So because of the spreading of these messages, okay, on this, okay, Facebook at the time Orkut also used to be there. So it was a social engineering, okay, to topple these regimes which were opposing USA. So it was all choreographed carefully by USA so that it will not affect the GCC countries. You have written anything here? No? Okay, okay, you have written that. Okay. In 80s and 90s, the Iran and Iraq are at war. All right, war. Basically, in bracket, you can write Shia-Sunni rift. Next point you can write. Iraq has a small coastline with the Persian Gulf. It led to attack on Kuwait by Saddam, which also led to the oil crisis. Next point. Kuwait has the largest USS, naval and air base in the Persian Gulf. The Persian Gulf. Next. Iraq has the two important rivers of Iraq. Are Tigris and Euphrates. Tigris and Euphrates. The land between two is called as Mesopotamia. Land between two is called as Mesopotamia. Now here 2-3 cities very become important here. In fact, 3. Okay, anyways, Baghdad. The most important city is Erbil here. You have Kirkuk also, Mosul also. You have the rifting. You can see the rifting over here. Rifting. So because of the rifting in this region, so these 3 cities are very rich in oil, especially Erbil and Mosul. And this entire region is also dominated by whom? The Kurds. Therefore, Erbil is the de facto capital of Kurds. Okay, and this is an oil-rich region. You can draw this fast and write these 3 important cities. They will be asked. These kind of cities will be asked in the exam. The Mosul and Erbil are extremely rich in oil. And Erbil is the de facto capital of Kurdistan. Let's come to Iran here. Yesterday we had discussed about Iran a bit. And the future developments also we'll see now in Iran. So this northern part of Iran is dominated by Azeris. Northern part of Iran along the Caspian and Azerbaijan is dominated by Azeris. So these are the people of Azerbaijan ethnicity. So Turkey will be using them in the future. Turkey might use them. To destabilize Iran. After the death of Supreme Leader. The death of the Supreme Leader. You see a city called as Qom here. QOM. and you have one more city called as Natanz, and you have one more city called as Bam here. So these three cities are very important for the Iranian nuclear power program here. The enrichment of the uranium will be taking place. See, uranium 235. So till it is 5% concentrated, enriched, it can be used for civilian operations, civil purposes, means power purposes. If it is enriched beyond this, so if it is enriched till 80%, then it is made for used for bomb making purposes. So Iran has been doing this, okay, in its centrifugation units, because the natural ore will be having uranium 235 and uranium 238. The 238 is heavy. Okay, when you do centrifugation, you must have done in chemistry labs, na? The Bhumane say heavier particles will be coming down, lighter particles will be going out. That is centrifugation. So when you have 38 and 35, okay, when you do centrifugation, the 38 will be settling below and 35 will be coming on the top. So this is one of the easiest way of enriching the uranium. So Iran has been doing this in some facilities. That is when the USA and its allies it started imposing sanctions on Iran that you should not be doing this, because Iran is also a nuclear power state now. And afterwards, P5+1 negotiations have taken place. The P5 permanent 5 plus Germany. So they are negotiated with Iran, and finally Iran said that we'll be stopping, we'll not be doing centrifugation. And Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is said to be very hardliner, but again he has opened negotiations with USA to stop this centrifugation and to not to go Iran in a nuclear path. Okay. Now in future, if his son, if it comes to power, he will be strengthening Iran very militaristically. So he might again take up that. So sab daadi wale hardliner nahi hote, bina daadi wale soft nahi hote. Okay. So don't go by its cover. Okay. Now if you see all the leaders in Iran, they will all be having daadi, muche nikal ke topi. You won't even find out who is who. They all look the same. Okay, so don't get confused by that. So now Iran is open for IEA inspections, IAEA, International Atomic Energy Associations. Okay. Understood a little bit? If you do not understand, later on you'll understand in science and technology. What it is. So three facilities in Iran. QOM, QOM, Natanz, and Bam. They have uranium enrichment facilities. Which are now open. Are now open for IAEA. That is International Atomic Energy Association. IAEA inspections after the P5+1 talks. After the P5+1 talks. P5 is permanent 5, UNSCs. +1 is Germany here. In southern part of Caspian, a city called as Ramsar is located. RAMSAR, Ramsar. Ramsar Convention, you know, it's for the protection of the wetlands. It's located here. See, Iran being a Muslim country, Shia country, it has named a city after Ram. can understand our greatness, right? Again, the capital of Palestine also Ramallah. अल्लाह के पहले राम का नाम लिखा है लोग। देखो अपना भारतीय संस्कृति कहाँ कहाँ तक जा रही है। You've seen Azerbaijan, right? So recently, Iran and Pakistan has witnessed cross firings, right? Because on either side of the border, you have ethnicities called as Baluchis. We have Baluchistan in Pakistan, and you have Baluchis in Iran. Obviously, the Baluchis here, they want independence. Okay, so they have been hiding in Pakistan, but okay, without informing Pakistan, without but without what do you call it? That should be a joint operation, right? Okay, it should be negotiating with Pakistan that our insurgents are hiding here, and then it should be firing. So without taking Pakistan into consensus, it has fired. And Pakistan got angry, again it crossfired. So there have been cross-border firings across Iran and Pakistan. So that's why the Baluchis become important. You can draw this, roughly the border. The Baluchis are located on both sides of the border. And Baluchistan wants to become independent. Led to cross-border firings across the Pakistan and the Iran. So let's come to the Persian Gulf here. First question which they can ask is, which of the following countries surround the Persian Gulf? Okay, write down names. Countries that surround the Persian Gulf. Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, Saudi, Bahrain. Bahrain is an island, no? Bahrain. In the bracket, you can write down. Bahrain is Shia majority but ruled by Sunni. Shia majority and ruled by Sunni, supported by Saudi. Next, Qatar. UAE and also Oman. This is the territory of Oman. This part belongs to Oman and Oman. Okay. So why Persian Gulf is important? 50% of world's oil, world's crude oil, is in Persian Gulf. So why 10 USC have done Bahrain? Now let's see the curious case of Qatar. Qatar is located here. Qatar. So now it has been inducted into GCC, but there was a time it was out of GCC. The Saudi Arabia and Qatar, okay, it has enmity. Okay. At a point of time, it was out of this OPEC also. Oil producing and exporting countries. It's a cartel. The OPEC cartel decides what should be the price of the oil, what should be the production of the oil. So whenever it feels that, okay, the price has to rise, it will cut down the production. Okay, so this cartel decides what should be the oil price. And the oil price is pegged to dollar, means USA. If these countries decide that, okay, will not be, okay, selling the oil in terms of dollars, अपना currency दे दो, कोई भी currency दे दो. Now what will happen to the value of US dollars? It will decrease. And US क्या कर रहा है? बस छाप के दे रहा है ना? It has nothing to lose, right? Okay. Because now Iran in between, okay, Iran now also it accepts Indian rupees. Now Russia is also accepting Indian rupees, okay, for selling oil. Now this will decrease the value of the dollar in the international market if all the countries decide that, okay, we'll not be trading in terms of dollars, and US dollar will topple. So that's why it is important. In Iran, okay, write one statement. Iran accepts Indian rupees. Indian rupees. And we have a lot of historical ties with Iran also. But do you think we should be ditching Iran? Okay, when USA says so? No, right, we should not be. But there have been instances we have done that. Okay. But with Iran now, okay, we can still, okay, so if you're buying oil from Iran, we can still export some products there, especially agricultural products, which India is good with. So we can still, okay, have a kind of barter. It will be stabilized. Okay, we won't be having a great trade imbalance with Iran. But what you will sell to Russia? If you're buying oil from Russia, if you're saying that, take Indian rupees, what they will do in Indian rupees? What? No, Russia has the base agriculturally, it has, substantial. In fact, they supply us with, with wheat, okay, sunflower, soya bean. They supply us with some agricultural products. And बोला कि सॉफ्टवेयर हमको जरूरत ही नहीं है, हमारा पूरा हार्डवेयर ही है. So Russia will be facing this problem. Is facing the problem of Indian rupees. Okay, एक पूरा इंडियन रुपीज ले लिया और कोई पगला के ओके बोल दिया कि मित्रों ये सारे डिमोनेटाइज हो जाएंगे. Okay, they'll not be accepted as legal tender. What it will do? Right. So Russia is facing that problem. Okay. Right. Okay. Huh? Gold. Gold from India. In fact, India is buying a lot of gold now. Right. We want gold. We can't give up with gold. Gold अपने पास कहाँ है? Women will, all the housewives will start fighting if you take away gold from them. Huh? Okay. With Iran, the trade balance is still manageable. Iran, the trade balance is still manageable. But with Russia, it's difficult to manage. Because India does not have much export complementarity. with Russia. Why is Bahrain? Darker. Here you're saying, okay, that is all marshy land. It's maybe because because of extraction of the oil might be floating over there. This is about the oil. Now there was a discussion around a year ago. Should we internationalize the Chinese renminbi? Right? Now, okay. So should India support that or not? Because Russia will accept renminbi. Because Russia can trade with China. But again, that will strengthen Chinese currency. So better to have the oil trade in dollars only as far as India is concerned. Okay. If renminbi becomes a exchange, then renminbi will become stronger. It will be difficult for India then. Okay. So don't support such kind of things. Okay. In this context, you can also write about the renminbi, that is Chinese currency, is accepted by Russia. But India should not do anything to strengthen the renminbi. Okay. Next point. The curious case of Qatar. Qatar is a very curious here. Firstly, the Qatar has a news channel called as Al Jazeera. You must have heard of Al Jazeera. If you want to know about any international issue, just open Al Jazeera. Okay. Al Jazeera is a vocal news agency. Vocal news agency. It does not hesitate to speak against anyone, except for the King of Qatar. But it also speaks against Saudi Arabia. That has led to the conflict between the Saudi Arabia and Qatar. Okay, you can write down in the bracket here. When Al Jazeera started speaking against MBS Mohammed bin Salman, that is when it was ousted out of GCC. That is when it was ousted out of GCC. This is Gulf Cooperation Council. So all these countries of this region, they are formed with GCC. So Qatar is very much Sunni. Next point is why Qatar is curious. Because Qatar, in recent FIFA has spent around $350 billion. Qatar in the recent FIFA World Cup has spent $350 billion. Is equivalent to the GDP of Pakistan. Now they might be asking then how much we should spend on any World Cup. Usually, 5, 10, Brazil has spent the highest, 35. Okay, it's not beyond that, but it has 10x more. Usually around $10 billion will be spent. You can write down. Usually for a World Cup, 10, 15, at max 35 has been spent till now. And third, it has good relations with Iran also, which is Shia. It has very good relations with Iran. In fact, it shares, this is Qatar, this is Iran. You see an island here. So this island is called as South Pars. You can see all the oil rigs here. So this is extremely rich in gas resources. The South Pars, extremely rich in gas. That much is sand. Rigs. Okay, you can see a ship. Oh, this looks like a ship. So this is a rig. Remember this island very well. Let's get very good relations with Iran. In fact, the South Pars gas field in Persian Gulf is shared between Iran and Qatar. Next sentence, look at that now. In fact, okay, the Trump-Taliban talks took place in Qatar. Trump-Taliban talks. Because when Trump was about to exit the Afghanistan, the negotiations have to be held with Taliban also, and they were held in Qatar. Now, basically, if wherever in the world, okay, it wants a limelight, na, bas aa jata hai wo. Nahi. Okay, so that's why Qatar is very curious. Okay, though it is part of the GCC now, and also when the gas supplies from USA, when EU banned gas from Russia, Qatar started supplying an LNG, liquefied natural gas. Qatar started supplying liquefied natural gas. Next, Doha rounds of talks, you remember? An agreement of agriculture, WTO. We'll come across this in economy. World Trade Organization, agreement on agriculture. You have Doha rounds of talks. You have done WTO and all? Okay, I'll tell you in brief what happened. See, the developing country like India, okay, we are dependent upon agriculture. And these are the developed countries. Okay. Now, agricultural products means food is important for everyone, right? So you have farmers in the West also, you have farmers in India also. The farmers in the West will be producing their agricultural products, right? But their government will not give much subsidy. Okay. Obviously, since since the farmers will not get subsidy, so their agricultural products will be sold at higher price. Now, when India wants to export its agricultural products, since Indian government now gives a lot of subsidy in terms of MSP and all, so their agricultural products will be sold at less price. Okay, don't you think, okay, it is acting as a trade barrier? Is it free trade? No. So that's why developed countries are saying that, okay, please, you guys reduce the subsidies given in the agriculture because our farmers are subsiding. Our farmers are suffering because we don't provide as much subsidies you provide. Okay. Then India said that, see, our farmers are very poor. Our farmers won't be able to compete with your farmers. Okay. They give us 10 years time. That 10 years time was finished in 2017. Okay. But again, okay, the USA has given some time period again for India. Okay, the India said that still our farmers are very poor. Okay, still we cannot, okay, like we have to support our farmers. So give some extra time period. Okay. So all these talks, okay, related to agricultural subsidies are taking place in Doha, Qatar again. यहाँ पे agriculture का ये भी नहीं पता कतर को. But still, why? Okay, if these two countries are fighting, why the talks have to take place in Qatar again? Again, Qatar comes everywhere in the picture. Wherever it wants limelight, it will be coming into the picture. Because Qatar knows that, okay, in future, okay, the oil will be finished. If oil is not finished, at least, okay, we'll be moving away from the oil. Then from where the growth should be coming. The white has to spend a lot of money on conducting a World Cup, football World Cup. So basically, it wants to enter everywhere. It is building a lot of infrastructure. In future, it will develop tourism there. And now it is also developing into the banking hub also, trading point also, like the way that Dubai has become. Dubai is now known for tourism. It has so many international banks in Dubai. Okay, since you have a lot of trade here, it requires banks also for giving loans and all. That's why it is getting developed into a important important banking, okay, region also. Okay, like Singapore, like London, like Dubai. ताकि दोस्ती बनी रहे. If USA says so, you will listen. But again, far right has come to power in EU. And one of the reasons why the USA has accepted, because India does not export much. They have a lot of restrictions on export also. So one more point you write down in Qatar. It is developing Qatar into an economic hub and trade hub on the lines of Singapore, Dubai, etc. So they might not be asking you about Qatar, but again, if you get an instance anywhere, you can write down these kind of points. Okay, about Qatar. That's why Qatar is very curious. They might be asking you questions about Qatar also. Next, you have UAE here, not much important. Okay, and you have State of Hormuz. Okay, separates Gulf of Oman with Persian Gulf. Strait of Hormuz separates the Gulf of Oman with the Persian Gulf, this region. It's a choke point. You can mark in the atlas also. Now, this is around 27 kilometers. Okay, 27 kilometers. But only 3 kilometers of Strait of Hormuz is left for SLOC, sea lanes of communication. Means 3 kilometers ka area, it is left for sea lanes. And that's why, and in rest of the 24 kilometers, who has a say, who controls it? Iran controls it. And here, from here, around 40% of the world's oil is traded from this route. Okay. So if Iran wants to choke this, it can choke. So that's why the US, okay, Navy is always very much active in this region. Right down. The Strait of Hormuz is largely controlled by Iran. Controlled by Iran. Leaving only a narrow 3 kilometers of SLOC. Let's come back to this region. So recently it has been a news. So you have Yemen here, and this part of the Yemen, including the capital Sana'a. So this region is dominated by Houthi rebels. Houthi rebels are Shia, and rest of the Yemen is Sunni, and supported by Saudi. Okay, and this is important sea lane of communication. You have this Gulf of Aden and Red Sea. Okay, and the choke point here is what? Bab el Mandeb. So recently the Houthi rebels, okay, they have like started attacking a lot of ships in this region. So because of it, the ships stopped, okay, going along the Red Sea route, and they started circumnavigating the entire Africa, which has also led to, okay, the price of the shipping routes in the world. Okay, so very less ships are passing by this route because of Houthi rebels. You can draw this map. And Houthis are supported by who? Iran. Iran Revolutionary Guards. Had the Beijing declaration, had it been successful, we wouldn't have had this problem of Houthis. Because the Shia-Sunni rift, okay, should have been bridged. That means the Beijing declaration, that was led by China, is not successful. And these rebels have the control of Sana'a. There's one more region here, okay, here only, called as Marib region, M-A-R-I-B. They might ask this region, Marib. Marib is in Yemen. Right, one more point here. The origin of mocha, coffee. The origin of mocha, M-O-C-H-A, it's a coffee, is from the hilly regions of, Yemen. Okay. Coming to Afghanistan. Not much here in the news because the news doesn't come out, right? We don't know what is happening inside Taliban. Okay. All the news are under burqa. We don't know. Okay. See, the southern part, okay, it is largely dominated by this entire region, including Pakistan. Here you have Pashtuns. The Pashtuns are around like 40% of population. The second large ethnic group around Kabul, okay, you have Hazara. The Hazara is around 27%. And you have rest of the ethnicities here, like Tajiks, Kazakhs, Turks. Okay, so these are rest of the minor ethnicities. You can draw this now. So right now, okay, the branch of the Pashtuns, okay, is the Taliban. Which is now the ruling elite, subjugating other minorities. In fact, for all these conflicts here in Afghanistan, again, USA has become is the reason. USA has spread its shit everywhere in the world. Had one country been not there, now, the world would have been much peaceful. Which empire would last only for 200 years. Achha. Okay. The Pashtuns, also called as Pathans, dominate the southern regions of the Afghanistan. The Taliban started as education movement. Education movement in the Pashtun region. Basically, they were the madrasas of Pashtun region. Talima means what? Education. Talima means education. I guess you know the meaning, Sharik? Right? The picture. Talima means education. So that is how it is started. Now, when group of children, they come and assemble at a place. Now, when the northern part of the Afghanistan, because this Tajik, all these clans over here, they were under USSR. Okay. Now, USSR was increasing its communist influence here, right? And these ethnicities, they are in conflict with the Pashtuns because they had the power sharing since from the beginning. Now, what USA will come and do? So, who will become the soft targets here? So, wherever you have, this kind of accumulation of the people, and that's why Taliban, basically they are into religious preachings and all. So that's why USA has come and captured this madrasas or this Taliban educational institutions, and from there through the religious ideology, it started spreading the ideas of terrorism. That is how the Taliban has been terrorized in Afghanistan. Okay. Next point you can write. The rest of the ethnicities. Are also called as Northern Alliance. Northern Alliance. which were earlier supported by USSR. Till very recently, the Northern Alliance was ruling. That is till 2020, 2021. Then the Taliban took over.
Please pronounce it once. Northern.
Northern Alliance. And Taliban took over. Okay. And international relations, you must have seen the locations, where all dams is there, where the parliament is there, where the road here, okay, Dalen, okay, Dilaram, okay, Jaran Road, etc. Those things, right? And the Charbagh Fort, Gwadar Fort, all these locations, Now, if you look at the ethnicities in Pakistan, so this is Baluch, this is Sindh province, and this is all largely Punjab. Here you have the Pashtun, and you have different mixed ethnicities here. You have some tribal groups here, Kashmiris. Okay, so mixed ethnicity you have in this region. Okay, so the ethnicity which dominates Pakistan is the Punjabi. Okay, so earlier the Punjabis and Sindhis had a power sharing agreement. Okay, so basically three power centers in Pakistan. One is the ruling political elite, you have the army and ISI. So these three were shared, okay, among the Punjabis and Sindhis, and rest of the ethnicities are usually ignored. So this is how it used to work. And also, okay, the judge post also has become important. Okay, time and when, okay, it also becomes very important. So it is also shared between one of the ethnicities. So that is how the power balance is maintained in Pakistan. So whenever this power balance is disturbed, okay, so that is when, okay, the political elite, okay, in the Pakistan topples and the army takes over, the military coups happen. Now, okay, do you think, when somebody else, okay, other than Punjab and Sindh province, do you think they will come and start ruling, they will become popular? Do you think they will like it? Okay, so this guy, cricketer, what's his name? Imran Khan. So Imran Khan comes from this province. So he has become so popular. The recent elections also, he has won the majority. He has, fought independently. He's won 101 seats. Despite that, okay, party was not recognized because the Punjabis and Sindhis will never like it. Okay, somebody else, the outsider ruling the entire Pakistan. You can draw this ethnicities here. Okay, that is mostly, okay, the tribal region. Not, exactly Punjabi. Ludhiana, but okay, his language which he speaks, okay, his roots are all connected to that region. And brought the border also. And most of the locations you must have come across in this your IR also. So as far as geography, location, caste, class is concerned, okay, only this region becomes important. There are the Pashtuns on the either side of the border. Pashtuns are located here and here. So they have all their family ties. Now, what Pakistani army started doing is that it started fencing the border of Afghanistan. So when the family ties are broken, do you think they will like it? So that's why the Pashtuns of Pakistan, they started a rebellion against the army. Okay, army को बहुत परेशान किया. Okay, look at a year ago. So that's why this region is important. And I don't one sentence here. If you already come across an IR, then I'll not dictate. Written that. Write on that. The Pashtuns are on the either side of the border. When the Pakistani army started fencing the border, the Pakistani Pashtuns were agitated and they started a rebellion against Pakistani army. Now, Pakistan is the brink of collapse. Pakistan is the brink of collapse. A, because of political instability. Political instability. Imran Khan won 101 seats, highest, but still no share in the power. So this unstable polity led to institutional breakdown. Second point, unstable polity. If politics are not right, institutions will break. Because the politics will be directing the institutions. Unstable polity led to institutional breakdown. Third is ethnic conflicts. Ethnic conflicts. Next point. Last year, 2/3 of Pakistan was flooded. 2/3 of Pakistan is flooded, which led to food shortages. Led to food shortages. And they have become import dependent. Import dependent. And they ran out of forex. And finally, the IMF bailed it out. So initially, the IMF was not ready because Pakistan was not ready for any conditionalities. Whenever IMF will be giving you loan, it will put a lot of conditions. Earlier, IMF was hesitant whether Pakistan, किसको दे पैसा वहां पे? किसको दे? Government, army, who is exactly controlling it? So it was a little bit hesitant, but again, finally, it bailed out. Okay. And all these things are watched by military, and military is watching all of this. So it might lead to coup in the future, near future. And military is watching all the. It might lead to coup. So the border between Afghanistan and Pakistan is called the Durand line. Durand line bisects Pashtun. Durand line bisects Pashtun tribe. And Balochistan is rich in resources. The rest of the things you must have come across, okay, in your IR. The next important region is Central Asia. Study about Central Asia also. Central Asia. Okay. Now the countries surrounding Caspian. Countries surrounding Caspian. The names here: Azerbaijan. Okay, you can make an acronym here. Tariq. Okay, let me see whether it works out or not. Turkmenistan, Azerbaijan, Russia, Iran, Kazakhstan. Yeah, it's working out. Countries surrounding Caspian. Tariq. Turkmenistan, Azerbaijan.
Repeat the countries.
What?
Repeat the countries once.
Turkmenistan, Azerbaijan. These are not in order. Russia, Iran, and Kazakhstan. The eastern part of Caspian is rich in oil and gas. Eastern part of Caspian, this region, is rich in oil and gas. See, Kazakhstan is rich in oil. Kazakhstan is rich in oil. And Turkmenistan is rich in gas. Turkmenistan is rich in gas. In this context, you must be knowing Tapi pipeline, right? Turkmenistan, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and India. It's Tapi pipeline. Okay, you know about this, right? The desert in Turkmenistan is called as Karakum Desert. Karakum Desert. So in this Karakum Desert, you can see various seams over here. These are basically the sedimentary rocks. Okay. Right. So in between these sedimentary rocks, there is a very large amount of gas which is trapped. Right. So when this gas will be oozing out, okay, it caught fire from a very long time and it is still under fire. Recently, okay, the government of Turkmenistan, it has decided to extinguish this fire. But again, it is again catching the fire. Okay. This is called as Darwaza gas crater, also called as gateway to hell. So this desert has Darwaza gas crater or gateway to hell. Crater has been formed because of various reasons. It can be because of meteorite attack. It can be because of a sinkhole. It can be various reasons. Gateway to hell. Recently, the government of Turkmenistan tried to extinguish the fire. Turkmenistan is called as gateway to hell. In India, it would have been called as gateway to heaven. But because very easy ना to commit suicide, अपना जो culture है वो follow करने के लिए easy हो जाएगा ना. Again, remember one thing. Turkmenistan will never be part of any geopolitical grouping. Okay? So they might ask you, which of the following stans or Central Asian republics are part of SCU? Turkmenistan will not be there. Eliminate Turkmenistan will get the answer. Right? Turkmenistan is not part of any geopolitical grouping. Bracket can write? Not part of SCU. Huh? Why it has not taken that neutral? Why Switzerland is not part of any NATO? It means maintain the principle of neutrality. हमको किसी झगड़े में नहीं पड़ना है. Now between Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan, you have this RLC, and this RLC is shrinking very fast. Okay, write down. The RLC is located between the Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan. And it is shrinking. It's shrinking. It's shrinking because the two rivers which are supposed to feed it with water. Okay? Amudarya and Sirdarya. You can draw this rough map. You simply draw this. Okay, write down the river name. Two rivers. They're supposed to feed water into Aral Sea, Mudarya and Sirdarya. Due to series of irrigational projects, dams, series of dams on these rivers, there is no enough water feeding the Aral Sea. Feeding the Aral Sea. Okay. So simultaneously, you can mark them in the atlas also. Now you have Kazakhstan here. The southern part of Kazakhstan, you have India's air base, means which was working during the USSR times. In Tajikistan, southern part of Tajikistan, India has air base called as Farkhor. Farkhor. Huh? Other one is Aini Air Base here. AYNI. Aini is also called as Hisar Air Base. Aini or Hisar. So between the Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan border, okay, you have a conflicted region, okay, called as Batken, BATKN. Between Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan. Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan. The Batken region. Batken region is located, which has territorial disputes. Territorial disputes. Again, here, no, okay, who are the members of SCO and all? Shanghai Cooperation Agreement from the Central Asian Republics. Okay. And it's important for minerals also. And India has an interest in this region. That is, the North-South International Corridor is there. These things you come across in IR. Rest, I guess, India, okay, neighbors and all you must have come across. Kaladan multi-wave project, Canal Sea route, Strait of Malacca, etc. And the conflict in Southeast Asia, etc. The rest of the things you must have come across. Okay. So then by this, I'm concluding the mapping session. Okay. If at all you feel that, anything is remaining, we'll do it later. From next session, we'll be starting Indian geography. Okay.